Hello, guys. Happy 5th of July, because I missed 4th of July, at least in Florida. It's not the 4th anymore. What's going on? Consider streaming earlier for British viewers. You're not British, you're American, no? History speaks. How was your weekend? The lighting was... How is your weekend? It just started. The lightning was most of the fireworks. Okay, I wasn't the only one that was experiencing that in Florida. I mean, I I completely forgot there would have been a fireworks thing for me to watch. But let's get back into... I've been good and I barely saw any more spoilers for the Whick panel that I started. And I'm gonna finish. I did see... should I spoil this? Whick, calls out Pisco for apparently calling him a cuck, which I don't even know why he would bring that up because it's such a fucking self-own. But, yeah, we're gonna get into that. You might have a Whick addiction. I'm wicking out, dude. Huge proponent of Whick thought. Okay, let's do this. Should I go back a little bit? See if it, what? I don't even remember what the context was.
If you didn't feel that at bottom, some of these criticisms about being deceptive or from the accusations, and do you feel bad because you think that some of the accusations are true?
The accusations about Trump?
Yeah, that he has this kind of authoritarian tendency towards him, that some of the stuff is bad. Like, why would you feel bad about being desensitized to those traits if you didn't feel that at bottom,
It's 10 p.m. fireworks going crazy right now. I just want some quiet, dude. It's going to be noisy all night because people launch, bottle rockets and shit, no?
Some of these criticisms are actually true.
I do think they're true. Yeah.
You're going to get to watch that G-Chat clip. Link it to me again in Twitch chat and I'll put it on probably.
Like I said, all of the criticisms. I really like Richard Hanania because he kind of occupies this space that I think is really awesome, which is he came out and did the I regret my...
She's a Zionist, so it's no way. An ethno-nationalist likes a white nationalist. Shocking. Although I don't think he does that anymore. I know he used to print am I wrong? He used to post under a different name. Hanania. Yeah. Between 2008 and early 2000s, Hanania wrote for alt-right and white supremacist publications under the pseudonym Richard Host. He acknowledged and disavowed his writing under the pseudonym when it was reported in 2023. A number of journalists have said that Hanania continued to make racist statements under his own name. Yeah, he has. You should look at what the fuck he said about Palestinians.
I should have voted for Kamala and could have taken the ticket that everyone on both sides does when they switch over, right? But he's just too autistic to lie, and he actually doesn't like the woke stuff, and he actually is fiscally conservative, in an authentic
another reason to hate Trump.
He hates and he hates terrorists.
Exactly.
He disagrees with you on, right? He disagrees with you that the presidency doesn't matter, right? The reason why he said let's vote for Trump is because he thought Trump would be different, and that seems to be a little bit counter to your notion that it doesn't really matter, who cares, right?
Yeah, I basically...
Pisco, I'm live. Why are you calling me? Hold on, you guys.
I just saw that you were you're reviewing my shit, and I just and I saw that you were with Richard Hanania, and I don't know what that was about.
Because why do you think I don't know that she knows this, but she's a Zionist, right? And she just Tali's a Zionist.
Oh, Tali.
Okay.
You're gonna talk some shit about Tali?
No, I talked shit about both. It's not exclusive to I have heat for all of these people. But she really likes Richard Hanania. Huh?
Oh yeah, she does. Yeah.
Okay. And I said, no way, a fucking ethno-nationalist likes a white nationalist.
Whoa.
Shocking.
Don't you think that? But she said it wasn't about Zionism. Did you hear when she said it wasn't?
That doesn't mean she's not a Zionist. I'm saying that her attraction to this person's ideas or whatever are unsurprising, but I'm being hyperbolic because I doubt that she even knows that he was a white nationalist under a pen name. But all she has to do is search what he said about fucking Palestinians. It's been incredibly racist. So.
Oh, so do you think the through line is pro-Zionism because she was like?
No, she said that wasn't it. I don't think it's that. I think that her through line. I think this all can be explained when and traced back to when she was like, "Yeah, I stopped watching mainstream credible news outlets and I started listening to podcasts, and then I found myself fucking voting for Donald Trump." Yeah, like no shit, dude, no shit. So there's obviously a strong correlation there. I think what all she said, from what I can remember, is that that difference of opinion ended up being like the critical start of her realizing that she has diverging political views from like her leftist compatriots at the time.
Listen, I think that she's just confused and she needs someone like Whick to
guide her.
To vote for
Dude, if Whick is your mentor, Whick is your mentor, like what have you like what's gone wrong in your life?
Did you hear him try to like fucking like one up us and be like, you guys are the reason this all sucks?
Is that your Whick impression? Why'd you make him sound like a lispy like gay dude?
No, he was like
you definitely just did like a lispy queer thing, you know that, right?
He goes, guys, this conversation right here, you see, this is the problem. And I can't have it from Whick.
That doesn't make any sense. He's already yelled at you guys for being rude to her. No?
He started by saying you guys are too rude because you're trying to put guilt upon her of all the millions of people who were going to die because of USAID. And then he ended by saying you're inauthentic because you didn't call her the R slur.
How dare you draw attention that there's a direct correlation between her actions and Donald Trump becoming the president and instituting horrible policies?
Can you give me your odds? So if I had called her the R slur, what are the odds that Whick would have been like, oh my God, see, you guys are never going to win over anybody. The whole Cenk Uyghur meme, like you don't win anybody when I call them the R slur. Like 100%, right?
Yeah, it's mutually exclusive that you can either, I don't know what he wants. It's mutually exclusive for you guys to be just ruthlessly honest with her and go in on her. And also you need to like coddle the feelings of MAGA people or disaffected liberals or whatever.
You know what he wanted, Aaron? You know what he wanted? He wanted us to be sexist. He wanted to be able to label us sexist.
Okay, I saw you say this, and I don't understand where this is coming from. I don't think
he wanted to be the male feminist who treats
the white knight
everyone the same, but really it's us. We treated everyone the same. And yeah, I wanted to know your thoughts about that, but I guess I'll just
think it's that
to get your thoughts.
Well, obviously, you should be watching my stream every single night, every single time that I'm live, guys. And I am live practically every single day, which is why you should subscribe to me or follow me or like my stream. But that being said, I think that it has way more to do with the format, the way that you guys were speaking, than it does any sort of like Whick is trying to do a 10D chess move. Didn't you just say Whick is an idiot? You called Whick an idiot in this. Why do you think he's doing a 10D chess move? Whick has never needed an excuse to white knight for people. He just white knights for them.
He was never going to be happy with the conversation no matter how it went. Like, he was never going to be happy with it. He was going to find some way to be like, see, you guys, this is what... It's like, he wanted to make the conversation the focal point. And he wanted to show how he was better and above us all. That's my basic contention. And I think it's evident. He started making these little noises like at the very start of it, and I could tell that was his angle, and it played out. And then he was contradictory. It kind of proved itself.
Whick thinks that there's like a mass of like Tali bots in the American electorate in this past election and always. He thinks that those definitely exist. No. But I mean that like these like people, these quote unquote moderates or whatever that are like disaffected from the Democratic Party because they've gone too far, and what people really need to embrace is like bipartisanship and coming together, and like the Liz Cheneys of the world and Kamala Harris and Joe Biden need to like hold hands and sing Kumbaya with like Mitt Romney as well. Like he thinks that like voters of like yesteryear exist. They don't. They don't exist. Bro.
He still thinks that Biden doesn't have cancer.
Biden dead under. Oh, he doesn't. He doesn't.
He still thinks that Biden.
He doesn't have dementia. He doesn't have cancer. He's not actually as old. Like, yeah.
Yeah. Listen, I'm gonna keep watching for a little bit, but I just wanted to wish you a very happy 4th of July.
It's the 5th of July.
Why are you like this? I know it's
telling the time. But... Okay. Why'd you just tell a lie then?
It's not a lie. You know what I mean. I'm saying happy July 4th in the past. I hope you had a good July 4th, but you had to be very persnickety about it. What does persnickety mean?
Why would
Let's
you
look
use a
that up.
word that you don't even know what it means?
Before I leave, let's look up persnickety. Persnickety.
This is not what our podcast is going to be, you guys. Pisco looking up words in the
Placing-
dictionary, even though he should probably do that more often. It's not going to be this. Don't worry.
Placing too much emphasis on trivial or minor details. Fussy. Yeah, you're very persnickety.
You should change your bio on Twitter to that.
Is Econoboy?
No, he's talking shit. He's talking shit. He's always here. He's my number one fan, obviously. Pisco says all this, yet he refuses to box Whick. And
I will box Whick.
Yeah, and you are also the most
I was
sexist
actually
guy that he knows, and I also agree with this. He stays
That's 'cause
talking
he doesn't
shit.
know any other guys.
Econoboy, why were you up? If you go to my last VOD, I kept checking in on Wick's Discord to see. It was like 5 in the morning, and Econoboy was like debating some random shitter. Like, why?
Okay, so Whicktv was the all women are queens guy, and Econoboy was
No, that's
the,
you.
if she breathes, she's a thought. No, that was Econoboy.
I'm pretty sure that's you. I think this is just projecting. Now I'm realizing what it is. You are really threatened by Whick because you can't aura farm as hard as he can.
Okay.
If you have to compete with the other male feminists in the room, this is all making sense to me now. Okay, so you have to slander him and say that he's not a true feminist.
I hope you've had your fun. You've had your fun now. You put me on blast.
We're just getting started.
No, we're not getting started. I have to go, but I just wanted to wish.
Oh, come on! Review this
July
with me.
4th.
Review this with me.
Review
This
what
is
with you? I don't
this
have-
is your chance to talk more
Review
shit
what?
about Whick and the play-by-play and Tali and say everything you wanted to say to her but didn't.
You want me to review something with you at 1:30 on July 5th?
Yeah, why not? Are you busy? You're not even streaming. You're not busy.
No,
Are you out with friends? No, because I'd hear them. You have no friends. You're not
Okay.
out at a bar. You're not doing anything cool. So
I was doing stuff, but hang on. Listen, can you just relax? So I'm gonna do something. I'm gonna check in on you in an hour, and we'll see where you're at. Okay, and then we'll talk.
like you're my dad.
I'm doing what you're doing.
You're not as good at it though, because you'll never break me. You're not going to be able to like outmaneuver me. Why do you think this? He ran. Typical. Common Pisco L. Okay.
I thought that
And also, there is a clip of Max Carson, aka Mr. Girl, doing an impression of what he thinks Whick would sound like as a child molester. And if somebody has that, I will play it on stream, okay? You just link it in my Twitch chat, just saying. It's out there, I've seen it. There's some streamable link that has it. And if it's found, it will be watched.
again, I was like caught up in this new coalition of people. And I thought there were going to be a lot of different voices around him that would moderate. I agree with you about his instincts. Like he's authoritarian, but I would even put that behind just his narcissism. Like he's authoritarian because he has a big ego and power, right? So it's like he revels in taking the power. And so, yeah, I agree with you. Again, like,
What's stopping you from joining Richard? Like, what is about Richard's
Hearing Pisco's voice through here threw me off for a second. I thought he was still on the call.
whole article and now recent commentary hasn't convinced you?
Econoboy.
nothing really. Like, I
Right.
just even just the term regret, and again, I don't want to get onto too much of a side note with this, but like, is a concept that I've thought about separately, like within the realm of psychology, and just like what if it's even really a useful measure?
put
'Cause
aside regret. I take that.
people do what I'm doing now, right? Which is like there's like a sunk cost fallacy, right? And we try to at least rationalize it, like, well, I don't regret what I did, but I learned from it, right? People will say that they don't regret things that were like really horrible and traumatic in their lives, right? That they-
Okay, this is a rational response, but what's confusing to me is that she was not even willing to acknowledge the amount of like bad shit that is going to come as a result of Donald Trump being elected. Like Hutch is drawing attention to catastrophic death and devastation that is the direct result of this presidency, like the amount of deaths that are going to occur because of the USAID cuts by 2030, or the literally millions, tens of millions of Americans that are going to be kicked off of Medicaid because the big beautiful bill passed. And she was like, yeah, that's bad, but I don't really, she like wouldn't even accept it. She was like, we don't want to really, like, those predictive models are like unreliable or something. It made no sense. That's to me far more problematic than making her like disavow her like voting for Donald Trump, although that should kind of just be like common sense by this point.
Well, I think Pisco's point is as much as, I mean, personally, as much as we'd love to see every Trump supporter express regret and then change their votes, regret's not even like a necessary.
I mean, classic MAGAs to just ignore discourse. Here's the thing: is that she's not MAGA. She just did it as like a protest vote. She's she voted for Trump in California.
You know, I think what he's asking is, given that this is not what you expected, this seems to be much worse than you expected. I mean, even fuck the regret part, just as a practical matter, why not join Richard as a public crusader against the Trump administration and the MAGA Republican movement? Yeah.
We got the midterms coming.
Why join Richard for anything? He's so caustic because of his past that anytime he tries to do something with like Democratic voters or whatever, hold on. I never did this. I got all the links for the segment, and then I never did it. Let's see. Okay, the tweet doesn't exist. That's great. So he was going to do some sort of how can Dems reach young men event with this activist. I can't think of her name. She's influencer is more accurate. And this guy. And as he said, this was May 31st, 2025. Upon the reaction of the internet, including attention from the White House, Olivia and Micah decided they no longer wanted to go ahead with the event tomorrow. I will be doing the stream on reaching young men alone, or perhaps with another guest in the same link below. And then he did a Substack live stream or something like that. So, what is this? Found the Joe Rogan of the left. This guy is not going to be Richard Hanania is not going to be the Joe Rogan of the left. We're so close to cracking the code, but this might be a meme from this person, and I can't read the room.
Up in a year and a half.
Coming up.
Perfect time to express your dissatisfaction with the administration.
Kill the past. Kill the past. What about the future?
Wait, no, he did this stream. LOL, those are meme pictures. He did the stream with these people? With these actual influencers. I know that he did the stream, but I thought he was forced to do it alone because he couldn't get them to do it with him. Olivia Juliana. Is it Hanania a white nationalist? Yeah. I mean, disavowed in 2023. But he still said insane shit since then. Let me see if he's this is still there. He was literally it would be better off if Palestinians would just be ethnically cleansed or something like that. But I'll find it.
You could even say, when somebody asks, okay, well, Tali, do you regret your vote? You could even get into listen, I don't know. Regret. Yeah, I don't do regret. What I do know is this is not what I expected.
It's not even that I don't do regret, right? It's almost I don't trust myself to have a non-biased analysis, right? Of this type of thing. I think we all, or I at least, have these different, self-protection mechanisms that jump into play. But listen, you make an interesting point. So a few things. Back to the point that I made earlier about me not proselytizing this is for example, the origin of the trial of Tali was because I mentioned that I voted Trump, and that surprised people. So I don't walk around talking about how great the Trump administration is. I don't walk around saying how wonderful the things that his administration is doing. I comment, I tweet sometimes, and when we're having discussions that are topical, which oftentimes they are on Whicktv, I share my input. And I feel what I have now.
Compare the first and second graphic. Boy, if you're only for the Joe Rogan thing, I don't think that he did, unless I didn't see him actually end up doing that stream with those people.
Now is instincts that have become a bit more conservative. And I even think about my conservatism as I want to conserve liberalism in more of the classical way, although I'm not exactly a libertarian. But
yeah, I get that, and I agree, because you're saying you're not proselytizing, you're not here for a campaign purpose. You struggled with, and you didn't broadcast your vote, and you struggled with it internally. But so putting aside the proselytizing part, why not take Richard's tack and in the future potentially vote for? Don't vote. I'm not saying vote for a Democrat in the future.
Oh, thank you for subscribing, Grovis, with the Prime sub on Twitch.
Are you going to be voting for Democrats or not, or voting for Republicans, or is it going to be more issue by issue, or do you know what I'm saying? If the choice comes before you again, are you going to?
It's probably going to be candidate. Yeah, I don't know, right? So again, I'm now when it was leading up to the election, I was very much the left is headed in totally the wrong direction, and I'm willing to even just take the gamble of what this is. Right now, I'm oh, the right is headed in the wrong direction. And again, I make more of a focus on like the cultural, right? Not that I take issue with a lot of the things that the administration is doing, but again, just like I was seeping up the culture of the left, right? The social cultural influences of the left. I'm really concerned about those on the right now.
Right? Is that correct, Tali? That it would be the people who are in the party, the influencers within the party, not so much the politicians within each party, right? So not so much Chuck Schumer or Biden or any of those people, but it's the people who like.
Yes,
example, and Lib Learn, right? For example, people who are the Kyle Kalinskis, right? The all the other like culture,
the quote unquote extremism of the left that is within the Overton window in the United States doesn't even hold a candle to the shit that the right can get away with in the MAGA movement. I swear, at one point she talked about how like maybe it wasn't this panel, but I've seen her on other panels discuss how like the left is anti-science or like they don't know what they're talking about when it comes to like trans issues and stuff like that. And how is that, like, if we're going to do a relative analysis of who engages in more science denialism, more, and is more reckless and dangerous about it, it's obviously the right that has the mandate on it. It's normalized for the right to be anti-vax. That has devastating consequences for the whole human fucking race. Or they deny climate change. That is way more of a fucking issue than, okay, you can find some people on the left that are overconfident about where like trans youth medicine is or whatever. Like that's really what we're worried about. That affects far less people. That impacts the outcomes of that are not nearly as devastating as with the shit going on the right. So it's not serious to me. If those are your priorities and you're falling for right-wing propaganda, you're focusing on culture war bullshit that doesn't matter, and you've lost perspective. You've lost the plot.
Around it, and same on the right. So you have the people who are like, I don't know, like
Charlie
you mentioned,
Kirk?
like the Tucker Carlsons and things like that. It's the culture, and this
We spoke to Erudite about how we should study race and IQ yesterday, based. We have studied race and IQ. It's not what you think it is. It's boring.
This is the frustrating part because you guys are like, well, the policies of the Democrats are better, and sure, yes, absolutely. But a lot of people vote on culture. A lot of people vote on culture, and when they talk about culture, they don't care so much what the politicians say or do. They care how they are treated. They care how they are treated when they go into spaces that are left-leaning or right-leaning. And when they go into space like left-leaning, and then you see miles and...
Yeah, but if you're dumb, it kind of just seems like both sides. Well, I don't think Tali's dumb, and I don't think it's a function of being dumb. I think it's a function of the type of... If you are... I can't think of what this... There's a book called Thinking Fast and Slow that describes why we have such a warped perception of things that go on around us and the prevalency of things. Like, if you ask people, what are people more likely to die from? I think the example in the novel is like tornadoes or strokes. People will say tornadoes or like catastrophic weather events, but strokes are like 50 times more likely to kill you and are way more deadly. But the reason why is because news, by definition, is the reporting on things that don't really happen all that frequently, but are notable anyway. So you start to have like your conception of how frequent something occurs is not going to actually correspond very well to how much it actually objectively occurs, just because of the way that we process information. So her focus and her priorities being out of whack, that's like nothing new. The fact that what her priorities are tells me that she is in a right-wing echo chamber more than she thinks. But since she feels like she's been in a left-wing echo chamber, she probably thinks that there's some sort of balancing act that's going on. And I just feel like she traded one for another. So you don't really need to be siphoned off into one media sphere or the other. You should probably just learn like critical thinking skills and how to analyze media. And then you don't have to worry about falling for narratives, because the shit that's going on in the right that they try to treat like it's forbidden knowledge or some sort of like, oh, we're doing controversial stuff over here. They're not.
Miles of chat saying she's a racist, she's a bigot, all she cares about is Israel, kick her off, gang. Do you not think that this has an effect that is far greater than any policy position on influencing people and what they do?
I think we're treating her with respect. I think we're treating her with respect, and we're treating her like a human being. We're not coddling her.
Did you not hear anything I just said?
Yeah, I understand. The chat stuff, I don't think that Tali would ask for
animosity here, boys.
Like I don't think she would be like, okay, you censor your chat so they don't criticize me and the Israel stuff. We're sussing out, and at times, we both, Whick and I have admonished our chats. Me privately, Hutch and I have admonished our chats.
I thought that book is really interesting, but I've heard there's some debunked science in that book. Oh, probably. I mean, it's been published like several years now, and those types of books that like cite certain studies and to deliver the points. Science is constantly updating when it comes to conclusions. We learn more every single year, so I'm sure that there's parts of it that the data suggests otherwise or is somewhat outdated.
To like be respectful and be kindful, whatever. And when Doobie had that little super chat and said, "Hey, $10, all you care about Israel," I spoke up and I said she literally said the opposite, that it was influenced by Israel. And so I think that we're being confrontational in a sense, but I'm trying to treat her as a peer and not as some like.
I'm not talking about you specifically right now.
Okay.
I'm talking about culture in your community.
It's like to Whick and Tali, like this is something I go round and round on.
Your streams usually this late. My streams are whenever I can get around to it. Okay. But no,
I identify
every single stream. I tell my stream that I'm going to be streaming earlier
with some of the shit that you're talking about.
And that is technically happening because I end up streaming till like 5 a.m. and that is an early stream. So
like I was way more, we'll say progressive. Like I still call myself a progressive. I was way more progressive. I was like fully in the tank in like 2019 and 2020. There was more of like a unifying purpose back then. So like I got along more with people to my left because Trump was this great unifying presence. He gave this kind of clarity. Like there wasn't a lot of discussion about intra-party civil war because he was the threat. I mean, and add on top of that, the George Floyd stuff that he just made 10 times worse, the COVID response, and it was just a really intense time, but there was more to get along with. And once Biden was elected, I started really scrapping.
EOLS, thank you for subscribing at tier 1. You've been subscribed for 2 months. So I really appreciate it because that first month, I don't think you had access to any emotes.
With a lot of people who, I mean, just like to your point, there are fully psychotic people on the left. They are toxic to the left-wing politics. They are not concerned with institutional power. All they care about is moralizing and telling you you're a bad person. And they think that this makes
they don't want power. They want endlessly critique power.
And these people exist in large numbers.
Good policy is what Dems excel at. Oh my God, dude. This policy is not how people are deciding what to vote on, like who to vote for. It doesn't come down to policy. I wish people voted based on policy, but they don't.
And I would assume in activist spaces. So I guess what I would encourage you to do is like what I did is like I say fuck these people. I fight with these people constantly.
Convo Tennessee is more revealing. The Curtis Yarvin, Sargon, Candace influence. When asked what she thought was insightful with Candace, she brings up Brigitte Macron as trans conspiracies, dude. Like again, priorities. It's like what? Like that is funny because it's so absurd. It's not funny because it's not interesting or it's not true or it's insightful. What? Like that is so weird. But she has said before that like I think she is convinced that she can possibly be transphobic because her partner, she's a lesbian, and her partner is somebody who's detransitioned. So but one time I pulled up her Twitter profiles and she was making a joke about autogynephiles, so that's where she comes out on the trans issue, quote unquote.
But at the end of the day, I'm not thinking about...
And autogynephilia is it's like a pseudoscientific understanding of what like the reason why trans people are who they say they are is not actually because they're affirming a gender. It literally is this idea that there's two types of trans. It's called this person named something Blanchard, and another term for it is Blanchardism. Is that there's two clusters of trans people. There's these like sissy types and then these more like masculine types or something like that. And it all has to do with like self-gratification, and it's like a fetish. Ray Blanchard, that's who it is. Yeah. So she buys into that from what I can tell, unless that tweet was a total joke and I misread it.
About them when I go to vote. Like they have no part to play in my thinking whatsoever.
Would you react to Candace Owens on Jubilee in the future? I skimmed through that, but it seemed boring. I'm not gonna lie. Was it good?
I'm thinking about like, what are the consequences of this election? What can I expect is going to happen if this candidate wins or this candidate wins? You can still fight with these insane lefties. Like, believe me, I do.
That's funny because she framed it as proof the left is anti-science, so that tracks. Oh my God. Okay. We're not going down that. I'm not touching that.
Haley.
Hutch, you're correct. That's exactly what we should do and what people should do. But what I'm trying to point out is that that's not what people do.
Like she already said she listens to Blocked and Reported. Blocked and Reported spread scientific misinformation.
That's not how people vote.
Blocked and Reported says that rapid onset gender dysphoria exists. It doesn't. There's no empirical basis for ROGD.
Fuck them. I'm just saying, like, they should not factor into. I should or not, whatever. Ideally, they would not factor into your decision making.
I hear you, and I agree with you, and even like Whicktv. I mean, it's not hatred from people online that motivates me. It's really not. And so this is where, like, I was talking. Whick gave me a therapy session earlier today. I was really stressed about this, guys.
Like, again, the left is, I'm still stuck on that comment, because if what you told me is true, that's proof that the left is anti-science, what, like, you're concerned, exactly as I said, you're concerned about these fringe issues that you can find people on the left are proponents of, and maybe they don't have a strong empirical basis for them, maybe they don't completely understand it, yet they repeat it, or they act like it's accepted, uncontroversial scientific fact when it's a newer field of research. Fine. I know those people exist. It doesn't even hold a candle to climate change denial on the right, to anti-vax on the right. Like, it like different galaxies. Like race realism on the right. Race realism is also debunked pseudoscientific garbage.
And I have a parasocial relationship with Hutch, right? Because I watch your stream. And I knew that you would relate to like some of these things. And I guess like what I keep trying to emphasize, and I know I'm not doing a good job of it, and also it's not satisfying what I have to say, but it's not just that I am turned off by people on the left, which I am very turned off. I think about things differently, and that is not just vibes. Like Econoboy, when you were saying like, oh yeah, and like, you know, the right.
Tali is clearly hiding her power level and has more extreme beliefs on some right-leaning issues, but won't admit to it on that panel. Well, I think the reason why she's not is because she doesn't want to give the impression, and maybe she's genuinely convinced herself, that those things are not really priorities to her, but they seem to be. They seem to be things that are of genuine concern to her. And I'm not saying that they can't be, or you can't have issues with your own faction, but why is it so concerning? But like these other things aren't. Why is it so concerning that, again, you can find people in the base, not at the top of the party, that think these things that you disagree with or you feel are not settled science, but it's not concerning to you that an anti-fucking vaxxer is the head of HHS now. That is weird. That is like, lost the plot.
Right is doing, you know, the right is doing these awful things, and the left, like, yeah, some of them care too much about equity, but it's not just some of them care too much about equity. And yes, I hate the virtue signaling that goes on the left, and they do it on the right too. And Richard Hanania has talked about, he's calling it vice signaling, and that's exactly what's going on, right? It's like how
I don't think Richard Hanania coined the term vice signaling.
Who can say the most crass thing, and there is this social pressure to like not respond in any type of way of offense. You don't want to be the cuck in the situation, you know, you don't want to be the shit lib. And so there's a similar thing going on in the opposite direction that is very disturbing on the right. But so while I resent all of that going on the left, it's not just, yes, people who advocate about, you know, whitey is so bad and we live under the patriarchy and all that. I do believe that a lot of this more extreme sort of postmodern left-wing academic jargon and theory did make its way into the greater liberal left. And it's not a condemnation. Like, again, I think there's like good intentions for some of these things. And I think I just think about some of these
cultural Marxists have invaded academia and HR departments, and they're making everybody bow down to woke ideology. If you do not bow down to the pedestal of woke ideology, you will be canceled. You will be strung up by the masses, and the unwashed hordes will come for you.
Things differently. So it's not just that people are saying these things. I do feel like the way that
we're bordering, which is funny that she's like, anti-Semitism is an issue on the left. What she's repeating is like this close to a classic anti-Semitic trope and conspiracy theory about cultural Bolshevism and Marxism invading academia.
What you believe about the world influences like how you try to attack things, right? So if you believe that there is like pervasive systemic racism, you are going to be continually trying to fix and point at all of these different things until you get the outcome that.
If you believe, okay, so I mean, she's signaling here like she thinks like systemic racism is bullshit. That to the extent that there's racism in this world, it's just a few bad apples, right?
You believe should happen. I don't believe that humans are blank slates. I don't believe that we're ever going to achieve that type of demographic.
If you believe in this this myth of systemic racism
representation, and I don't think it's something we should strive for. I don't think it's where our policies should be put, and that is a focus on the left. You know, we saw like the things that people point to, and those are
the like vast gaps in inequality that exist between Black Americans and white Americans. That comes down to what? Like Black people have smaller brains. Black people choosing to make less money, Black people choosing to go to jail, Black people choosing to make worse choices on average. They're just everybody's just like completely atomized. There's no influence from like the legacy of 400 years of slavery. There's no ramifications from like Jim Crow. It's all just all of these people acting a mess for what? For fun?
the extreme ones, but like during COVID of like prioritizing different loans or prioritizing access to the vaccine. Like, I don't think these things are good. And I mean, with the vaccine, I guess that's sort of a different conversation because we're
It's really not though. It's like, why would it be a different conversation? We're talking about the outcomes. Like, we're talking about voting for Donald Trump, the effect that it's had thus far before we're even like 1 year out of his presidency. And again, his head of HHS is an anti-vaxxer. His head of HHS is objectively going to cause more people to die because of the misinformation that he spreads and believes. It's pretty simple.
there were various groups that were deemed to be high risk, and there are like reasons, right, why. Anyway, but yeah, I think like if you believe that the reason that there is inequality in society is because of sexism and racism, you're going to implement policy as such. And I don't believe that those are the reasons for these differences in society. And so
I mean, somebody said that she's not, maybe this is counting as more mask on, but I feel like anybody who can read between the lines can hear what she's, pick up what she's putting down.
These people that you're talking about, though, I mean, do you not feel somewhat comforted? I mean, a lot of people in chat would be upset about this, but like, do you not feel somewhat comforted that the party does seem to be moderating, that it does seem to be kind of moving away from the sort of like what you might call like peak woke era of like the 2020 stuff? We saw Kamala herself, like you mentioned, like she ran a totally different campaign in 2024. She was not running on the sort of rhetoric that she was running on back then.
But you didn't buy it, right? It was, that was your tally.
It was inauthentic, and I think so. So I don't know if her walking back on the identitarian stuff was inauthentic. I found her to be inauthentic. Again, like when Convoy was talking about, there was this one campaign of joy. Like, well, yeah, I know they kept using the word joy a lot, and joy was in their branding, but it didn't feel very joyous to me personally. So that felt contrived and inauthentic. But
I agree with her on this. This whole like it was a campaign of joy or whatever. It's like, I mean, yeah, that's what they tried to market it as, right? I think he was losing my mind on the number of people that didn't pick up on that. I mean, it's subtle, right? It's like it's basically. I guess I'm just too familiar with these types of people who are like into these sorts of beliefs that I know what I can read between the lines and spot it from like a mile away what they're getting at when they say that kind of shit.
I don't really know what she thinks, right?
But it's not that deep because it's like you fall for disinformation, you fall for misinformation, you can be reasoned out of it potentially.
Hard for me because I'm gonna go on a little tangent.
Because this is just some like dark enlightenment shit. You think you're being exposed to like cool and edgy, like forbidden knowledge and facts, like race and IQ, and the PC left woke like leftists don't want to acknowledge these things. And it's like, yeah, no, they're not like inconvenient truths. They're just like not true. And those ideas are given more legitimacy because the proponents of them try to point to their deplatforming or the censorship and sure the excesses of PC culture or whatever, shutting them out of mainstream conversations about them as evidence that, aha, it must be true because I'm being censored and people are trying to shut me down. But it's like, no, they just disagree with you and they're going about it probably in the wrong way. But that doesn't actually lend more credence to any of your ideas.
Here. I don't know what Kamala Harris specifically thinks about identitarianism. If she never really believed it, let's say she was virtue signaling in 2020 when she was talking about all of these more woke or whatever extreme things. If she never believed it, then I would have appreciated some acknowledgement of that, you know, like or if she changed her mind, right? Like that's sort of like the sanity check that I need, you know, is like an acknowledgement that these things are actually wrong and not helpful, and not just I'm going to say it if I think it helps me to be elected, and I'm not going to say it if it doesn't. And let me just take that one step further. So when I say I don't know what these people think, when I was first coming out from the left and whatever and talking about this stuff, there was a lot of people on the right especially, or disaffected people from the left, who believe that essentially this is all, they're very conspiratorial in how they frame it. Like, oh, none of these people believe
you don't
it,
say.
right? Like, yeah, right. And so there's plenty of conspiratorially minded people on the left too. Again,
Yes.
Right. I have real issue with them. But so there are people.
I'm just referring to people that like say that fucking Bernie or like the DNC stole the nomination from Bernie. Like he thinks that he's talking about that sort of conspiracism.
Believe that like, oh, no one on the left actually believes this. They're doing it cynically to gain power because they know that having these so like victimhood gives you social cachet. I believe that's something that's like true, and we need to acknowledge like this idea that like, you know, Black people and women and gay people and trans people like have a harder time getting jobs and getting accepted into these places where actually oftentimes there is an incentive to hire people from these marginalized groups. I feel like we're just like not living in reality, and I would appreciate a reality check.
I take your point about authenticity, but
What? What was that? What is this argument? Because of like DEI programs, Black people actually have the upper hand in society now, you guys.
like I want to propose something different for you. Like we should fully expect that. Like it sounds like you're looking for a
Even though she like has all of these criticisms of like woke PC culture and how it's like vapid and empty, and it's not genuine attempts to actually like fulfill the promises of like equity or equality or whatever. It's all done as like, again, this giant virtue signal. It's totally performative. And yet these corporate programs are supposed to be the great equalizer of society somehow. But you're presupposing that people from those marginalized groups, even if they are trying to encourage more people from these demographics to start to enter these fields and maybe give them a leg up in some way or prioritize them being hired, you're presupposing that like that is already going to select for a pool of individuals that are outside the norm for their demographic as far as their class and economic status. The majority of the people from those demographics already come from economically disadvantaged backgrounds. So yeah, maybe in like white collar world, you're getting a head up in some covert ways or whatever. But one, that's to compensate for for racism. They've literally done studies. There's like the most famous study is showing racial bias even when it comes to hiring practices. People that had Black sounding names, even with all else being equal, were less likely to be selected as candidates to be hired or interviewed in corporate jobs because their name sounded like too ethnic and stuff like that, even though they had, again, the same qualifications as the white counterparts and people that were applying to the same position. So these attempts at like DEI, yes, they can be ham-fisted. Yes, they can be clumsy. I know that corporations just do them to like virtue signal. It's rainbow capitalism. I have all sorts of like critiques from the left of these programs and the implementation of them and what they actually achieve. And if they're actually the most effective thing, even it, like, just because it seems like it doesn't mean it's actually going to be the best way to go about bringing these outcomes. But that being said, you're talking about, again, like very, very marginal aspects of society where you don't see the majority of systemic inequality rooted in the first place.
Politician that you want to get a beer with and you like fully respect them and you want to connect with them on a more like human level, but politicians will shift with the
Was this the shithead study? Wait, what do you mean?
Political wins all the time. That's just a function of democracy. Like I personally don't care that Barack Obama ran on anti-gay marriage in 2008, and by the time the Supreme Court decision came around, it
I do, because it now in retrospect people should have realized what was to come from fucking Barack Obama, which is that he doesn't take principled positions on things. He was just doing and saying whatever the fuck he needed to gain approval ratings and to become the president. It was not actually, in a lot of ways, he was like an empty shell.
Find the party, and now.
So yeah, I hold it against him in the same way I hold it against any politician that's being disingenuous or only holding certain beliefs because they're trying to get elected.
We have a total.
To me, if you're a politician and your belief is outside of the norm or like it doesn't conform to what the party line is, then don't talk about it. Why disingenuously hold it?
Different party now. This is just a function of democracy. Like,
Trump himself does it. JD Vance. I mean, these are, just to really, put a point on that. That's not exclusive to the left of the Democratic Party. I would argue in many ways the Republican Party is much more inauthentic. Trump changes positions all the time.
It's a politician thing. Yeah, it's a politician thing. Well, and it goes to the conversation that was started here criticizing, like, all the right-wing rumbling about the big, beautiful bill and then everyone just like falling in line. So I agree with you. This is a politician problem. And again, I'm not a Republican. Like I didn't get pushed out of my activist circles and go run to the right. Like, I hope you can appreciate that much.
Someone is going to ask you about it. Ask me about what?
Not that you need to give me fucking cookies, but like there are a lot of roads that
they're
people
baking
take.
right now. They'll be done in about 5 minutes.
This wasn't an overnight thing. This wasn't an overnight thing. This wasn't an easy thing for me either.
No,
really not an.
No, I understand. The reason I'm just bringing up the Republic because you did vote for the Republican in this election. See, I took what you said to heart earlier, which is that, you know, at the end of the day, you made a protest vote a negative decision. Which one was worse in your mind? And I take that at face value. I'm not even trying to build an affirmative case for the Democratic Party for you because clearly the last time you voted, it was about who was worse. And that's how a lot of people, and Whick even acknowledged it, that's how a lot of people vote. What I'm trying to explain.
Can I just start with this? Sorry,
I mean, this transformation of hers didn't happen overnight. So it's also not something that can be undone overnight. You're talking about like the same process that it takes to de-radicalize someone. And even though she's not talking about it, I do get the sense that she has been radicalized on particular issues, and they're very, very fringe.
I will let you finish. I'm gonna let you finish. But I don't understand like worse without relation to better. Like worse is a relational term and better is a relational term. And I don't actually understand the notion of something being worse without something else being better. Like it just seems like those words are relational. And so
whatever position that you have that doesn't conform to party lines, eventually somebody's going to ask you about it. Oh, I know. And then at that point, that's when politicians lie. But I'm not saying that it's right. I'm saying that you can either do what Republicans do, which is filibuster that shit and pivot and move on and don't answer the question. You could say you're reviewing, like you don't have to necessarily like lie about it. Or if you really feel like your party's wrong, you should be outspoken about it and be like, no, I differ from, in this way I'm unique from most Democrats because most Democrats are in favor of stupid forms of gun control. I'm not in favor of those stupid forms of gun control, and they're actually better. And you get headlines that way. You attract people that way because you're polarizing. So people either love you or they hate you. And there's a lot of times where I think Democrats especially listen to staffers, comms people that are just too in the weeds with focus groups and lose sight of how to attract voters because they're like hyper focusing on these like they're looking at things like minute to minute and they never kind of like zoom out and they miss the forest for the trees and actually realize it's like you're not going to necessarily tank your campaign because you take a different stance on something. Aaron's stealing my talking points. Econoboy, don't even try to act like that's what's going on here. We all know that you get them from me by watching my stream.
I don't actually understand that concept.
Well, yes, that's just like obvious though, right? People talk about voting for the lesser of two evils, right? And you could argue that
you would be great in office just as long as you do not do anything extreme. Male Rights USA, you've watched me for like 2 months. Most of my politics are extreme. That's why I would not be a good politician. I know most people don't agree with me.
The Donald Trump administration is much more evil than the Kamala Harris
So I think it's kind of weaselly. I'm not saying you're weaselly, but I hear people like Ryan Malali. Shout out Ryan Malali.
It's like they're talking about like expanding the court. Wait till you talk to somebody who wants to abolish the Supreme Court. I don't even think the Supreme Court should exist. I think it's completely undemocratic.
I hear people say this term like they deserve to lose, or they're the party that like, and they cast it in this kind of negative language as though deserve to lose or any of this kind of like it's a negative decision having to do with who was worse. Like worse and better are relational, and so saying that someone deserves to lose just feels like, well, someone else deserves to win. It's relational to something else, right?
And that's to touch on again Pisco's point there. That's why I wasn't accusing you of being a Republican. I was just saying when you were talking about inauthenticity, I understand your point. Kamala Harris did a 180 on a number of different issues. She was pegged as inauthentic throughout the campaign. What I'm trying to point out is, as you consider contemplating,
and Kamala Harris is inauthentic in her campaign because this most recent campaign trail, one, she didn't have enough time to really launch a proper campaign, so I do realize that was a huge handicap and something that influenced her loss going into November. But another thing is that so much of it by the end was just turning into an apology tour for the campaign that she ran back in 2019 when she was trying to get the Democratic nomination in the first place for the president. So that also goes to show you the pitfalls of just moment to moment, always trying to adjust your position and pander to whatever you feel voters think at a certain time, instead of just being like, no, I don't really care where the polling shifts or moves around on these particular issues or whatever. If you can find examples of the issue of your position being popular at one point, then one, it's possible that you could be the thing that reinvigorates that position being popular yet again. Or you could just set yourself apart. They need to stop being so fatalistic that they need to toe the party line. Just a few decades ago, like in the era of Jimmy Carter's politics and stuff like that, you would be able to see lots of ideological diversity. With Democrats, there would be Democrats that were pro-life Democrats, for example. That's not the type of ideological diversity I want to see, but it existed more so than it exists today.
voting in midterms and the next presidential election, is that the Trump Republican Party is inauthentic itself, just objectively so. We could give you a list of policies where Kamala Harris flipped.
Brother's also a tech boy Richie, so our interests realigned on some important economic issues. Yeah, for sure. He was like tone policing a lot of her campaign. The other thing was that like she was making stupid things have come out since. Hold on, like they were considering Mark Cuban as her VP, dude. Like why? Mark Cuban, who's like his like pet project was gonna be getting Lena Khan shit canned. Mark Cuban reveals Kamala Harris asked him to be considered for VP and he turned her down. Like why would you think that this was a good idea?
And Trump has flipped on more policies. Trump flipped on H-1B visas recently with Elon Musk. He used to oppose H-1B.
There are pro-life Democrats. They are usually Catholic or black. Then name one of these Catholic or black pro-life Dems.
Visas, and then his biggest donor was like,
I'm sure they exist, but my point with that is that it used to be a lot more common. Like it was not difficult to find these people.
Fuck you if you go after H-1B visas, we got a problem. Trump's like, oh, I love H-1B visas. He's done it time and time and time.
And I also don't really mean at like the state level. I mean making it to like Congress or the Senate.
Again.
Yeah, based. I was on the Elon side of that feud on the right.
right.
Yeah.
Of the two
I,
options, yeah.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Well, because I'm pro-immigration. Again, that's the thing too, is like, yeah, I don't know.
You vote for Trump, you're pro-immigration. You didn't care.
That's fucking amazing. That's amazing. I'm pro-immigration. So that's why like 8 months ago, I voted for the candidate that was promising mass deportations.
I'm pro-legal. I'm pro-legal immigration,
okay,
right?
yeah.
That's the obvious, easy thing to say right there. And I am pro-legal immigration, and I have lots of
that caveat does not make your vote any less puzzling.
immigrants in my family, and as many.
I meant mostly at the local level, so that's fair. Yeah, I mean people that could like get sent to Washington D.C. and not like people that I know that you're gonna find pro-life Democrats like in Texas and stuff like that.
Will probably know. Immigrants tend to also resent people who they view as like skipping the line or making things more difficult. Or
That's
whatever.
fair. If you're pro-legal immigration, are you?
Yeah, like talking about like survivorship bias.
Joe Biden naturalized like 2 times as many immigrants than Trump did during his first term. And
But a lot of the reason why is not just survivorship bias. It's that Republican, like, and by why I mean they have been able to activate more Hispanic voters. Is one, Democrats don't understand how to reach these voters in the first place when they previously did. The last time that Texas went blue in a presidential election was for Jimmy Carter, and in large part it was because of the Hispanic vote. But Democrats now just collapse every single Hispanic person in the country into the big umbrella that is useless of Latino. And Latinos are all very, very different because you're talking about Cubans and Puerto Ricans and Dominicans and Tejanos and like from all over the country that are going to have all of these different like regional and cultural differences. If you try to reach them all in the same way, if you try to play Despacito for them at a rally, yeah, it's not going to land with them. So I'm not surprised that Hispanic voters are falling for the right because they're not being reached out to by Democrats. But if Democrats could reach out to them and knew how to, they would get these voters back and it wouldn't be that hard. But yes, Republicans tap into their worst instincts, which is largely survivorship bias, helping these people that have just become naturalized U.S. citizens turn around and pull the ladder up from behind them and screw over other incoming immigrants instead of helping them fix a broken immigration system that they had to endure themselves.
Stephen,
like Republicans are now going and targeting immigration areas where they're literally setting up literature for people that are coming out of recently becoming like a naturalized U.S. citizen, and they're handing them Republican literature. That's how quickly they're reaching out to them once they become Americans. The thing that they accuse Democrats of doing, which is you're importing all of these brown people and you promise them a bunch of shit and then you turn them Democrats so they vote for you. This is like basically a cousin to Great Replacement, if not part of Great Replacement theory. Republicans are literally doing that and they're winning. It's an effective strategy. And they also did it with Cubans.
Doesn't want to just limit illegal immigration. He wants to explicitly limit legal immigration as well.
Yes.
Like, I'm not
and
sure.
there are.
What the fuck are Republicans offering Hispanics at large that's so fucking compelling? Assimilation, baby. That's what every single naturalized immigrant is told to want, and they strive for it. So that's what Republicans are offering them. It's like you too can participate in the big tent of MAGA racism. You're going to be lower on the pecking order, but you'll still be part of it.
And again, it's like this is back to, so I agree with you, and this is where like I wish No one's gonna like this. No one's gonna like this. Did you guys watch?
I mean, probably. I haven't liked anything that she said, really.
Destiny and Ben Shapiro.
Yes.
I never watched it.
Yeah,
To be honest.
I watched parts of this.
On Lex Friedman.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I like Destiny and I like Ben Shapiro, and I kind of joke like those are two people that I watch. Now,
How?
I relate.
Bernie had been able to attract Hispanic voters, though, for the Democratic primary. Yeah, and that was because a lot of Hispanic people are really pro-labor. Even if they're like socially conservative in a lot of ways, they will be pro-labor. And Bernie is obviously leaned into populism, was very pro-labor, and had a stump speech and small platform that everybody could relate to and recognize. But I mean, like Hillary Clinton and like the Democratic Party used to have like a stranglehold on these people. But the thing that tanked it was a lot of the like NAFTA is also a huge reason why a lot of the Hanos were like turned off to the Democratic establishment, like these like large free trade agreements and stuff.
More like whatever. Some of the stuff that Ben says, like I'm just like not. Those
Everything
aren't my,
Destiny stands for is counter to Trump. I mean, and
I know.
But so then,
also,
in what sense do you relate to Destiny more?
I'm trying to show you the.
You know what's funny is that in that conversation, Destiny and Ben Shapiro disagreed on a lot, but the one point of agreement for them was like I think Pisco mentioned it was like Israel. But she did say that wasn't a huge sticking point. She said just the anti-Semitism in the party was not good.
The nuance. Well, things I like about Destiny.
Yeah, in what sense do you relate to him?
He's authentic. He's no bull.
That's BS because Obama was able to reach Hispanic voters. What changed? I mean, Obama, like in 2008, Florida went blue. So Obama reached a lot of people because I think a lot of Obama had to do with like being young, world-class charisma, first and foremost, and offering like a very, very vague enough platform, which he's running on he's literally running on hope and change. Okay. In the same way Trump runs on Make America Great Again, what the fuck does that mean? It means whatever you want it to mean in that moment. Whatever you think he means, that's what Trump means, and that's why you should vote for him. Similarly, Obama is young, beautiful family, the young like senator from Chicago. He doesn't have much of a voting record, so there was not too much for people to use against him, and he's promising hope and change, and it just means whatever you want it to mean.
Bullshit.
And then he gets into office and he governs like a typical Democrat.
He is. I feel like he's a classical liberal. So, okay, so sorry, that was the point that I was trying to make. Is right in the introduction of that conversation. I didn't watch it recently, but so I'm not primed exactly on what they said, but it stuck out to me so much. Was the first question like to describe their political worldview or
2006 and 8 were a gift to the Democrats. They could have put up a corpse as a candidate and would have won. You mean Joe Biden? They could have put Joe Biden as like 2024 Joe Biden, and he would have won probably. But yeah, that was the other thing, is that Bush was ridiculously unpopular, so the electorate was willing to embrace something new. And that was like a slap in the face to racist Republicans that after 8 years of Bush, he is completely rejected and abruptly replaced by this black man, and the right lost their mind. And you can see it in the way that they covered and talked about Obama. The way that Zohran is being talked about now, it's like the way Obama was talked about on Fox News in light of his nomination, it's like it makes the attacks against Zohran look cute in comparison.
Or something, and it was almost identical. And so when we're talking about the people who want to limit legal immigration, there's a real strain of that on the left, on the populist left. This is something that goes across demographics, right? There's a large segment of the black community that is against legal and illegal immigration.
Yeah, somewhat, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Bernie, there you go, exactly. And so it's like my ideal political coalition, and I know like I'm not trying to add third parties and stuff. I don't think that would go over easy or well or whatever, but like if everyone were to realign, that it were the Destinies and the Ben Shapiros and the people, but
Obama's voting record was fairly progressive at the time, and it changed my life to see him win. I mean, like it was a big deal, but he voted president for a lot as well. The reason, like, he was very, very calculating even from the start. And I see that a lot with Pete Buttigieg, and that's why I don't like Pete Buttigieg. He's very calculating. He's very measured, and it's very inauthentic to me.
Can we use him as an example?
Institutional.
Also, he was only the mayor before he was like ended up being part of Biden's cabinet. He had only been the mayor of South Bend, Indiana, and he wanted to be the fucking president.
Yeah.
And the elitists versus the populists and the anti-institutionalists.
use
Those
Destiny-
are the two frames that I'm sort of looking at the political sphere through right now. Which again,
You're right,
and
I hated that.
I see those
I
on
hated
both
that.
sides.
Can we
I know.
use Destiny then as an example? Then what's stopping you from going the Destiny route with respect to your politics? Because, to your point, for the longest
I share
time,
a lot of politics with
Well,
Destiny.
what I mean is in terms, but also like his advocacy and how he voted. Like if you really identify with Destiny, let's use him as a model for your politics in the sense, what is preventing you from voting for Democrats as he's done consistently as campaigning and advocating for Democrats over Republicans? Because he also has culture war issues with the left, but he eventually came to the conclusion, and not to Wick's point, I know people, traffic and culture war issues, but Destiny came to the point, it just doesn't matter when it comes time to vote. That culture issues, as frustrating as they are, and he still has them, when you're voting, the politicians are just objectively 10 million times more important, and the policies are 10 million times.
Buttigieg doesn't floss, nasty bitch. Buttigieg ate a cinnamon roll like a chicken wing. I didn't realize that this photo of him eating a cinnamon roll was him eating chicken wings, or like him eating what I thought was chicken wings was a fucking cinnamon roll. Hold on. That is not a fucking chicken wing. I literally thought it was.
It's more important. So what is keeping you, if you identify with him and your politics identify with him, from taking that step, going like, oh, I can just,
Aaron wouldn't say this about Pete if he was straight. So true, King.
I can just I can make my culture war case here, but when it comes time to vote,
Why can't she just see that he's like the gay white version of Obama?
just vote for the better of the
Which is what he wants you to think, by the way.
two parties. Does that make sense? Do you understand what I'm asking?
It does. It does
Okay.
make sense. So I should be taking notes here because I keep losing my. It's been a long day for me, folks. It
No, I
did an
get it.
overnighter and came straight through here. So like I said, I share a lot of values and whatever with values. I know Destiny's not seen as the most moral guy around, but I
You can't say he doesn't
agree
have
with
values.
he has strongly held beliefs, yeah, and so I agree with a lot of his politics, not all of them. And I guess like the difference that I see is like Destiny, he sees himself affirmatively as a Democrat, and this is where again I keep coming back to this, is like I just don't anymore. So it's
So you don't see yourself as a Democrat, and you voted for Trump. You're so close, Tali. You might just be a Republican. No?
not like the obvious thing. Like, so, and for a while, that is what I was doing, was like, I'm going to fight this out on the left. And again, to a certain extent, and I've been told, like, at a certain point, like when everyone on the left is basically telling you, you are not one of us. There's people who say, oh, well, you can't let other people define your politics. But I think there's some truth to that, which
Yes.
is like,
Yes, hold on. If I may.
if we don't want the same things, we're not like,
She said, no, Whick, you may not.
go Wick.
Yeah, sorry. I
No, go
just
ahead,
have
buddy.
to- I have
Yeah.
to really put the pin in here. If you have every day people saying you're conservative, oh, you hold this position, you're conservative, you're a Trump voter, you're MAGA, you're secretly crypto fascist. Eventually, people are going to be like, fuck it, yeah,
What does she actually stand for? Vibes? Indulging whatever feeling that she's currently experiencing at any given moment.
I am. Fuck it, okay, sure, you're going to call me.
Her politics just come off to me like grievance-based politics, and but what she's missing is that she's not so disaffected that she just wants like spectacle, it seems. Because usually people that vote like this, that they're just throwing caution to the wind and they're just like, fuck it, whatever, voting Trump because whatever. They usually have stupid grievances, which she's demonstrated vociferously throughout this conversation. But also they're usually very, very disillusioned with everything, that they feel like they don't see meaningful differences between the parties anymore, or they don't feel that the parties have actually taken the time to articulate what those differences are in key ways. And so they're kind of wish casting, and they're like, I'm going to vote for Trump because at least he's like a wild card, or he's interesting. And it's pretty much saying that like politics is my impact, my vote as an individual person is completely divorced from what actually ends up happening once the person is in office. So if that's the case, I'm just going to put on the most entertaining. I'm just going to vote for the person that's going to give me the most entertaining show. And I'll sit back and watch the world burn.
Conservative all day. I'm a conservative now. Fuck you. And I think that happens a lot. And when we see Trump's strongest soldiers in your guys' chat, right, saying, "Oh, she's conservative. She's always conservative. You can never win her back," right? And then you've had
Trump's strongest soldiers. Again, she literally just said, you know, maybe I am just conservative. Maybe I am just like a centrist or whatever. She just gave credence to the idea that other people can sometimes more accurately peg your politics than yourself. And that past a certain point, your self-conception of how you see yourself politically starts to become irrelevant when a more objective analysis can be made by other people that can look outside of how you see yourself and just say, based on what you're telling me, based on what your priorities seem to be, I don't know you, but this seems to be the vibe you're giving off. Am I correct? And I think she puts some stock in that. And he's saying, like, you're Trump's strongest soldier for correctly identifying that she, even though she just said it, is conservative in a lot of significant ways.
people
Not my chat.
"Oh, like,
Self-conception of how you see yourself. Get off my back. It's 2:17 in the morning.
I understand, right? But it's
I'm
all shit.
better.
I can't tell. I can't tell.
Good. When I rewatch this, I'll be watching from Hutch's.
But we
stream.
Pisco at some point earlier in this said something really redundant. I can't. He said like implicitly implicit.
I hear this all the time.
If a mistake of mine is being drawn attention to, naturally we must balance it out. Balance the scales by drawing attention to a mistake that Pisco made.
Oh, it's a very loud contingent. It may not even be a majority, but it's a very loud contingent. They'll be like, "Oh, they're just conservative." Eventually, people are gonna just believe you. Why?
Yeah,
so
but look,
why
I
do you do
think-
this?
Well, let me say that. So okay. So I understand what I think is probably the frustration that you guys are feeling with what Whick just said, and I
Also, what ideological diversity does she think exists on the right? Joe Rogan said one positive thing about RFK and then had to work overtime to make sure that his audience knew that he was still in the Trump camp and he wasn't endorsing him.
share it to an extent, which is like that shouldn't be enough to make you just like change all your worldview, right? Or just like change your affiliation, which is why I really do want to stress this. That isn't what happened for me. This was a multi-year process of my affiliation eventually changing to independent, again, not to Republican, right? And so I didn't just become a conservative, but what that did do, what in 2021, everyone telling me that I was far right and all this stuff, because Zionism is far right, and God forbid I brought the Zionism thing back. I don't want to open that can of worms, but
well, I was going to bring it back because you mentioned Ben Shapiro and Destiny, and that's another through line between them. And like, what do Destiny and Ben Shapiro share in common? They both support Israel. So I mean,
no, but so Pisco, you should
See, that's what I said.
you should listen to the interview, because again, they do talk really fast. The intro to the interview is them describing their political worldview, and it's almost identical. It's belief in capitalistic free markets. It's belief in individual rights.
It's like liberal
and
versus
civil
illiberal.
liberties.
It's like kind of what it boils down to. It's just like,
Yeah, right. It's liberalism and conservatism of conserving liberalism. And so those are the values that I believe that I hold, core. And do I think
If that's all you care about, then you don't really have to worry about the pendulum swinging too far or whatever, because you just said yourself the figureheads of the MAGA movement and like the Democratic Party, or like an online Democratic influencer, someone who aligns as a Democrat, whatever you want, however you want to say it, right? Still agree in all of these like tremendously fundamental ways. They're still fundamentally like classical liberal. They believe in capitalism. They believe in free markets. It's just about like where they draw the lines and shit.
the Trump administration is currently upholding all of those values? No. So should that be enough for me to say I got my vote?
Right.
Like, yeah, maybe, sure.
Yeah, but Tali, I think I just want to spin a little bit. That is not that doesn't really mean very much, right? Like that's a very meaningless, I think, type of agreement to have with someone, at least for the most part, right? Now, if I'm having an abstract discussion with somebody and they say like,
Wait, what's a
can we
meaningless
just agree?
agreement?
Yeah, I
I
don't
think
know, what do you reference?
I think it's extremely meaningless that Ben Shapiro and Destiny have, generally speaking, a classically liberal worldview, as you described it. The reason I say that that's meaningless is because, for
I really want to know what goes on in her head every day, like what's going on. Hold on. I know what's happening here.
Never would have guessed.
Now will you show me what's inside your secret box?
No, SpongeBob. It's for me to know and for you to never find out. You may be an open book, SpongeBob, but I'm a bit more complicated than that. The inner machinations of my mind are an enigma.
Oh, yeah?
There you go. Inside Tali's head in 4K right there. Aaron is being sexist and anti-Semitic. True. Real. True.
For instance, in many respects, if I
Criticize women, criticize liberal Zionist, sexist, anti-Semitic.
call myself a Christian and someone else calls themselves a Christian, but I'm the kind of like hippie, like Jesus loves everyone and I go to gay pride parades kind of Christian, and you're the type of Christian who thinks we should kill all gay people, then it's like, yeah, I guess we're both Christian, but like, is that really meaningful? We have such a radically different interpretation,
right? But of course, they didn't.
Right?
Econoboy is correct here. The pastors are like, it's not going to be the thing that really gets in, that articulates the, like, again, if the only similarities that somebody has is that like you're also a Christian, but you're still talking about somebody who's like a Catholic versus somebody who's like Westboro Baptist Church type Christian or whatever, you're not going to get very far in understanding like these people very much. But I also don't think there's enough of a gap between Democrats and Republicans.
Just say like we're both Christian or we're both liberals. They spelled out their worldviews, and when people are doing that, it's in the most idealistic form, right? But and this is the thing too about like Ben Shapiro. Again, I don't agree with him on everything because he is a partisan Republican in ways that I'm not. That he believes in certain things that I'm not bought into. So another thing about like the policy thing, and it's like this is a shortcoming, and it's a really valid line of attack, but like I don't know enough about everything, right? I mean, with the way that bills are written and stuff, like most senators, most of their committees and stuff aren't even reading all of these things. But so my point being, I'm not just instantly adopting what the right says is a good policy or principle either. Like there are certain instincts of mine that have changed. Like when I was on the left, I supported all social programs with no concept of where the money comes from. And I heard Hutch talk about this, and it makes people very angry. But now I do have that immediate response of how do we pay for this? That matters, right? And so these are things that
I now immediately my way of approaching it is identical to right-wing framing on it, which is the first time anybody tries to propose anytime any Democrat tries to propose programs that are functional, popular, and work in other developed countries, my first thing is how do you pay for it? Brilliant. Even though that question is never actually about how do you pay for it or the nuances or it's any of that, is a thought terminating cliche to arrest conversation and to throw the politician who's proposing something standard to make them seem like crazy and fringe.
Make me trend in the more conservative direction. But Ben Shapiro, and like maybe I'm going to be Ben Shapiro's.
The amount of pauses that she takes before each time she opens her mouth, it's like she's never thought about this before. I mean, most people haven't thought about the opinions that they hold until they're literally saying it out loud. I've said this before. I think she might fall into that camp.
Strongest soldier. I'm probably his only soldier in this chat over here. But Ben Shapiro, he supports Trump, right? And I think that it was sort of weaselly because he was very anti-Trump in the beginning. And even this, if you guys recall, in the beginning of the 2024 election, it wasn't a given that Trump was going to win. There were people who were pushing, right, for some of the other candidates. And so I think it's funny. I think it's like lame and chickeny that they then just go along with it. But that's also what we're like what you guys are kind of asking for on the left is like, you can talk a big game, but you need to get behind the nominee, right? Whoever it is type of thing, right? Like Mamdani, well, it doesn't matter because he won.
Well, I mean, like the right does this with complete and total discipline, right? Which is why I don't understand why people think that there's all this ideological diversity on the right. They fall in line every single time with Donald Trump. It's just a matter of time. We just saw this play out with Israel and Iran. That MAGA civil war, that schism, that chasm that apparently exists between the isolationist right and the isolationist true America First right and the like neocons and like war hawks resolved instantly because there was never really tension to begin with. It's never going to be so dire that it makes them change party affiliation.
On the primary, and so we need to all get behind him.
And also with the big beautiful bill, all of these deficit hawks, all of these fiscal conservatives, all the how do we pay for it type concern trolls turned around and voted for a bill that is objectively going to balloon the deficit.
And I'm not saying that Zohran Mamdani is the same thing as Donald Trump. That's not the equivalence that I'm trying to make here. So I have those frustrations with someone like Ben Shapiro. But Ben Shapiro was calling out the tariff.
The only similarity that exists between Zohran Mamdani and Donald Trump is that their bases actually like them. That's it. There is a genuine enthusiasm for Donald Trump, and there's genuine enthusiasm for Zohran. That's the only similarity.
Like was calling out the Doge efforts, calls these things out in his, which I'm sure you guys don't watch his show, so you might as well just take my word for it.
No, we did. No.
Yeah, he did call out the tariffs. Yeah,
we watched Ben Shapiro, but Ben Shapiro is very identitarian, you know, like, and I think this gets into a super chat.
I don't view it that way.
From Doobie, well, this is a super chat from Doobie, not my words, his. He says, "Please accept my sincerest apologies for my misunderstanding earlier." So first is to Whick. Whick, why shouldn't we shame people who voted for a traitorous rapist who was clear about his intention to gut programs people rely on? If this causes them to double down after an almost 6-month train wreck, they're just voting on vibes and not worth speaking to in depth anyway. You make more progress discussing politics or values at all. Just be chill and play video games. Maybe buy them a couple gifts around the holidays. And this is the part that, about identity. You support a state and ideology that explicitly centers around the Jewish identity. Why is identitarianism?
Yeah, see, Doobie is respectfully, Doobie is obsessed with Israel, and he's made this line of attack against.
Doobie has debated her on Israel, I believe. I think we watched that.
That was me about like clutching my pearls about anti-Semitism now on 2 different occasions when I didn't say anything in that direction. So Doobie is like an example of the sort of horseshoe of the right and left coming together that I am concerned with.
Doobie is like a centrist.
And by the way, we're talking about the.
That's what I remember. Doobie, like I've watched panel. Like I remember I just rewatched it, a little bit of it for my stream a couple of weeks ago. But Doobie, I almost said Doobie. Zionist Doobie. I think that's like where my mind was at. I watched Doobie say that Scott Adams was completely justified in making the argument that white people should separate themselves entirely from black people because he misunderstood a poll and mistook black Americans in this tiny sample size for this Republican polling agency that asked them the question, how do you feel about the phrase, it's okay to be white? The majority of them answered they felt negatively towards it. And Scott Adams took this to mean that the majority of black people like hate white people, and he said separate yourselves from them or something like that, or white people should stop caring about black people. Definitely not a thing you need to encourage white people to even do. And Doobie defended that. He said like engage with it. If like it's valid that like if he believed that people thought that, it would be valid to make that argument to people. So the idea that like Doobie is just this like hardline like anti-Zionist, super pro, like lefty lib dude, that has never been the impression that I got. He is like a wild card in a lot of ways. I don't know that I call him a centrist, but I know that he has some like eccentric views, and he's willing to embrace positions that are definitely on the fringe.
The isolationist sort of growing populist trend happening on the right and the left. People like to see Israel as separate from that, right? And because of what's going on now, and there's a lot of people who like either A, don't care about foreign aid and stuff like this, who say, well I care because it's my tax dollars. Like suddenly Israel is the one part of the budget that they're concerned about. But B, it is part of that same, in my opinion.
I mean, she's not wrong that like the right is like, to the extent that they're concerned about Israel, a lot of it is going to be motivated by anti-Semitism, correct?
Part of that same strain of isolationism and stuff like that. And so yes, that's an issue that I have, and it does affect me personally as a Jew. And this is a conversation that I'm not really inclined to go down because I don't think that's an audience that's going to be very open to it. But yes, anti-Semitism on the left and the right is a huge concern of mine, a really big concern of mine.
I think that we're getting like super far flung from kind of what my original point was, right? Which is that
I forget.
If you're concerned about anti-Semitism, probably should not be aligning yourself with you should probably not be voting for the candidate that says Jews that vote for Democrats need to have their head examined. Probably should not vote for the people that have that has multiple people within the party are openly aligned with QAnon, openly have embraced in the past the Great Replacement theory, which is explicitly a racist, anti-Semitic conspiracy theory. No? Yeah, the guy who just said a slur yesterday. I don't even know if I can play the clip of what Trump said.
Forgot that you
like bringing out a old school medieval anti-Semitism.
The story.
Swerve, quick. We can't talk about this. Go somewhere else. Go ahead.
Well,
please.
Whick, what are you talking? She changed the subject, not me, Whick. We had a clear through line. I had a very clear question. Okay. Now, my question and kind of the point that I brought up was that you said, okay, like I wish that we could live in a world where, I guess Ben Shapiro and Destiny were kind of like the centers of the Overton window, because they have this same kind of foundational political philosophy, right, of this, classical liberalism as you would describe it. But the challenge that I have is that was a debate between Ben and Destiny, right? That Ben Shapiro and Destiny have truthfully a radically different worldview. I suppose outside of the issue of Israel, which I'm sure that they have some disagreements on that. It's been a while since I watched the debate.
They had a lot of disagreements about that.
Yeah, and similarly,
that was not the impression that I got from when I watched it, but I watched it a long time ago.
4 of the main hosts on the show, we would call ourselves liberals, but even the 4 of us have a greatly now. Of course, we find a solidarity in at least voting for the Democratic Party, but I don't find that the Venn diagram in an applied and a practical sense between like the type of liberal like Ben Shapiro and the type of liberal like Destiny, that is not close to a circle, right? That is like the tiniest sliver of actual political agreement between the two. Like, we respect the Constitution, equality under the law.
In name only, Ben Shapiro doesn't actually give a fuck about the Constitution. If that were the case, he would have been railing against Doge as wildly unconstitutional.
That's foundational for
or getting on Trump for completely fucking ignoring court orders, even though these were Republican judges, some of whom he selected, that he's ignoring.
Hey.
Well, but Tali...
Or calling out the fact that he's completely eroding due process, calling out the fact that Kristi Noem can't even define what habeas corpus is. Ben Shapiro doesn't give a fuck about the Constitution.
And we're back to the point of people, actually elected Democrats, do respect the Constitution and do actually have these beliefs of equality under the law, this and that, right? Like, I don't... I just
he's calling Ben Shapiro unprincipled, by the way. He's a hypocrite. He claims to believe in these liberal values, these foundational underpinnings that you're stressing, but he supported Donald Trump, who is currently the White House. They are exploring options as far as potentially arresting and deporting Zohran Mamdani. They're talking about it openly.
Yeah, that's insane. I would listen if Ben Shapiro came out in support of that. I think that's horrible.
He does, but I mean,
this is true. This is not a very well-known fact, but the Constitution actually does say you have to donate to Straighterade.
Does he support that?
But Tali, no, Hutch.
Looking into an amendment that says you have to subscribe to me on Twitch.
No, we can't get sidetracked for the 100th time. Tali, directly address the point that I don't find that there's actually legitimate agreement between these two people.
Sure. So again,
in a meaningful way.
Sure. I think there is, but I hear you. Like, they have lots of meaningful differences, right? And the parties that they each are loyal to have radically different approaches, right? And policies. So I agree with you.
It's so funny to make this criticism. Like, it's not even like this observation is something that I would think to hear from like a leftist, that like Richard Wolff talks about this. Like, oh, they disagree. He brings attention to the fact that the differences between Democrats and Republicans really comes down to some social issues and their different strategies for managing capital, which I largely agree with. But I wouldn't expect to hear it from like a centrist who is saying that like I'm unaligned, even though you just said that like, okay, well, some of the figureheads for these like cultural and political movements largely agree on the important ideological underpinnings and tenets of their political beliefs. So why are you so concerned? Like, do you just not see enough of a difference between like Democrats and Republicans? But like in the same conversation, she's also said that she felt the need to do this as a protest vote to show to Democrats that what they were currently doing was alienating people and voters like her, and that they've swung too far left and they need to like go back to the center, and maybe more California voters like voting MAGA would help them wake up to that fact.
This gets back to the answer that is not satisfying. I'm seeing a different stratification of politics. And so, and I feel trapped in the middle. Like, I see basically, again, on the horseshoe, there's the center, there's the left, there's the right, and then there's the fringes meeting at the other end, okay? I see myself here, basically at the center. I took the political compass, and I'm literally
What'd it say?
slightly below on the
God, who cares about that test? That test is like, it doesn't tell you fucking jack shit.
libertarian end. I'm right on the center line, on the left edge of the center line. Okay. That was my political compass. And so that's where I see myself, basically. And yes, I see more. The frame that I'm looking through is I see more, or I wish to see more agreement, and I see more foundational agreement among the people on this sort of lower half of the horseshoe than the people on the upper half of the horseshoe. Now, maybe I'm schizophrenic, maybe I'm behind, maybe I'm ahead. I don't know, but these are the trends that I'm looking at that are motivating me and concerning me, and all of these things.
Yeah, but
So-
Tali,
I mean, it's a matter of like, if that's how incoherent your politics are, one, do you not recognize how internally contradictory they are? Two, at that point, you have to make an evaluation of, okay, I'm clearly ideologically idiosyncratic. I pull from different factions, and I have some conservative beliefs, and I have some liberal beliefs, and I have some, and that goes for both economics and social policy. If that's the case, then make a calculation, sit down and ask yourself, but overall, whose party platform do I align with 51% or more? And it should be, if you're a sane person, it should be Democrats, right? If your priorities in check, should be Democrats.
The fringe is sitting in the White House right now. Like, I understand that not everybody that voted for Donald
to
Trump.
a certain extent, yes. There's people outside of the White House that I'm even more concerned about. But yes, absolutely. Those influences are in the White House. And that's part of what concerns me. Like, you know, like people like Tucker Carlson, like, have a direct line. And, you know, to say why am I concerned, like, it's I understand the frustration of, like, focus more on the politicians and not on, like, the podcasters and whatever. And that is a fair.
Corwin Chelway says, this is a sketchy convo, but about 3% of Palestinians in Gaza have died. Hitler wasn't trying to root out organization by killing 3% of Jews. He wanted to kill every last one. So you're saying that because Palestinians have not been completely eradicated, that means that therefore it precludes the possibility of it being a genocide? What are we saying here?
Fair critique, but also
It's also like when people bring up like Palestinian birth rates, it's like very cool. They're replacing each other faster than Israel can kill them. Epic point.
with the exception of Donald Trump and his obvious name recognition, way more people are listening to what someone like Joe Rogan or Tucker Carlson has to say than any of the senators, any of the congressmen. And so I am concerned about influences, cultural influences. Yeah, and that's how I'm looking at the world right now. I don't have an election right now, you know, like we'll how would I vote tomorrow? I
But
don't
you know?
Yeah,
If
that's a good question.
so, if we, assuming that everything that Trump has done so far was like guaranteed.
Yeah, so
to
I
happen,
asked this question of other people who share similar concerns. So by the way, the concerns you raise are not, you're not the only people who has these concerns, this kind of view. Econoboy said it. I agree with Econoboy. But the question is asked is like this. If you had the power right now to going forward, you see what Trump has done, press a button, and new election happens. Let's say it's all constitutional, all legal, so put that aside, and replace Trump with Kamala Harris right now. Would you press that button?
I don't know. I guess like there's a certain part of me that's like you.
Let's one more time for that one.
And new election happens. Let's say it's all constitutional, all legal, so put that aside,
Press the new button.
and replace Trump with Kamala Harris right now. Would you press that button?
I don't know. I guess like there's a certain part.
That is insane. It was already insane because, in case you haven't noticed, Donald Trump had already been president one time for 4 years. You can look up his record. It's not censored in America. You can go see what he got up to. And you knew what you could have expected. This isn't 2016. But then even if it was, you should have known 8 months into 2016, or like 8 months into his first administration, this was a mistake.
That's like you want to stop the bleeding.
But
right?
like, you can't even say that on term 2, 8 months in.
So like I
Pisco said he'd be back in an hour. Liar. Econoboy, are you just here waiting for Pisco to show back up? Is that why you've stayed in chat this long? You've never stayed in chat this long before, ever.
I'm sensitive to that impulse. And the other
Stop
part
the
of me, again,
bleeding,
that you're not, yeah, well, in a literal way, right? Stop the bleeding to be able to stop some of the things that I don't like happening. And also I have real concerns with the left that I don't like, that I think
But you at least gone from Trump, voting for Trump, to now you're saying, I don't know.
So
Isn't that a shift?
Yes, certainly. Yes, that's a shift. That's a shift. So
This seems like it's not like, why did she frame it as a protest vote if she can't even say that if we could magically press a button and install Kamala Harris today instead and get rid of Donald Trump and all of this was constitutional and totally legal, that you still don't know the answer to that? Sounds like it was more than just a protest vote, no?
fuck, I keep forgetting my train of thought. I'm really sorry.
Can I jump in real quick? I want to say something because you appealed to the foundational, like we're talking about, was it big L or small L? But like liberal democracy, we talk about these, like Western liberal democracy, we talk about these foundational principles. I submit to you that nobody, maybe this is how I'm going to try to appeal to you, but nobody has challenged these core underpinnings like Donald Trump ever, and it's not even close. When we talk about liberal democracy, what are we talking about? A free and fair press. What is he currently doing? He got CBS to settle for probably millions of dollars over nothing.
$16 million. 16.
He accused them of editing a Kamala interview in a way that was deceptive and used a different, it was all bullshit. Anybody can watch the video. It's just a lie. When we talk about Western liberal democracy, we talk about free and fair elections. Do I even need to go into detail about how he has challenged this? And on top of that, there's a non-zero chance.
I mean, maybe you do, right? She doesn't seem to know these things, or maybe she does, but like, it's just not that important to her.
That he's going to try to invoke some kind of emergency power, and we just don't have an election in 2028. Anybody who doesn't think that's possible or just not paying attention. When we talk about a free and fair election, we talk about like the rule of law. Look at the assault on the rule of law currently right now with him just consistently. How many times has he ignored the courts at this point who have compelled him to return people to the country so that they can have due process? I mean, how many of these foundational underpinnings does he need to just fully assault before you might come to the conclusion that this guy is just bad news? If you care about
and
value
worse,
of this republic.
because she does think he's bad news. To be clear,
that was very
this is
compelling.
Worse news.
That's very compelling. That's very compelling. So let me. That's very compelling. I agree with you. I don't have any good response, nor do I want to counter that. I agree with you.
I could keep going, by the way.
Okay, well, what's there to talk about? Because like again, clearly, if you agree, it's just not very significant, I suppose. I'm gonna go back one more time, though. Okay. She's like, very compelling of you to point out the things that he has objectively done just in this term. We're not even going back into like his first term and what he did there.
Very compelling. I agree with you. I don't have any good response, nor do I want to counter that. I agree with you.
I could keep going, by the way.
Let me just. So
she was gonna shush him.
With the question of like, would I tomorrow change and vote for Kamala? And my apprehension, right? And again, this is not going to satisfy anyone. Blah blah blah. I'm concerned essentially with the direction of both parties, and I feel like what I'm trying to do is just like rattle it back and forth to try to keep it somewhere in the center. And I know that's not happening, right? If anything, it's sort of like moving out further.
What Democratic Party does she think currently exists? I don't get it. Like, the Democratic Party right now is totally not up to the challenge of opposing Donald Trump.
Arguably, but
you have Chuck Schumer going out and bragging like, "Hey, you guys, I got them to change the name of the big beautiful bill. Now it's not called that."
My concern is like I have all these concerns with the left, that if the left maintains power, basically, right, this election was a check on the left's power, that I worry that the same thing that Pisco didn't like. Not that I'm saying they deserved it, but essentially, like, I want a reform, I want a change, I want an ideological movement, and I know, and which is why I stepped back from the Democratic Party, because the Democrats don't owe me.
You want to force them to change.
Ideological change, right? And they don't owe me that, frankly, right? Maybe I'm just the one that changed. Which, by the way, was a really
like, you could only think that the Democrats have gone too far, they've gone too fucking woke or whatever. If you have stupid priorities because you listen to a bunch of podcasts, like she said.
Thing for me to accept.
If you actually evaluated the voting records and the policy platforms and positions of mainstream Democrats, where majority of Democrats land on particular issues, you are not going to actually, like, the agenda that's in your brain, it's like a caricature. It doesn't exist.
You know, there's a lot of people who
and even for the ones who like nominally support the more fringe positions that she's talking about, they don't make it like a centerpiece of their of their campaign. It's buried in a website under policy, like their policy positions and platforms, but it's not something that's a priority to them. Sometimes they didn't even campaign on it, or other times it was just like a campaign virtue signal, but once they were in office, it didn't end up being something that they really pushed for. Meanwhile, MAGA and every single Republican politician, like there are no moderates in the Republican Party whatsoever. You can't say the same about Democrats. When it comes to MAGA, there's only different degrees of fealty to Donald Trump. But it's all, at the end of the day, fealty to Donald Trump, falling in line with him.
Out there and do the whole the left me thing, right? And that's very appealing. And I don't feel that way. I feel like I changed. And
But
it's a hard thing to grapple with.
Wick
But
after Hutch.
I just want to validate you. So you watch my stream, so you know I have so many concerns about the excesses of the left. We'll be gentle and phrase it that way. But I just want to invite you over to where I'm sitting, because I still find myself, I still feel like I have a place in the Democratic Party. I'm still proud to call myself a Democrat. I mean, the party's, we're in a bit of a jam right now, but to me, like I am so firm in my decision to be in this coalition right now. I would just try to appeal to a sense of like, I think people, maybe we take for granted these institutions and this sort of like form of government that we have, but we are not immune to a 1930s German style backslide. That could happen in America. And if it does, it would be a nightmare that would eclipse the fucking Third Reich, the Nazi party. It would be worse if fascism succeeded in this country. And for all of the complaints that I have about these psychotic lefties that are just the worst people you could possibly imagine, none of that to me comes close to the... What's that?
I agree with you. I agree with you, at least in what they've been able to like materialize, or at least like, you know, how much power, let's say, these extremist groups on each side have been able to gain. I agree with you that is a more like a more tangible concern, potential harm, let's say, right?
Called
Immediate,
triage.
you could say. Sure, yes, there you go, immediate triage. However, I also view the reactionary right as a reaction to the left. So,
oh my God. So we really can't blame the right for anything. It's always bring it back to the left. It's always wokeness. It's always somehow the left TM's fault. Republicans have no agency. They don't make their, like, the pretext for their knee-jerk reaction, like knee-jerk reactionary politics, beliefs, etc. You can just discharge that to the left. It's not like these are, in a lot of instances, shitty people that will use any flimsy pretext to justify their feelings on certain minorities or their positions on certain things, and then just have a post hoc rationalization for it that they conveniently always scapegoat the left for. Why buy into that? That's a lie.
I'm going to just stop prefacing everything with that.
Like, there were all of these people on the right that were just so open to Medicare for all, and they really, really wanted there to be stronger labor unions in this country. And they really are pro-choice. But then they saw some like cringe people on Twitter. And so they just couldn't in good faith vote for Democrats because they know that person probably votes for a Democrat. That person's not really like interested in those ideas to begin with. Or if they are, it's like bottom of the list for them.
Popular. But there were liberals, heterodox liberals, throughout, before I had my ideological shift. And
Tali is proof that we just need more mimetic warfare. I mean, Democrats are starting to wake up to this and are trying to create their own parallel echo chambers, I should say. But what I also see is that I don't really like the type of media that I'm seeing, even if it's objectively better for Democrats. I think they're recreating the same, like Blue Fox News, basically. Yeah, like I just don't think that that's good for the country. It's probably good for Democrats. I don't deny that. But is that good for actually being able to? Is that good for voters? Is that good for Americans? Is that good for actually holding politicians to account that we create these silos and echo chambers, just like the right has set up, and Democrats live in their own world as well? I don't know if that's healthy.
Who were saying for many years,
like the Midas touches of the world.
Maybe it's not a great thing to push race consciousness. Maybe telling a bunch of aggrieved white men that they are white first and their whiteness is their inherent sin, and that, you know, we need to eradicate whiteness and don't worry, the country is going to all turn brown soon. people are reacting to that. And I don't like that reaction, right? They are reacting in a similar and opposite identitarian
Reciprocal
way.
radicalization is a term.
Right, exactly. And so that concerns me, basically. So yes, I agree. The more pressing concern.
I mean, I see this on the right, but I really don't see it on the left. Where are the majority, like, where are the Democrats that are defecting and becoming, like, fucking communists and anarchists, or embracing, like, fringe, like, what passes for, like, fringe and reactionary, or, like extreme leftist politicians in this country are things that are politicians that push for programs that exist in other developed countries.
Is fascism from the left, from the right, than socialism from the left right now. But I do think these forces are feeding each other.
Go ahead, Whick.
What I would add to Hutch's point, and this is perhaps my strongest argument,
like she says that she's a pro legal immigration liberal. And if you feel that there's always going to be this reciprocal radicalization effect, this ratcheting up that happens on both sides or whatever, how are you ever supposed to defeat the excesses of the right or the left? Is it always by trying to anchor yourself in what you perceive to be the middle of the road, and just hope that that's what ends up balancing the scales out? Because to me, that's a recipe for you not being able to ever, like, you're never going to be able to, if like that's what you want, shouldn't you see the mass like, if you're somebody who says I'm pro like legal immigration, shouldn't you see the mass deportation program and think, fuck, we really need to prioritize any Democrats that are saying that they want open borders, because that's going to be the answer to get the right to come back to the center, or for the balancing to, like, you know, come back. Like, your centrism or whatever is not going to be able to provide the opposition or alternative to the right. If you're saying you're already having this reciprocal radicalization, I've yet to see it manifest on the left. I've definitely seen it manifest on the right.
To you,
like, even by her own philosophy on some of the, like, key, if these issues are really, like, key to her, then she would already be voting for Democrats.
Given what I understand about your positions and how you feel and why you voted how you did, that your vote for Trump empowered the far left, the extreme left, the hateful left, the left that you don't like, right? It gave them a power, because reciprocal radicalization, that's how it works, right? They need each other to feed. If Trump had not won, they would have less influence in the Democratic Party. They would have less influence on leftist politics or progressive politics or democratic politics, because there would be nothing for them to be empowered to oppose, right? A lot of the reasons that we gave them a seat at the table initially is because...
Why does he think that there needs to be a far left for a far right to rise? It's completely ahistorical. It's not true at all.
We were afraid of Trump in his first term, right? So we're like, oh my God, Clinton lost and our minds broke. And so, we got to empower our crazies too. And so we gave a lot of power.
Like, he's already undermined his thesis. Exactly. Clinton lost. Clinton, not Bernie, Clinton. Because you had the right wing, you had the Republican Party embracing the MAGA movement, which at that time was seen as, like, fringe. And you had Democrats rejecting Bernie and Hillary Clinton winning. And then she loses in the general. So if what he just said were consistently true, that wouldn't have even been the case. The matchup would have been Bernie versus Trump. And then in 2020, that could have happened again. Fails again. What happened to, I thought, when, you know, you had this reciprocal radicalization, why it wasn't Bernie the nominee in 2020? We just had 4 years of Donald Trump. Why did they embrace Joe Biden, who is not a fucking progressive? Middle of the road establishment Democrat. Obama era politics, returning to normalcy, restoring democracy, retreating back to the center.
To the extreme left, right? Say, okay, here's the weapons, go get them, boys, right? And unfortunately, they didn't leave, right? They didn't do.
To be fair, DSA membership spiked during Trump's admin is spiking again. These are independent of Bernie's campaign. No, I know that happens. And there have been, like, people have, I think, Nathan J. Robinson, who's the editor-in-chief of Current Affairs magazine, which is like a leftist publication, has talked about how it's regrettable but true nonetheless that Trump motivates people to be on the streets, to be more active, to be more politically engaged because of their opposition to him. And when it's like just an establishment Democrat, you get like the back to brunch liberals, right? That's the criticism. And that you also saw that reflected in general media consumption as well, because after Trump left office, there were a lot of media outlets reporting that they were seeing this really, really huge drop off in subscribers and readership bases after Trump left.
Like they took key positions, I would argue, of influence in our cultural institutions, which led to like the rise of wokeism and things like that. And an overblowing and overcorrection, I think, peaked in like 2020 Summer of Love type of deal, right? So when you vote for the other guys to teach the Democrats a lesson and try to reform them, I think it's having the opposite effect, and I fear it's having the opposite effect.
Totally.
I fear what it's doing is it's giving like
It's a great point, because it's the exact point that I made. So if they're feeding each other, it's feeding in the other direction too.
What would make that the best way, in my opinion, to counteract the far extremists is vote for the more moderate candidate. And Kamala was that. Whether you like her policies or not, Kamala was that. And I think that the Democrats coming up, hopefully, my lips to God's ears, continue down a.
How does she reconcile if she buys into this, like, there's reciprocal radicalization? Then that understanding of politics is kind of fatalistic and would always suggest that she needs to be voting in the most extreme, the most extreme candidates as counterbalances to whoever she perceives to currently be in charge of to currently dominate the party or the race, whatever it is. How is it that the answer to that is middle of the road, like moderate candidates?
Moderate path, because
it's not going to happen.
Extreme, we're going to lose.
Right.
We're going to extreme. We're going to lose right again and again and again. JD Vance is going to whip our asses, and it's going.
I'm not convinced by that. But I'm not convinced by that.
I should say that Whick is pulling for Cinema Mansion 2028.
Shapiro,
Josh
Shapiro is my man. He has bipartisan support in Pennsylvania, which is a swing state. Like, my God, his numbers are great. My MAGA friends
but I don't know if that's ideological. I think it has to do with Josh Shapiro's competency.
Wow, my MAGA friends love Josh Shapiro. What an awesome pitch to get Democrats on board with him.
Other things like that, but I want to say,
hey, this candidate is beloved by MAGA voters. Cool, dude. Ringing endorsement. Love to hear that.
Let's elect competent people. Let's nominate competent people to positions of power in the Democratic Party. Please, please, for the love of God.
I think
please, I'm begging you.
I would quibble with some of the things that I would quibble with some of the framing. I would quibble with some of the framing that Whick does for like his whole narrative there, but I largely agree that look at where the energy is now. And I'm just gonna be honest with you, I like you, but I'm gonna spend my time energizing the people who have the momentum behind them, and that is people who want the Democrats.
See, if Pisco were being honest, he'd be like, no, I fucking hate you, and I fucking hate everything that you stand for, Tali. How the fuck could you do this? You voted for a fascist.
To fight more and stronger.
But instead he says, I like you. Typical cucked male feminist.
More stalwart advocates against the Trump administration. For you it matters, right? The kind of anti-Zionist tack that the Democratic Party or that some people in your inner circle or whatever the group had. Like, look at the polling numbers for Israel. It's abysmal among the Democratic Party. There's been a shift. Harry Anton pointed to it. I don't know if you saw it. There was like a plus 17 among Democrats in favor of Israel versus Palestine in terms of who you're more sympathetic with. Now it's like plus 56 Palestinians among Democrats. That is an enormous shift. And it has to do both, I think, with...
Yeah, this is true. Who Democrats sympathize with more, Israelis or Palestinians? In 2017, when you asked Democrats, it was plus 13 points for Israelis, and now plus 43 points for Palestinians. The source is university poll, which includes independents and people who lean Democratic.
You're empowering a radical that is Trump, and you're empowering, by extension, Bibi Netanyahu. And what's going on in Israel is just making people more antagonistic to Zionism and to the Israeli state. How could this be the best thing for the future of the country?
I think you're right.
There's
about
a lot
that,
there. I think you're right too. We have to kind of decide how much we want to talk about this topic. But I agree. It's very logical that people would feel more sympathy towards Palestine than Israel right now. that seems warranted. That seems right.
I
Palestinians
agree.
are suffering
Seems logical. Okay.
exponentially more than Israelis.
But it's caused something else. It's causing not just more sympathy, but explicitly anti-Zionism in a way that you've never seen among the Democratic Party.
Right.
You say that Zionism, yeah.
I don't think anti-Zionism it's not a coherent political movement. It's basically so the word Zionist, right? When we used it in the beginning, Hutch had me define it, right? Because it's true. Everyone means something different when they're using that word. And it's become so bastardized, and it's really almost exclusively used as a slur. It's like either used by people.
That's stupid. Zionist is not a slur, but and I don't think it's even used as a slur the majority of the time. But I do think that it's a useless word. Doesn't elucidate anything. It doesn't. It's just dumb. I don't like to talk about like Zionism.
People who call themselves Zionists, right? Or by everyone else as a slur. And so I've made pitches to Jews before. Zionism to me basically is not a necessary word, right? It's like the belief that that Israel should exist as a Jewish state, which it is now, right? So it's just not wanting Israel.
Zionist means settler colonialism. I know, but then but what's settler colonialism? And then you're just going down this academic rabbit hole, and it just never ends, and you're getting further and further away from talking about things that are happening now and ascertaining people's positions on what they feel about, how do you feel about apartheid? How do you feel about never-ending occupations? How do you feel about ethnic cleansing? How do you feel about mass murder? How do you feel about aid massacres? I don't need to know anything about whether you identify as a Zionist or not to know if you're for or against those things.
To dissolve basically is Zionism, right? And like Zionism also was an actual movement to establish a state of Israel, and it succeeded. And then, it's like, so the term to me seems really only problematic because it's only used in this, I see as a weapon. And I've tried to make this pitch to Jews of like, we should just stop using it, like make them say what they mean, Israeli, Jew, Jew who supports Israel, right? Person who supports Israel. And that has not been a very effective pitch. And then it makes me wish that people like Hutch, and you don't even need to respond to this, Hutch, because I'm not trying to put you in trouble here, but people like Hutch who do believe that, Israel has a right to exist, those people.
Zionism is the defining word, and it means Western settler colonialism, which is extremely visible and easy to explain. Show them footage of the genocide. No. I mean, I'll show them news information and footage of it, sure, but like, I've been a vegan for over 10 years, and I've done a lot of different types of activism in that time, and I used to think that showing people footage of animals being slaughtered and factory farms and look at how they treat cows to be able to extract milk from them, they forcibly rape and impregnate them. I used to do all of that. And you get a visceral reaction from somebody, but it almost never converts people for life. They see that and they don't like it, but they distance themselves from it emotionally. They can't reconcile the idea that they're supporting it with their wallet or their dollars. Or even if they will grant to you that it's terrible and it's horrible and it's fucked up, they will tell you, I just don't want to stop because consuming animal products is very cheap and I enjoy it. So why should I have to give it up? That's a reality. And ever since I've accepted that, the type of activism related to veganism that I focused on was way more practical and showing people that it's not difficult to be vegan because the barrier to it is not only the ethics. I wouldn't even say it's primarily the ethics. For most people, is it cheap? Is it easy to be vegan? Is it convenient? And does the food taste good? And if that is so much more important to show to people than all of the like animal ethics, stuff like that. And I see the conversation surrounding Israel, Palestine, and Gaza a lot the same way. You can exhume an ideology like Zionism. You could talk about it. You can then start to get into what it means. You can start to elaborate on settler colonialism. You can start to talk about, well, what actually constitutes the Jewish people? Are they a race? Are they a people? Are they an ethnicity? Is it a religion? Is it like ethno-nationalism? You can interrogate all of this, but past a certain point, it just becomes this sort of like ideological navel gazing, and you've just lost the plot. And you don't need to do any of that to ask people very simple questions, Either these things are right or they're wrong. Either apartheid is right or it's wrong. Either people, like Arabs and Israelis, and Palestinians and Druze and all of that should have equal rights under the law or they shouldn't. Either you're against ethnic cleansing or you're for it. It's pretty much one or the other. So I really don't even like to get into like, are you now or have you ever been a Zionist or whatever? Because people end up finding reasons to exclude people that could be potential allies because they get tripped up on like talking about Zionism. I used to think this was the way. Despite, again, 10 years of vegan activism suggesting to me maybe focusing on those things is like not the way to go. I used to think it was critical to understanding it, but it's not. I really don't think so.
People who are not ideological extremists or whatever should call themselves Zionists. You know, it's like I don't see a better way because the word is.
Where do you stand as a vegan on lab-grown meat? I personally would not eat it because I look at animal meat the same way I look at like human meat. And if you could give me like lab-grown human flesh and meat, I would not consume it. But I realize that other people like the taste of meat, and I would much rather have a world filled with lab-grown meat as opposed to what we have, which is mass slaughter of actual living animals. So I'm for it. But although I personally find it repulsive.
Like, it feels like an unprincipled. It's just a way to say like I don't like the suffering of Palestine. Or rather, there's so many different things that people are saying when they use this term, and a lot of anti-Zionism is anti-Semitic. It's steeped in anti-Semitic conspiracy theories. The terror attacks, the two terror attacks.
I hear you. I'm not talking about.
Hold on. The two terror attacks of the Israeli embassy workers and the older people marching
Boulder,
for the
Colorado.
hostages.
In Boulder, yeah.
Those were, in my opinion, anti-Semitic attacks. I mean, they were targeting Jews, right? They were targeting Jews specifically, but also very reasonably called anti-Zionist attacks. They're motivated by a political animus against people who with an affinity towards Israel, right?
Sure, it can be both.
So anti-Zionism, yes, it's something that I'm very concerned with. I don't feel like
Pisco really said both sides. Maybe he's the real centrist here.
Jews have a lot of control over what's going to happen. I could doom spiral about this a little bit. I don't like what the right is doing. Not only does it make me cringe, there's a lot of people who take up the I'm against anti-Semitism thing as a way of just like owning the libs. It's just this negative polarization. It's, oh, the left is quote unquote, the left is being anti-Semitic, so we're going to be like, oh no, we really love the Jews. I think the trying to make a special carve out for anti-Semitic hate speech is terrible, because I don't believe
Trump is doing that though, by the way. Trump is doing that on the campuses.
Of course, that's my point. That's why I'm bringing it up. I think that's bad. Very bad.
Pisco agreeing to that was a bit disappointing. No proof the embassy attack was fueled by anti-Semitism. Yeah, I agree. I don't know what information he interfaced with that gave him that impression.
Because it infringes on people's First Amendment rights. Okay. And
like everything that I saw, I read that dude's manifesto. I've read that Ken Klippenstein did reporting and like talked to people that were friends with him and knew him. The only thing that they found was that he had at one point, he made no allusions in his manifesto to anything other than political situation, to politics. Seemed politically motivated. His friends said that he never was anti-Semitic. He also was like given personal correspondence between I can't think of his name, and his friends, and the only thing that referenced he like made a joke about like white genocide or something like that. I'm sure he, like everybody has said racist, sexist shit in their life, so I'm sure he said something anti-Semitic, but I didn't see evidence that he was motivated by anti-Semitism for this.
Because I think it promotes anti-Semitism. It feeds the conspiracy theorists who say this is the one group you're not allowed to talk about. And now Trump's being like, yeah, it's true. You actually can't talk about this group. So all of these things, I am not optimistic. Frankly,
I'm getting to Wick's point, right? So Wick's point was,
Jews in America.
I'm hopeful that I think that the anti-Semitism issue is a humongous issue. I'm hopeful that we can get past it. I think it's a big problem. I agree with that. I just want to say that I'm not getting the merits of Zionism or anti-Zionism. I'm kind of pointing to Wick's point, which is, for better or worse, you try to send a message with that vote, and it hasn't had that effect. The kind of protest vote situation has not made the Democratic Party like more moderate in the way that you would define it.
I was a vegetarian for many years. We need to have actual policy around reducing factory farming if we want to achieve a vegan/vegetarian world. I'm guessing society, unorganized consumer habits are not helpful. And I don't argue that people shouldn't do it because if there were communism tomorrow, I would still be a vegan. It's not just about like a consumer boycott, because I usually don't find consumer boycotts to be that effective. I think it would be wrong regardless of whatever economic system I'm living under. So I don't do it with the idea that like, oh, this is helping like reduce support for it in a meaningful way. But I'm pretty sure Cory Booker's a vegan, and I think when he ran for president in 2019 on the debate stage, they were like, would you impose veganism or whatever? And he said no. I mean, I wouldn't impose veganism, but I probably would talk about like factory farming being part of my agenda, obviously. Like, at the very least, reforming it or like pushing for whatever change it is, I think, is maximally possible right now.
I think that the energy has been that now there's, I think, a liberal and lefty coalition. And by the way, I'm going to exploit that, and I'm going to be in favor of it. Yeah.
Let me flip an interesting question to you now before
Sure.
I lose it. So does that mean that all of the people who protested voting for Kamala, the lefties who protested voting for Kamala,
Yeah.
that they made a good decision, actually?
A humongous
because they've
error.
but they've empowered the wing
Pisco really liking the word humongous tonight.
of the left that they want to see in power. They have
Humongous.
given
What wanted to happen is
their
happening.
At the
They've
cost
given-
of at the cost of the body,
they
like
care?
bodies and potential fait accomplis, because at the end of the day, I don't think that America, or I think that a lot of what Israel is going to be doing, they've been left off the leash, and so maybe in the long term, just like it could be the case that the attack on October 7th ends up in a causality that ends up in a Palestinian state, but I would never be like, well, then Hamas wins or something. I don't know. It would be through a huge astronomical cost that includes like where the borders end up and like potentially thousands and thousands of lives, and maybe even like a broader escalation in
Hamas wins.
Iran. I don't think that that's over yet, and so yeah, I know perhaps that they were successful in shifting the party, but again, I'm just saying, I don't think that the message, you can't plan, these protest messages aren't going to work out the way you always think, and it might send the wrong signal.
Sure, I agree with you, and I agree with you.
You have tried bacon though, Straighterade, because if not, LOL, dude, I've had bacon. I was not born vegan. I was like, I was never really into meat. I always thought meat was kind of gross.
And this is like I think that's compelling. Okay, I think that's really compelling because it's my argument in the opposite direction, and I believe they're feeding each other, so it just is then true in the other direction. So it makes sense that the more fringes or the more radical elements of the left are gaining power as a result of this. My protest vote was to show up as almost every county in the country did, as like moving right, and I did hope that would send a signal to the Democrats that people are not moving left, but are in fact moving right, and that would encourage moderation. But you're right, that's not what's happening. But then I don't know what to do, because I wasn't happy with the direction that the party was going into. So
see, this is why it's like, why do you call it a protest vote? And then the next sentence is like, but also I'm starting to move away from the politics that the Democrats embrace. So the natural conclusion of that, maybe you're just more of a right winger, maybe you're just more of a Republican than you are a Democrat.
Voted for the woman. Voted for the black, amazing, joyful woman. That's what you should have done.
Go ahead.
I understand that's
frankly,
what you,
yes. Frankly, yes.
I
you should
obviously
have.
get that's what you guys
Yeah,
believe. Yeah,
frankly,
I obviously understand that.
I do think that, again, given that you are worried about this extremism on the fringes, I warn the right all the time, right? That if you are going to go extreme, the left is going to counter you by going more extreme, right? So beware what you do.
Who's Whick warning? Who am I warning? Okay, I have less than like 200 viewers across any platforms. I would never say I warn the left. I'm constantly warning the right. You guys, it's like, dude. Who are we talking to, Whick? I have like the same amount of followers on Twitter. We're not talking to anybody.
You do. I told this to the left as well. Hey, if you keep going extreme, the right's going to counter you. So if you want a more moderate politic, vote for moderate candidates. That's the only way to turn down the temperature. The only way. If people keep going to the radical extreme side because they have to counter the other side, it's going to create, again, a reciprocal radicalization effect, right? This is very studied, right? This is a common thing. Yeah. We see this all the time across all sorts of issues, right? So my worry here.
Thank you for following EOLS.
My concern is that we are going to every side is going to keep weaponizing its crazies to fight the other. We're going to see each other as enemies. So Tali, my advocacy to you is that
because of Aaron's extremism, I'm going to vote for JD Vance in 2028. Hey, I'm only a communist because of MAGA. It's their fault. It's the damn reciprocal radicalization. If there had been no Trump, I would not be a communist.
The less extreme candidates going forward in the midterms coming up, because we can't change your vote, Like, we can't actually go back in time. There is no button we can press to change
That's
your
true.
vote. But what we can do,
It's such an insane combo because we basically have to pretend Hillary Clinton, Joe Biden, and Kamala Harris are as fringy as Trump. I mean, that's the world that she's living in, apparently.
is talk to you about what's coming up in the midterm.
Well, I did not know it would pop up. I call out, I try to say thank you to everybody who follows, everybody who subscribes, everybody who donates. By the way, I give a personal thank you, but one day we'll actually install TTS, and I need to turn on my memberships on YouTube. I'm eligible for them. I just haven't turned them on.
Terms.
And then
right?
you guys will have
Candidates
actual rewards attached to giving me money.
are going to be on the ballot in the Senate and in the Congress, and how we can use those seats to moderate and act as a block to the Trump administration, which you agree is going too far in a wide variety of issues, right? That we've talked about all the time, right? You don't like their attacks and assaults on various things. You don't like the empowerment of the extreme right, the Tucker Carlsons, et cetera, right? So the moderates in Congress that are coming up for election in the midterms, right? Can we commit you, or at least commit you to thinking about voting for them? Can we do that?
Yeah, I mean, those are going to be local elections, right? Where
Congress,
it's going to be
Senate.
It's going to be, it's going to be district elections
That's
for the House of
local.
Representatives and the statewide elections in
Yeah.
terms of senators.
right. My point to just being that's going to vary, right, depending on where the person
I'm
lives. So
asking
yeah,
you,
sure. If
right?
there are, I know. But what I'm saying is like, yeah, if there's a moderate, sensible candidate out there, yeah,
There was. Her name was Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris is not some fucking radical.
I would vote for them.
I want to make the case that Donald Trump, this has been an ongoing project for him. He's been remarkably successful. He has, for years now, been pushing the very.
Like, that tells me again that she has been consuming so much right-wing media to have it in her brain to seriously hold the thought, an idea that Kamala Harris is some fucking radical, is some like mirror to Donald Trump, that she's just like the left version of Trump. She's not. She's just a lib.
moderates that you're appealing to out of the party. He is remaking the entire Republican Party in his image, which is thoroughly corrupt. He does represent, I think, an existential threat to the Republic, literally to the Constitution. So I think like right now, when we were talking about triage, I think the correct move, I invite you to explore this possibility, is to
recognize, if this is your philosophy, recognize that the right has actually gone way too fucking far. The right is doing a lot of the things that you're accusing the left of doing, or I think that the left has like a mandate on or exclusively does. Recognize that the right objectively has and been doing this for decades. And if you want to fight extremism in this country and shift the balances back to centrism, normalcy, you should be enthusiastic, not just like holding your nose and voting for Democrats. You should be enthusiastic about Democrats.
wholly reject the Republican Party.
Especially with the current iteration, which is, again, they campaigned and ran on Trump's this huge threat to democracy. He's Hitler 2.0. He's going to destroy everything. And that was correct. All of that was mostly right. But they don't act like it. So that sounds like her dream party, and yet it's not.
Straight ticket. Do not vote for a single one of them for as long as MAGA is in the driver's seat.
Yeah,
And you can, maybe 10 years from now, they start to moderate. You start seeing more Jeff Flakes and fucking Susan Collins or whatever. And then, I'm not going to like morally judge you for supporting those candidates. But like right now, I think we're in a really serious moment.
Yeah, we could probably, if you guys want, start like doing like closing statements, and Talia, you'll get the last word on this. I think it's important. We'll give the second to last word to Whick. So Conaboy and Pisco and I will go. Do either of you want to go? Please
I'm excited for this part.
go, Conaboy.
I'll
Yeah,
start.
you guys can go first. I don't care.
I'll just say, listen, it was great talking to you. I hear a lot of familiar patterns in what you say. I'm not saying that everything's
Blonde Philosophy in chat saying, wow, I like Hutch in this episode. A stunning endorsement.
is repetitive. Some of it actually, I think, hit home to me in terms of I had a similar experience in college when I would.
Ooh, we got a Tali Bots A-logger in chat. She is just dishonest and was nobody honest would and nobody honest would act that way, or she is just crazy. Keep in mind she's a podcast, The Navel Gaze, a podcast about autosexuality. I know that since every episode starts with that description, and I guess she has mostly talked about autogynephilia. She may be a one-issue voter, and trans stuff is so crazy for her that Trump it is. We might need to look into this.
Never say that I'm anti-woke or anything, but I was taking a strong stance against identitarianism at a time when, I had Hispanic friends and stuff who were like, what the fuck? So I understand that people can feel personally ostracized.
I need to read young Pisco's essays against identitarianism. Where are they? Inject them into my veins. Maybe in the next podcast episode.
And I would just ask maybe for you to look at the people that you respect, right?
Because I'm a fellow Hispanic person. I'm a fellow Mexican. So where are these essays that piss off the Mexicans? I need them.
You respect Destiny. You respect Richard Hanania. They have both taken a position against Trump, one before and one after. And I was just like, what is it about their stances and why I respect them that they've come to this conclusion? What about their decision? Do I disagree? I think that you're conscious enough to know that a lot of it is vibes based, a lot of it's cultural. I would just be like, I don't know, formalize it in some way. What would it take for me to admit that either it was wrong or that I'll do something different in the future? But in general, I thought it was great talking to you. I really appreciate your perspective. And, things got heated with when
Buttigieg 2028. Look at the absolute state of the Lib Learn chat.
A little bit of Whick, but no hard feelings. And love you guys very much.
Boy.
Yeah, great discussion. Guys, sometimes we yell at each other. It's okay. It's not a big deal, obviously, but love the conversation. Huge, incredibly deep disagreements pretty much across the board.
Whick basically brought her on hoping for a lefty suck circle jerk. Oh no, Tali, you're reasonable. Wait, moving too fast. Oh no, Tali, we're reasonable. You're so right that these leftist cancers in our parties are so very bad and have to go. I don't know that she was expecting that, because if she watches any of these people, the person who is the most like that, and she already said that she watches him, is Hutch. But Josiah Econoboy Pisco can correctly contextualize and identify the extent to which this even is prevalent on the left, and more importantly, to their podcast and their content. How much does it manifest within the Democratic Party itself? And how seriously is it taken? And it's not. It's marginal, unfortunately.
But I think that one of the big
Tully can take it from me. She has nothing to worry about the Democrats going too far left.
Ways is that, certainly
I say this as the actual leftist boogeyman that she should be scared of. She probably thinks I represent the average Democrat when I fall outside of the norm in every single respect.
I think if we're talking about being a coalition partner, one of my big things is that I don't think that you'll find nearly as much ostracization from grass touching actually existing kind of Democratic groups. I think if you were to go to, for instance, I don't know where you live, obviously, but if you were to go to a county Democratic Party meeting or something like that, I don't think that this would be nearly the same space as the type of activist space that you existed in previously. And I think that that's probably reflective of.
Did Boy just say the context? Wait, what was I'm already forgetting the fucking Kamala Harris thing. You exist within the context of all in which you live and what came before you. That's what he's really questioning right here with Tali. Let's go back and rewind.
Party meeting or something like that. I don't think that this would be nearly the same space as the type of activist space that you existed in previously. And I think that that's probably reflective of.
So he's referring to the context in which she lived, obviously.
How Democrats generally govern. One of the arguments that you'll hear from so many of these activist spaces is that they hate Democrats. Why do they hate Democrats, right? Because Democrats don't go nearly as far as they want, right? And, I'm a radical. I'm on the far left of the party, obviously. I want the Democrats to go way further, but...
I'm a radical. It's so cute that Econoboy thinks he's a radical. It's so cute.
I also recognize that moderates are part of the Democratic coalition, and I wouldn't say that we should excise all the it just wouldn't be feasible to do so. It's coalition politics, right? So at the same time that people like Mamdani win in New York, there's going to be people every now and then you're going to have the mansions and the cinemas of the world that win in their respective areas, and that's just understandable. Hopefully we can just meet somewhere in the middle of the left of center spectrum, because I certainly would say that, look, government in this country, when it's compromises between the Democratic Socialists and Progressives and the moderate Democrats, that is a way more comfortable space to live in, right? Than when we're compromising between the white nationalist, if you don't want to say Nazi, the white nationalist, right wing, bigoted right, and, the center right, which apparently doesn't have much courage to challenge the far extremity of the party anyway, right? Which is really tough, I think. I think that's...
Is it that they lack the courage, or is it that they just don't want to? Is it that they maybe just ideologically align with everything that MAGA has to offer? I think that generally is just the case.
Much kind of more precarious place to live, I guess, especially if we care, like Josiah said, about those kind of very fundamental liberal values. I just didn't see Joe Biden doing these attacks on free speech or the press or, political organizing. When there were protests and stuff like that, it's like 200 people protest and we're sitting in the National Guard. That didn't happen under Joe Biden, right? It just seems like certainly it's better to it just exists in general under Democrats and that coalition, that the Republicans and theirs. But it was a good conversation nonetheless.
Yeah, so as far as I'm concerned, Tali, I grew up in rural Kentucky, and I was surrounded by, actual conservatives and mostly Republicans, and most of them are MAGA to this day. I've got sisters who are MAGA. I'm just used to being around people with whom I disagree. And nothing you said here was particularly offensive. I think the disconnect, I can't speak for the others, but for me is I do culture war stuff. Culture war is irrelevant to me. I actually have, I make fun of it a lot on my channel. I'm like, if all you care about is what shoes the green M&M wears while USAID is being cut and we're having cuts on Medicaid, I think you're missing the forest for the trees. That is my prism, okay? And I think that's probably where the disconnect is. I can't empathize because the things that you are concerned with,
She tried to say something and she was muted, but I was wondering what she was going to say.
Genuinely not, particularly when it comes time to voting. That's the real thing.
I'm
I don't
not
see a direct
concerned with the
connection.
color of the shoes of the green M&Ms.
Well, that's my bullshit. Tucker Carlson bitched about that for about a year.
Right.
Did you know that they're changing the shoes on the green M&M? It's like,
right, and I'm
Minecraft
very
yourself, please.
concerned with the culture war, and I'm not concerned with the skin color of Disney princesses, and that's like
there's a black
I hope
elf
that
in the
would
Lord of the
be
Rings thing. Miss me with that.
No, her pet project is apparently like fucking autogynephilia.
So I
don't worry, I'm not into any it's not like I care about what gender Mr. Potato Head is. I just care about autogynephilia.
That is not what my channel.
I'm just interested in the relationship between race, IQ, and genetics.
Is about. It's not content, and it's genuinely not just something that I
I'm a centrist, by the way.
Contemplate. And to Wick's point, I know that is a big thing for a lot of people, and that's why I stay out of it, because I genuinely don't care about it and am incapable of dealing.
Is that really what she talks about? Somebody was in my chat earlier saying that she had a conversation with Not So Erudite, and she said that the relationship between race and IQ needs to be studied more or discussed.
Dealing with it. So that's where I think we're missing each other. I took what you said at face value, which is that you were not making an affirmative case.
Why aren't we talking about phrenology, you guys?
Vote for Trump. It was a protesting.
Has society gone so PC, so woke that we can't have rational, reasonable academic discussions on the skull shapes of black people? Come on.
Against the Democrats. I hear that a lot. I hear that from people in real life offline. And that's why I was just trying to make the case that Trump is worse than you expected. He's as bad or worse on many of the things you claim to care about. In authenticity, for example, he's lied more than Joe Biden has ever lied. He's lied more than Kamala Harris has ever lied. He changes his position all the time. He's not ideologically a fascist, but he embodies the worst elements of fascism, which makes fascism possible in his party. And so moving forward, I would encourage you to just re-examine the prism when it comes time to your vote. You can still care about the broader culture issues and identitarianism, but I would encourage you, when it comes time to vote, think of the party itself and the politicians as well, and the specific policies. That's what I was trying to make the case, that just you're better off, as Econoboy has said and Hutch has said and Pisco has said.
Like, politics is more than your timeline, Tali. Trust me. I'm not lying to you when I say that.
Creating a circumstance.
It's what I make my content about, is whatever, like half of my content is what I see on my fucking timeline. I acknowledge that, but I pretend like that, like this is politics or something like that.
Where Democrats govern, because Joe Biden didn't do most of the stuff that upsets you. Joe Biden, again, I know Israel came up quite a bit. Joe Biden was the most pro-Zionist president ideologically in our lifetimes.
Yeah, I can't stress enough. Support for Israel is not a
No, I know it's not like outcome determinative or anything like that. I'm just saying,
and it doesn't seem like that really was the sticking point for her. It seems like it was the point of entry for her realizing that her politics diverged from her friends or something.
All these
level
things,
of anti-Semitism within the party is something that weighs more on my vote than the particular president's support for the state of Israel.
right?
I
and-
have some studies to show you.
It's funny that she says this, even though like every other type of bigotry apparently can be explained by like cultural and genetic differences, except anti-Semitism apparently.
About that.
Yeah,
But,
so yeah, it sounds like Pisco wants to hash that out with you, but that's what I would just invite you to do is perhaps think of it truly as a
Because
political.
like earlier in this conversation, she's like, people think that the inequalities that exist between like black people and non-black people are like to do with like that's to do with systemic racism. This thing that they believe in called systemic racism. But then by the end, she's like, also anti-Semitism is a really big problem in like both the left and the right. Like what?
Thing and not a cultural thing in terms of your
Like
vote.
how do you like cherry pick these bigotries? I don't get it.
And I don't think it's mutually exclusive. I think you can do as Destiny has done, as Hutch has done, which is, sound the alarm about what you view as the excesses of the left and still vote for the Democratic Party, which is less authoritarian, is more free speech, and all of these things. That's what I would encourage you to do. But I appreciate you coming here. And so I'll give Whick the next word, and then you get to close
Does
us
Hutch
out.
not get a turn?
What about Hutch?
I thought Hutch did. I thought you were.
Wow.
Hutch, my bad.
Fuck me, right?
Bro,
Is that your
I'm sorry,
catchphrase?
Hutch.
Hey, I'm used to it. It's fine.
No, fuck you. No, I thought you were like do it because you did the first invitation. You did the first like eloquent like
Friends
closing
with
thing.
the
So
fam.
you
No,
go ahead.
Hutch has to get the
Yeah,
rest
you
to
go.
say
You
something.
I
go,
mean, I'll
bro.
keep it brief. Listen,
No, go ahead.
it sounded like you were a bit self-conscious in the beginning. I just want to clarify for me, I'm pretty sure this is the case for my co-host as well, but like, I didn't go into this with some preconceived notion of who you are. I'm not thinking about the last election, to be honest with you. What's done is done. And I don't like Josiah said it really well, where it's like, I don't need you to feel regret. That's not really anything that matters right now. And I would just say that like, I appreciate you coming into this forum. It can be kind of overwhelming if you're like not used to this. And I won't name any names, but some people in chat are just fucking hostile and it's crazy. And so like, I'm appreciative of the fact that you came on and you seem like an open-minded person. I think that's a genuine open-mindedness. I think it's a genuine curiosity.
She actually defined what anti-Semitism is to her. Is calling Israel an apartheid state. Is it I think she does conflate anti-Semitism with anti-Zionism.
And
But I'm not basing that off of really anything too much of what she said in this conversation. It's because I've watched previous panels that she's been on Whick's channel related to Israel-Palestine, and she all but gave that definition of it.
at the end of the day, like if
From
we
what
don't
I
convince you, we
I
don't
can
convince
recall.
you. It is what it is. But I just want to stress that the stakes of this moment, I think, are very, very high. I think in many ways we live.
Like she described going to like a protest or a rally with some friends and being off put by a sign that said Zionism equals racism.
in the most pivotal moment in the last like 75 years. I think you'd have to go back to like the 60s to really pick another time in history that mattered more in this moment. There's an inflection point. Like we can either go in this direction over here or something that I think is really quite dark and existential. And so, I would,
Should think that criticizing the Israel lobby for being influential is anti-Semitism. That criticism on its own is not. Depends on the way you go about it.
I'm not gonna judge you. And if you want to be a part of this, then come on over. Yeah.
So, first, thank you actually for having us on. I do appreciate it. It's your house, your rules, right? I enjoyed the conversation somewhat, but I would be remiss. I did not say this was a very, very frustrating conversation for several reasons. We talk about
Because you didn't want to circle jerk about how evil lefties are with me.
inauthenticity on the left, right? And what I felt, it might not be true, but this is the impression that was given. You guys had kid gloves on the whole time. If you think she's retarded, call her retarded. If you think she's retarded, call her retarded. If you think she's retarded,
There was literally a point in this where he got annoyed that with the chat, who was calling her out ruthlessly, saying exactly what they thought, and he said, "You're Trump's strongest soldiers."
call her retarded. And I can't stress this enough. You guys, well, I don't want to really, you're treating her like, well, I don't really want to make you feel regret or anything. And it's not important. You're still
I don't
a
think
good
that was
person.
my
and things
attitude
like
at all,
that.
to be fair.
You guys
Maybe these
came
other
off-
three posers,
hold on.
but
You
not
guys
me,
came off
goddammit.
As very inauthentic, frankly. Okay, you did. You simply did. Like, in this whole thing, it felt false.
I don't think it's inauthentic. I think it's also they were coming in again. Look, it's literally called Trump voter intervention / Trump bill. An intervention is not staged like a fucking debate where you're confronting somebody with a substance abuse and you start berating them and trying to debate them out of their fucking addiction. The whole point is to for there to be like a good faith mutual exchange, and it's more of a dialogue and conversation than it is adversarial and blood sports. So if that's the premise of this, why the fuck did he expect them to like shout her down? It would literally be like a 5v1.
And I don't know
Like if he wanted that, why did he agree to this framing or whatever?
how else to stress that people would rather have a screaming match with you than feel like you were lying to them.
Dude, fuck you. Honestly,
Good.
fuck you.
Yes,
Really,
this
like, go,
is the
go-
energy
go to
we
hell.
want.
Oh, yeah.
So why do you bring that
on the
against
one
us?
hand,
Yes.
so this is so fucking
Go off, King. Go off, King.
informative from fucking Whick. So Whick is like, oh, you can't yell at people. You were doing her with guilt. Oh my god. And now you're gonna fucking
Oh god, fake crying has been ruined for me by Jank because he did that. I'm like having flashbacks to Jank doing that in his conversations, even though it's 100% apt here.
you're doing this.
Wick is like pearl clutching, and I do not know where the fuck this came from because the entire time, anytime they tried to get adversarial or hostile with her, he was saying that like this is why Democrats are out of touch. This is why they can't reach average people like her. People want to embrace like moderate politics, not extremism, like. And you guys are just feeding into reverse radicalization when you call her a fascist, Trump supporter, piece of shit Nazi.
posting like we were
And then by the end, he's like, why didn't you call her the R word?
treating her with kid gloves. When Econoboy was going hard on her, I was pointing out what I view were contradictions. You are so full of shit, and you wherever the wind blows. So if we were too berating on her, you'd be like, oh my god, all these men ganging up on her, and
What's
you know
gonna
you're
get me
making her feel
most
guilty. And
confused?
now you're saying we had
What
kid gloves
position
on.
can I take that's
Fuck
going to be best
you.
for content? Which way is the wind blowing here? That's what's
I
happening
think
right
the
now.
screaming.
And
I think the
it's
screaming
very-
match probably would have been
If I
better
may.
for content. Wick.
If I
I
may.
disagree on that.
I don't know why I don't know why Pisco thinks it's like this gendered angle.
If I may, right? If I may, right? Well, you have brand risk, and
I mean, she is dumb and they were being incredibly patient with her. LOL. I don't think that this was like even through Pisco's framing or whatever, maybe Wick's trying to signal that a little bit that like, oh, I don't know if it's the result of like benevolent sexism, but that's not how it came off to me. It came off to me that they were just like handling her with kid gloves because that's what the premise of the fucking conversation was. It was going to be an intervention and trying to gain insight into where she's coming from, where the fuck these like, again, vibes-based voters, like how, like walk them through her process, which she all but said was like, I admit it's irrational and no one should pander to me.
brand concerns as well as that. But I think that when it comes down to why, what
IDK, if she's dumb, I think she's dishonest. I mean, she seemed pretty honest about and straightforward about her bad, stupid, terrible beliefs. So, disagree. I don't get the sense that she's disingenuously holding any of the positions that she articulated in this conversation.
we learned tonight, and I fear we learned nothing, and that is my frustration with the panel. But I love you guys, I do, even if I hate you, right? And I think that we should really come to terms with the fact that Democrats are in a bad spot. They're in a bad spot right now. Okay, we have to figure out why they are in that spot, what we can do to fix.
I also don't want to frame her like not going into some of her more fringe beliefs as like fundamental dishonesty, because when I go into conversations with right wingers and I'm talking to somebody who doesn't even think that like systemic racism exists and they think that Democrats are communists, it's like sometimes there is just really not an opening in the conversation for you to start talking about fucking like far left politics. You're talking about somebody that diverges from you ideologically like completely, and trying to find points of agreements really, really narrows the confines of the conversation. Plus there's just the natural time constraint that exists in all of these spaces. And because of that, you don't get into the details. But I don't think somebody would be like, it would be honest to say or accurate to say, Straighterade being mask on. She's secretly like a communist and she's trying to present herself as more reasonable than she actually is. She's way more radical. It's like, no, I acknowledge my partisanship and I acknowledge how radical and fringe my politics are. But how relevant are they to the types of political discussions that most people want to see and they're having now? To the extent that I can incorporate them, I definitely try to. But I'm not intentionally trying to be deceptive if it doesn't come up. And I wonder if that's the case for this conversation or whatever. It was like 3 hours and she does hold fringe beliefs and she alluded to them. And I think it goes over most people's heads because they don't realize the types of things that she's alluding to. But I don't know that I would call that dishonest.
It, and then we have to implement the changes necessary to do so. And that is both on a policy level.
Here's a link to her podcast. I also heard her say she was inspired by same-gender skeptic writers, and among them she mentioned Abigail Schreier, the author of Irreversible Damage on ROGD, not a recognized thing. Yeah, I talked about this how ROGD is literally, there's no empirical backing for it, but this fucking dude, Abigail Schreier is no one. Abigail Schreier is not a gender youth clinician. She's not an endocrinologist. She's not an MD. She's literally a lawyer. Pretty sure. She doesn't know anything. She wrote a whole book on stuff like that. And am I saying that you need that credential to be able to write a book that reflects scientific consensus and accurate facts and data surrounding trans people? Absolutely not. You don't need to. But people point to this book as though, one, like, she has any authority or something that, like, it should be immediately taken more seriously because it's coming from Abigail Schreier, even though her field of expertise is completely unrelated to what she's talking about. Therefore, people should go into it with more critical, like a more critical lens and skepticism about what she's saying, and be sure to actually independently validate everything that she's saying. But inside of that book, it's full of falsehoods. It's junk science, pseudoscience,
and a cultural level. And I think we can't ignore one for the other, and we mistake often how influential randos on the internet or randos in people's lives can be. And perhaps it wasn't the case with Tali, but I know many people who were simply turned off because they were treated like shit by the other side.
You just told me to call her.
Yeah, real. I'm stunned. Before we go to Tali, like you threw a firecracker there, so I'm curious. Like
that whole screed from Whick was entirely internally contradictory.
Do you not understand the difference?
I do.
Like literally in one breath, he was saying you need to be open to hearing out these people, seeing where they're coming from, have a conversation with them. And then also you should be calling her regarded. And if you don't want to do that, that's you like not being honest and handling her with kids' gloves, which pick a lane, dude.
I think that
No, I actually don't understand the difference. I think it's fucking stupid.
I know. This is part of the problem. You don't, right? Like this is part
You're
of the
accusing me of insincerity. You think that I'm just sitting here boiling with contempt for her, and I'm not.
No.
That
No,
is
I think
my
you were one of the more like Hutch out of all these people. Well, I met Josiah in real life. Josiah.
Wasn't The Race Realist written by a psychologist or something? It was written by Charles Murray, and my understanding is that Charles Murray is a political scientist. But yeah, the whole thing, the entire issue with that book, which I've read, unfortunately, and I've also read the answer to it, which is called, I think, The Mismeasure of Man by Stephen Golding, which debunks a lot of Murray's claims in the bell curve. But he doesn't understand heritability whatsoever. That really is the central issue with the book. And the other thing is that he makes leaps that you wouldn't need to make. Even if I granted that there was some sort of genetic inferiority that existed between races of different kinds within the as we understand them. So what? You can't actually derive any moral conclusion from that. Even if that were true, it wouldn't follow from that they should be treated differently. Which he explicitly argues they need to be in the book.
And our boys, right? But Hutch, out of all these people, I think we are closest aligned, right, in temperament.
You said he was fucking shaming her. You said he was.
He was.
Her. What? So what? So is Hutch now immune from your criticism because you guys are boys? What are you talking about? You're so full of shit.
Do you understand how I can be much more temperamentally inclined towards Hutch, but still he did something that I wouldn't agree with in one case?
Yes, I understand that.
Okay, great, awesome. That's all that's happened here. So to imply
he's blowing a fucking gasket here.
That this is like, oh, you have one criticism of Hutch, that means you must hate Hutch, is just silly. Again, authenticity.
Dude,
I can't claim this enough. One of the reasons Destiny is so effective,
I also think he has a caricature in his head of how progressives and liberals are, that they're just frothing at the mouth to shout down and scream at every single Trump supporter, when Josiah literally just shared that he is around Trump supporters all the time, and his own family, people that he is close to and loves, are MAGA supporters. So it's a huge assumption on Wick's part that if you're not shouting her down, saying that she supports fascism, that she's like a moron, then you're being dishonest as stupid.
Or not, because
like all of these people are capable of thinking all of those things, but recognizing that that's not the way that they go about discussing it with this person. What brand are your glasses frames? They're Gucci.
Getting with that Destiny, he would have called Tali a cuck. He would have called Tali.
I think I can't even remember. I think they are Gucci.
A terrible person. He would have
No,
called
Destiny.
Ollie retarded.
Destiny's
And,
conversational
I think that might have been
strategy is
more
very.
effective.
And we
No,
should have done that.
respectfully,
And we should have
yeah.
done that. We should
If
have done
that's
that.
what you feel, yes.
Bro.
Oh my God.
So okay.
Well,
listen
to be
me.
fair, I was really hoping that the conversation would go in a direction that they didn't think that I was retarded and terrible,
Fair enough.
even if they strongly disagree with me.
Yeah, I think that we made it clear we strongly disagree and are
So what the fuck did Whick want?
often perplexed by her worldview. I don't understand most of it. I understand some because I've heard it before from family members. But yes, I'm not like. It would have probably been better content had we just screamed at her, 4-on-1, 5-on-1 the entire time. But that's not the point. Like I thought this was like a conversation with a random, Trump voter with whom we disagree. I'm not going to scream at somebody. Now, if it's somebody like Lactoid, that I have a history with, that I enjoy sparring with, and it's a 1-on-1, it's not a 5v1 against like 4. Of course, I'll send him a fuck you. I don't know this girl. I don't know who she is. So yeah, I do not apologize.
I told Pisco to shut the fuck up multiple times this
exactly.
episode.
And honestly, that was quite frankly the highlight.
Tell her.
What did Econoboy even tell Pisco to shut the fuck up? Only on the Nazi thing when Pisco was like, anti-Semitism is the organizing principle of Nazism. You can't use it except in this context or whatever.
Not a girl.
I'm not going to tell Tally. Maybe
Somebody's name is Lactoid. LOL. Yes, and it's a man, a conservative man at that.
second conversation, I will
Lactoid
tell
TV.
you to shut the fuck up, okay? If that makes you feel any better, but not on our first, okay?
She was giving it back. I felt that. I think you're trying. I actually think this is really sinister from Whick. I think Whick is trying to. I think this is actually really sinister. I think you're trying to concoct a sexism angle. That's why it's so incoherent. You're trying to play. Wait, is it sexism if they treat her very differently and they're like really not mean to her, or is it sexism when they are giving her retreat gloves? So you're trying to concoct some kind of sexism angle, and that's why you're not making any fucking.
I don't know where he's getting this. I really don't think it's that. I think Whick just wanted it to be, if they weren't going to shout her down and disagree with her vehemently the entire time, calling her a moron, calling her like a fascist supporter, then he wanted it to be an anti-left circle jerk.
Sense, boy.
You think
Boy? What?
Concoct some kind of sexism angle, and that's why you're not making any fucking sense, boy.
you think that sexism?
He's gonna just call Whick boy. Okay.
All the words I said. Sexism
I think you're trying to
is the one you
concoct
got.
that narrative, and that's
I think Whick wanted them to be tangled up in anti-Semitism worries, which is funny because she kept trying to move the conversation away from that. There were people that wanted to talk more about the influence of Zionism on her politics because she is a self-described Zionist, and she was like, "It's not a really big deal."
Is the one you
that's
got.
why you're not making sense. That's why you're
Well,
not
I
making sense.
dislike women, but I'm gonna put that aside.
It's because Whick called Pisco sexist earlier in the conversation. For what? I don't remember that, but I started watching this 2 days ago.
For this conversation, like an
That's
adult.
very big of you that you're
Like
able
a
to separate
grown-up
your side
does,
from
you know.
your
Me too.
misogyny. Yeah.
I don't understand how you how you got to sexism from anything
You want to have a conversation about this conversation, and you can't really articulate what's the problem here. Is the problem that we were too mean, or that we weren't mean enough, we weren't authentic enough? I thought we were authentic.
I said
and
it
for
3
you, it's
times
like
in
it's
a row.
only authentic.
Inauthentic. Did I stutter?
In what respect? Show me where we're using the R slur as other people. You're on a show called Lib Learn, where the most I don't know violent we'll get at each other is when Econoboy and Hutch are arguing about should we include lefties or not, and it's never what you're saying. So you just don't have a good comprehension.
Yeah, when Hutch is worried about Waymos or whatever, and Econoboy is saying he doesn't need to fucking worry about it. That's about as contentious as it gets.
The show, and you think that we're being inauthentic.
Waymo's being burned.
Being our
specifically.
authentic selves.
Every single one of you, one-on-one and in other venues, and you do not act like
This
you
is
did
not a
tonight.
debate. This was not a debate. It's different if it's a debate in a conversation where she's outnumbered
I've
5
had
to 1.
conversations that are not debates with all of you, one-on-one in various venues. They did not act like you acted tonight.
Which was what? Which is not ourselves, is what you're saying.
Yes, inauthentic.
Okay.
I mean, Wick, to be clear, there was an exact analog to this with me personally when I debated Joe Lewis on your show about essentially why he doesn't support voting for Democrats. And I just don't recall calling Joe Lewis a dumb fuck or a retard or an asshole during that. That was a 2-hour discussion. And I mean, I remember acting substantially the same way. I mean, I don't know, Wick. You've lost the plot on this one, Wick. You've lost the plot on this one.
I'm just
Hey
saying,
guys, go watch that debate
people
between
look
me
at
and
these
Joe, and you
things
tell me
and they make their
if I act.
judgments.
It's
and,
so funny hearing him try to be intimidating, angry. I can't even really picture. I've Brianna Wu fucking screamed and went off on Econoboy randomly on like a small panel that he was participating in. And his response stream to it, which I watched, was him being so disappointed, like sad, and like so cordial, but like there was a little bit of anger directed her way. But he's just not, Econoboy's not that guy.
I guess we'll see, right? But
Tali's been waiting to give a closing statement.
And Econoboy was like, I'm really angry, but it was like, it never got more heated than him saying, I'm really angry about this.
On here, and I do appreciate. I think part of the problem is I look at this and I view it as there's a car and we're all in a car, because I want to preface this. It's very
Pisco is
important.
grinding his teeth.
It's very important that we win in the midterms. It is very important. It is the most important thing that we win in the midterms. We have to take back the House and the Senate if we can, right? Nothing else is more important than that, right? I think we can all agree on that at least, right? That is a touchstone that we can
He's
agree
gonna
on.
lose his shit.
What I am seeing, and it's not just you guys, I see this all the time. I am seeing the Democrats, right, in the left in general, driving towards a big fat fucking L. A big fat fucking L. And I'm like, we gotta swerve.
And they should listen to Whick, right?
We gotta turn. We gotta do something. Put on the brakes. Something has to be done. And you're just driving off a cliff.
The backwards cap has been engaged.
To the biggest L of our lives, and it's the biggest cell phone because there is never a better time where we can take a W.
You want to bet $50
policies
that
of Trump are going to devastate this country,
you wanna
and
bet 50
people are
bucks
going
that
to
the Democrats
hurt.
are gonna fuck
And
them
to
up?
take a L to Trump under those circumstances is going to be very, very.
Let's bet $50. Let's bet $50. I think the Democrats are going to fuck them up in the midterms.
$50.
$50.
You got to define a parameters, guy. What does it mean to are Democrats?
The last time a man
be a
challenged
boy.
Wick like
It's gonna be a
this, he
boy.
backed down.
It's gonna be a
fled
boy.
in terror.
And Pisco calls me a pedant when Econoboy, as soon as Hutch makes a wager. We gotta define our terms here, boys.
Are
The
Democrats
last time a man
gonna be a
challenged
boy.
Wick
It's
like
gonna be a
this, he
boy.
backed down.
It's gonna be a
fled
boy.
in terror.
True. Andrew Wilson put up $20,000 to
I'm
take
still
me
waiting for
on,
my
right? And then
$10
I
from
gave him a
Hutch, by the way.
date, and he never said shit.
Hutch will take that
Never
10,000
said
and
shit.
raise you.
Listen, they're going to kick millions of people off of healthcare. It's going to happen. They're going to do it.
Pisco and Wick are gonna box live on this channel, live on my podcast with Pisco. It's gonna happen. You guys have to tune in to see it.
But like fucking tonight.
Might be subscribers only, so
And
make
The
you in
problem
mind.
is, if we change, look, Hutch, you're correct if we change course. If we don't change course, you're incorrect. And I don't know if we're going to change course, because right now we're having a struggle session, right, in the left on the Democratic Party. There is a wrestle for control and a path forward of what our messaging is going to be, what our rhetoric is going to be, how we're going to approach people, how we're going to approach different things, what we will do. If we choose correctly, if we go the Wick way, okay, we will win. If we
Wick
go
way.
the Pisco route,
way of
we're
Wick.
going to lose.
What's
Again.
my route? What's my route? What are you talking? You're just taking shit at me because I yelled at you. There's no like actual point there.
What is the Pisco way?
If you take the Pisco route,
you want
The Pisco way is also incredibly cocked in a lot of ways.
it's because you want AOC and he wants a moderate type. That's what he's saying. He's like,
is that what you're
"Well,
referencing?
Yeah,
If you
it's
want a
about-
radical or something
Like Pisco is more willing to validate shit that I don't have any patience for.
on the
not be
far
racist.
left, then yes, that is a route.
You guys have a schedule for the podcast. You really like it. Thank you. We're gonna be doing it every Tuesday night. I think like 9 p.m. Eastern or something like that. I don't know. He wants it to be a late show.
to be for disaster.
AOC's the radical.
But season 1 for sure is us going over her take. Valuetainment's her take. But once her take dries up, I don't know what we'll set our sights on next.
Okay.
I think AOC is much more.
But I
Radical.
think fundamentally we'll always be a podcast about reacting to just like insane right wing shit.
than the people I would choose, like Josh Shapiro. He's the main guy on my mind right now. I probably could think of more if I. If
That's
I
your
took it,
fucking
but-
Pennsylvania bias coming in.
Bashir might be okay, right?
Oh, yeah.
Let's get Tally's closing statement.
Yeah, come on,
talking
come on.
about-
Anyway, but yeah, okay. I have a problem, and see, the authentic thing is to actually share and go with the energy that you feel, and I did. Ollie, go ahead.
Yeah, God damn it, Tally. There you go. I've just yelled at her. Come on. Go ahead and give your closing statement.
Thank you. I thought I'm really happy with the way this went. I appreciate that it wasn't so adversarial. I think that was more effective. I hear Wick on the authenticity thing, but I didn't feel like anyone was really being inauthentic. I saw Econoboy has a very bad poker face, so like
There's a difference. I mean, like, I don't think it's inauthentic to be. Dude, I paused on that. Like, fucking Queen Joe over here saying, Wick, you are so stupid, it should be against the law.
his
There's a difference between being inauthentic versus being, like, civil. And I think they were just civil in this conversation. I didn't hear any of them saying things that I haven't heard them say or reiterate in a lot of different conversations, because I have watched all of these content creators.
reactions were telling me a lot, but I don't think he was being
Pisco has to be laughing at Joe, just like absolutely tearing into fucking Wick from the chat.
authentic in anything that he said
Authentic
to me.
reactions.
Yes, very authentic facial reactions. There were a lot of compelling points here, and I'm glad that we got to. I know that there's frustrations. I need to work on articulating, my worldview in a quick and digestible way, especially when I'm trying to go through like a years-long process here. But I feel like for the most part, you guys met me where
I mean, I don't think it's a matter of her not being concise enough. It's just because her politics are literally just vibes-based, irrational, ideologically and idiosyncratic. They're just all over the place. That's why it's going to take 3 hours to get through them. You just never know where it's going to end up.
And I think
Who was your favorite?
Hutch, you were the most compelling, but that's not surprising because I'm already a Hutch fan. No, really, this was.
But they fucking agree, so she should have picked somebody. She couldn't say Hutch. She shouldn't have been able to say Hutch.
To deal with that forever. Thank you, Tali. We're gonna have to deal with his ego.
No, but it's. I messaged Hutch like after that panel that we were on together, and I was just like, oh, I would love to talk to you about this kind of stuff, but I actually feel like it's bad for Hutch. Like, I think there's going to be people that are going to be angry with Hutch that someone like me, a Trump voter, likes.
I
Hutch.
don't.
Oh,
give a fuck.
I know
if you
you
watch
don't
his
have
show-
that, and I respect
if you
that.
watch his show, people.
Here.
Exactly.
If you watch his
Exactly.
show, everybody's mad at Hutch at various points. You're
Yeah.
okay. Yeah.
Right, but I didn't want to contribute to that. So I think there were compelling points, and again, speaking to what I see as the concerns, because I wish, even though you guys disagree, I wish you would have maybe taken on more when I was, and maybe I didn't explain myself perfectly, but taken on more when I'm saying I'm sort of looking at a different dynamic, right? I'm not just looking at right and left. I'm looking at this horseshoe and sort of the top and the bottom of this horseshoe.
Speaks volumes for Hutch's audience. I mean, he was very, very proud to hear her say that. He celebrated. He like backed up and did like a whole little dance.
And so speaking to me about the isolationism and the anti-interventionism and the withholding of foreign aid and stuff on the right speaks to me, but I share some of those same concerns on the left. And the right has power right now, and they're the ones enacting this, right? So I don't have a perfect answer right here. And I am compelled by, now that we've seen what's happened so far in the Trump administration, lesser of two evils, and changing my analysis. So these things are compelling to me. I appreciate this. I don't know how to overcome. I guess like the problem too is like, I'm just not convinced. I guess like, sure, Democrats want my vote, and people who don't want Trump in power want my vote. And it's not all about me, blah, blah, blah. But I think I represent some cohort of people. I don't actually know that like my views are wanted in the Democratic Party. I don't know really if they do fit. That doesn't.
I don't want them, but there is absolutely room for them, because a lot of the things that she articulates are beliefs that are absolutely held by mainstream Democrats.
Mean that I shouldn't vote for them, right? That doesn't mean that I shouldn't do my own analysis.
But I don't think that those things are a priority to her.
But yeah, I don't know. Does that resonate with anybody? I hope you guys hear where I'm coming from. And again, I was really nervous about this conversation. I did think that it was going to be blood sports craziness, and I'm glad that it wasn't. Because on just a personal level, I mean, no one wants to be hated.
Not
like that,
Wick.
but on personal,
Wick is fucking mad it wasn't blood
Wick-
sports.
Wick's trying to feed you to the fucking
I want
wolves.
to be clear. Tali, we're going to talk about this later, but I think you're on inauthentic
Whoa.
too. The
Good.
conversations we've had
Whoa.
were not represented here.
What is going on? Wick?
Holy fuck!
just
Wait,
saying,
so
Wick is
wait, you're being
Wick is
inauthentic.
just trying to
No
use us.
prisoners. Wait. You're being
Can we do it
inauthentic
here?
because you're like
She has one issue. What do you think that is? To me, it seems like a really big thing is like autogynephilia, like trans people. From other things that I know about her, didn't come up so much in this conversation, but like broadly what she'll call identitarianism. Yeah.
Oh, I think you're being unauthentic. I'll talk to you about it later. So you're the real sexist.
Wick is actually trying to use us as his puppets, his pawns, as he creates some sort of blood sports arena here. And by the way,
blood sports.
Why was she inauthentic? How dare you? How dare you? I thought you were. Wait, I thought you were being inauthentic. Wait,
listen, before you guys get into it, I'm sorry. Before you guys get into it, I have to make one observation to Tali with what she said. Tali, seriously, I want you to know, because you said Hutch is the most compelling. I actually gave Hutch his answers in a DM privately, okay? So I just want you to know that.
Why would you tell them that, though?
I know. Well, now you've been
That's
exposed.
fucked up, man.
Yeah, I bet you feel like a fucking dick now. I'm sorry.
That's
Wick and
fucked
Pisco,
up.
you guys can fight now.
Wait, no, Josiah,
how's
would
she
you
being
welcome Tali? Would you, Josiah, would you welcome Tali into a coalition without calling her a fucking idiot and blah blah blah?
Sure. At the
We're
end of
not
the
a
day,
fucking idiot, but like a racist and a bit like there are things that I believe that a non-insignificant number of people on the left view as
Wick is the only person I like on this panel. Okay.
racist and sexist.
You know, we had
and
Brad
bigoted.
Palumbo on the podcast, right? Like we
I
were
just got
friendly with
called
him. We
sexist today
Yeah.
by Pisco for I don't know what.
Well, I said you were trying to. First of all, I said that you're trying to manufacture sexism.
You're trying to frame
That's what I
them
said.
as
And
racist.
then just then I said you were the
don't
real
understand.
sexist.
I
Just
legit
then
don't
I just said
understand this.
because you're like, oh, I also think you're inauthentic. You put it, squeeze it in, and be like, but we'll talk about that later.
Because
that
we're
to
doing
me,
in the other text thread.
Before
We'll
the
talk about that
conversation,
later.
Tali was like, "Hey, after the panel, can we talk?" And I'm mentioning that because that's what we said. Right? We're gonna do.
Okay. But not.
You know,
not
we're
in
going to
front of
talk
everybody.
after this without you,
You are,
Wick.
and that's okay.
Yeah, you're not invited, Wick.
That's okay.
So the only one who
You're
wasn't
always
inauthentic
invited. Fine,
today,
you guys
the
can
only
call
one who
it
wasn't
if you want.
inauthentic was Wick. How convenient for you, Wick. You were the only one who was being unauthentic in this whole panel.
That's why his flag is
My content,
backwards.
which you might not have. If
I
you
watch
think
your shit.
acted
I'm a
any
Wick fan.
differently
I'm actually a
here
Wick
than I
fan,
have
believe it or
in
not.
Any other panel I've been on, or any other venue
He's a Wick fan. Pisco literally called him like stupid earlier in this.
I've been
He's
on.
like, you're so fucking stupid, Wick. You're so fucking dumb.
right? Whether they be on my side, against my side, whether they be big names or small names, you're gonna get Wick. You know what you're getting. This is what I'm getting.
I didn't call you inauthentic.
You just got Wick, bro.
I just said it's
got
very
Wick.
convenient that
You just
got
wicked you down,
Wick.
bro.
Are
You just got
looking
Wick down
at me?
hard.
You're glad.
Wick
Listen,
on him.
I don't even hate Wick. I
Put a
don't hate
little
Wick.
Wick on him.
I'm
You
a
don't
Wick
even
fan.
hate Wick.
Wick enjoyer.
I'm a Wick fan. I'm a Wick fan. But I just want to
You
say,
called me a cuck.
I didn't call.
You
Did I call
called
you
me
a
a
cuck?
cuck yesterday. Get the
Is
clip,
that
gang.
as a joke?
I can't even do. I can't even do like an impression of like Wick. Why would he even say that? And call me a cock. Like such a self-own to bring that up. I'm getting a soundboard for the podcast with Pisco, and I'm definitely my first drop is going to be Wick saying, "You called me a cuck."
Okay, maybe I called you a cuck.
Okay,
It's
but
a
you called me a
meme.
cuck, and it's okay.
It was a meme. It's
But,
a meme.
like, oh, I'm a
You
Wick
say
fan.
words. You say words. We all say
Yesterday,
words.
when I wasn't here and you didn't think I was listening, you called me a cuck.
Cuckoldry is a neutral.
He went on Tim Pool, verified Russian Israeli shill, to argue for Ukraine. So that's why you like Wick the most in this? No one on this panel is like anti-Ukraine. All of them are pro-Ukraine.
Concept. There's no. It's not
Yes,
like
it's
good or
just
bad.
like-
It's
This
just
is what I mean
bad
by
about being a
anti-
cuck.
When I'm
What's
here
wrong with
to
being a
your
cuck?
face,
What's
just
wrong with being a
call me
cuck?
cuck if you think
What's
I'm
wrong with
a
being a cuck? What's wrong with being a cuck? I don't remember that I
Nothing's
called
wrong
you a
with
cuck.
being a cuck, but if that's
Okay,
what
so
you
you're a
think I
cuck
am,
then.
Dude, there's a yeah, hell yeah.
You're a cuck.
if that's what you think I
If
am,
Wick is asking you to call him a cuck, you don't ask questions, you don't hesitate, you do not even stop to collect $200 when you're passing go, you just fucking call him a cuck.
call it to me to my face. This
Yes, you're a very
both
much a
sides of the
cuck.
mouth where you say shit when I'm not here, and
Okay,
then when I
yeah,
am
okay.
here, you're like, "Oh, I'm a Wick fan."
I don't know
That's
if you
all
were having
great,
hearing
that's
problem. I
all
just
fun."
said
Who's
you're a
Wick?
cuck, and
That's
that's great.
inauthentic.
It's
And
wonderful
I'm
that you're a cuck.
glad. I'm glad that you're finally admitting it because I am bringing out authenticity in you, and this is why you all need me.
Yeah,
You
I was a little
need me.
disappointed when Pisco went easy on you tonight. I mean, it was like,
Yeah, I was
You
going
know
so
what it
easy on you,
is?
Wick.
You know what it is? It's because Wick and I had a shouting match the first conversation we had because it was about Harry Reid and the Supreme Court, which is like the ultimate trigger for me. So Tali, full disclosure, if we ever debate the Supreme Court, I might raise my voice.
Okay, why the fuck, with Josiah literally saying the thing that gets him all hot and bothered is fucking debate surrounding Supreme Court reform. That's the type of podcast that you were on, Wick. What the fuck did you expect? Why would you expect them to be shouting her down? That's who you're talking to.
Okay, I might get ready.
On a podcast called Lib Learn, an episode specifically titled Trump Voter Intervention, not Debate.
Face and like start frothing at the mouth and twitching if we ever talk
You're
about the Supreme
against
Court.
Harry Reid.
I love Harry Reid. I miss Harry
Overthrowing
Reid.
the-
Let's
okay.
bring Harry Reid back. No,
Okay.
long story
That's okay,
short
silly
is,
serious.
yeah.
I think you were the reason that Trump won.
Who? Why are you? Wait, so you,
Wait, okay, what did she say? 'Cause she's like
And like start frothing at the mouth and twitching if we ever talk
You're-
about this.
Wick is obviously like triggered by what Joe, aka the silly serious, aka Blonde Politics, is saying in chat.
And
Court.
Harry Reid.
I love Harry Reid. I miss Harry
Overthrowing
Reid.
the-
Let's
okay.
bring Harry Reid
She said, "I think you are so much worse than a cockwick."
back. No,
Okay.
long
That's
story
okay,
short
silly
is,
serious.
yeah.
I think you were the reason that Trump won.
Who?
Why are you? Wait,
Silly
so
serious.
you
Joe, aka the silly serious, is literally Australian. BTW.
He's
Why are you
talking
calling
shit
her
in
out?
chat. Get
Why-
on the
why-
phone. Okay, look. I know I'm not gonna
Because she's a
your
woman?
Show, I don't
Because
know
she's a
if
woman.
Collins, but if you
Because
want,
she's a
you want
woman.
to say it to my face, if you have any kind
what is she supposed to do? She wasn't invited to the fucking show.
bravery, she can
Wick, you may be the least appealing streamer I've ever seen.
come anytime. I do Collins. And
Bro,
can come
she's
on my show. We can
Australian.
go on a
She, like,
different venue if
routinely
you want.
She's the
kills-
reason
Silly Serious
Trump-
is one of the most brain dead
You
people I've
stole her
ever tried
fucking
to read.
phrase. You said from the silly to the serious. You stole it from her. You stole her idea. It's from the silly to the serious. Her name is silly serious, and you stole that from her. From the silly to the serious.
This has
And
to be
no
a
one wants to talk
joke.
about it, but I'm bringing it up
This
now.
has to be a bit.
Since you went after her, you stole it from her.
Are you, wait,
You're
are
a
you
thief.
serious with
You
that?
are a thief. You are a thief. You have your phrase.
I can't-
No, you almost not.
From
This
the
is a
silly to
bit.
the serious.
You're actually
Silly serious. That's her phrase.
Do
And
you
stole it.
owe her royalties, Wick?
Okay, you are trolling me. Okay, I think you might. Yeah, I do.
What do you mean? I'm complete. I'm
Pisco, you sold that pretty well. I gotta
You did sell it pretty well. That's why I wasn't sure.
Yeah.
But I was like, okay, no, yeah, okay, it's a troll.
From the
Fair enough.
silly to the, I never even drew that fucking connection.
That's his phrase.
That's
That's-
hilarious.
wait,
Yes,
wait,
that's
wait,
great.
Welcome to
that's
the
his
Whick
phrase.
channel, where we
I know
discuss
that's his-
cultural,
yeah.
local and cultural,
Yeah.
and the silly and the serious. Yes.
Oh my god, that's hilarious.
But yeah, I just
My
I just
body
don't
is-
respect people like her. It's just gross.
My body is
And dumb,
absorbing my fat
frankly.
reserve.
Wick calling Joe fucking like, ew, gross, dude. I have to do a sexism. I have to do it. Hold on. This is who Wick is talking about. He's saying gross to that's Pisco because they're together. This like gorgeous woman. Okay, dude.
Reserves.
retarded.
Oh, we gotta,
Did you
we
just
gotta
call
let.
her retarded?
I did call her retarded, and I'll do it to her
Jesus.
face. I've had a
Bro.
conversation with before, and she was one of the most dumb people.
It's okay. He can steal things. He can steal things. He doesn't have any creativity of his own.
Like, look, I debated Tim Pool, and I mopped the floor with him, but she was somehow dumber than
That
Tim
was
Pool.
pathetic. Your appearance at Temple was pathetic. Everyone laughed at you.
Everyone laughed at me. Well,
Yeah, they
people
were like,
congratulate
"Why did
me
he
for that all the
shave?"
time. They think I did very good.
Did they now? Why?
Well,
why
Lactoid
on-
doesn't. Lactoid thinks I lost, but
No.
that's Lactoid.
Well, he's libertarian, so fuck lactoid.
Who's saying she's gross? LMAO. Wick said that she was gross.
Okay. All right. Well, listen, we got to let Hutch go because he says that he's absorbing something into his fat or something. I don't
dying.
know what he said. Yeah.
My
So
body's-
listen, thank you so much, Tali. You were a good sport about this, and yeah. Well, the jury will render a verdict after. I was going to say cloture, being
Who's
sequestered.
the jury?
They're just gonna ogle Pisco and his GF. Yes, obviously.
That's a little
that's
scary.
that's a really. It's hopefully not chat because if it's chat,
God.
Jesus, you're
There is not a world where Wick calling me gross is a serious comment.
going down the row. If you know what I'm saying, like
Yeah.
it's we're gonna pull the lever.
The
but,
chat would have me walk the plank for sure, a couple times over.
Yeah. Well, thank you so
Yeah.
much. Thanks, chat, for watching.
Thank
Everybody,
you.
have a good
Hey,
night.
Wick. It's all good. Hey.
I know.
Much love.
We're all
Stay
good.
cool.
It's all fine.
And by the way, last
Wow.
message: Wick wants to
This is
expand
like
the
an
Supreme
episode of-
Court.
Oh my god, dude. Okay, I gotta. Let's see if we're getting Pisco back on the horn, because he said he would call me again. Let's see. Okay, we're done. Coming back on. You said you'd be back in an hour. He was already fucking lying. Cooked by the blondie. There was a point where she literally said in chat, Wick is worse than a cuck. I should try to do it in her Australian accent. Wick, you're worse than a cuck. That's my Joe impression. All right. I'm sleeping. It's July 5th. Okay, typical Pisco, typical man. Bailing already. Fuck him. All right. British, but you tried. What's the difference? To the unwashed American masses that probably watch me, they're not going to be able to tell the differences between an Australian accent like a British accent. Please. I should have added mate at the end. Exactly. Whick, you're worse than a cock. Mate. But if you're watching on Twitch, you should go ahead and follow me in case if you aren't already, so you can catch when I go live every single time. You can also subscribe to me and get an ad-free experience as well as emotes in my chat. If you're watching on YouTube, you should thumbs up the stream and subscribe to me if you haven't already. That way you can see every time I go live through YouTube as well. If you want to participate in YouTube chat, which is notably more dead, unfortunately. But if you subscribe to it and chat in it, then it won't be any longer. And if you want to support me, you can follow the donation link pinned in my Twitch chat or the description boxes of my YouTube VODs, where you can find a link to my Streamlabs tip link, as well as my coffee link, and get me a coffee on Ko-fi. And I'm at Straighterade or Straighterade _ on everything. I will be back in like a few minutes, and then we're probably gonna do either Alan Dershowitz on Piers Morgan or PBD and Charlie Kirk losing their minds over Zohran Mamdani eating with his fingers or something like that. So it's gonna be good. We'll be back.
It's paradise since the first time I saw you standing there. But it seems so long ago now, yeah. It's paradise, but no map can show us how to get there. Come on up, baby, let it love. We made our way out of long, long darkness, and we made it this far, such a long road. So let's go, shining all the way. Oh, we're on our own path now. We can take it anywhere that we wanna go. Sweet songs of love. Oh, can you hear it too? I am always looking at you, my sweet girl.
back. We're back. What happened while I was gone? Talking to your chat. Let's see. YouTube chat died, you guys. Nobody's active there. Nobody's even watching me on YouTube anymore. It's very, very sad. Why can't she let the videos play like regular streamers? Because apparently when you do that, you're fucking around and finding out, and I don't want a lawsuit. Okay, so let's do this PBD shit. Apparently, and I have not rewatched this, PBD was in rare form, even for PBD, criticizing Zohran Mamdani, socialist, who has only captured the Democratic primary nomination, not even become the mayor or anything like that. But PBD has nonetheless already tweeted that the Democrats are trying to turn New York into London. So that's where his point of reference is for this shit. So.
I got this car recently, and look how much I was paying for insurance before.
Coming to YouTube to say you're doing okay for your third-ish month streaming. Thank you.
Promises to fund.
So this is 3 days ago. AOC plus jihad equals Zohran Mamdani. Bill Ackman warns NYC's future is in danger if socialist wins. You're supposed to take what Bill Ackman, who's like literally a billionaire, and wasn't he also the guy who helped spearhead a lot of the like the plagiarism scandal surrounding like Harvard's fucking provost or president needing to like step down? I'm supposed to care what he thinks. Why? He paid for those like doxing trucks.
Bill Ackman promises.
But we must heed the words of this man, apparently.
Fund centrist, and Adam, I'm coming to you. Candidate to defeat socialist Mamdani in New York City mayoral race. Ackman, who's a $10 billion guy, announces intent to fund a centrist candidate, challenge him, Mamdani, to presumptive Democratic nominee and a Democratic socialist in New York City mayoral race. Who's your best centrist candidate who would go toe-to-toe with Mamdani in the campaign trail and on the debate stage? Let's crowdsource the names and then do a poll. If someone is ready to raise their hand, I will take care of the fundraising. Mamdani, also a member of the Democratic Socialists of America and the Working Family Party, defeated former Governor Andrew Cuomo. So now you're getting guys like Bill Ackman getting involved who are not wanting this. Adam, your thoughts on this?
There's so much to unpack here with this guy. And this is a story that is not going to be going away until the election actually happens in November. So it's like, what do you get when you mix AOC and jihad? You get Zohran Mamdani. So in my opinion, PB.
What? So that's what this title was in reference to. AOC plus jihad equals Zohran. Awesome, amazing calculus from Adam Sosnick there.
You've interviewed how many mafia type guys, New York City type guys? In my humble opinion, I don't think New York City is going to go for this. And I think they're going to take care of this one way or another, if you know what I'm saying. The threat will be eliminated. That is my.
Am I crazy? Am I pearl clutching, or is this literally him insinuating that he needs to be fucking Zohran Mamdani should be assassinated?
Humble opinion. I do not see this guy ended up
saying
winning.
He's not going to win. I just want to qualify because when you say stuff like
Yes.
that, we are running a
Yes.
live
okay.
interpretation. Adam, can you
Yes.
clarify what you really didn't mean?
I'm saying that I don't think that the establishment.
Dude, when even PBD is pulling you back from the edge, you know you done fucked up.
Is going to let this guy win.
That's right.
We're talking about Bill Ackman right now.
Yeah, dude. Okay, we're talking. I was just talking about the Democratic establishment. I wasn't suggesting that somebody needs to literally take him out.
And how he's going to basically say,
"Sure, dude.
I'm here. I have your back. I'm to the rescue. Give me your best centrist candidate, and quote unquote, I will take care of the fundraising. I will take care of the rest." So, what's happening with this guy is this is the perfect foil to whatever Donald Trump stands for. This is American capitalism versus global socialism, jihadism. And you know,
also the irony of him being like the Democratic establishment is going to take him out, and he's talking about a private individual, a billionaire who has more wealth than you could comprehend, is going to finance the opposition to make sure that he doesn't win.
you notice that he keeps saying, "Oh, he's a communist. He's a communist." So, and by the way, let's just not gloss over what he said in that quote. He says, "You know, we're going to hear and bring socialism, whether you believe in BDS, aka killing all the Jews, or
Very cool. So they whine about him not disavowing a thing he never said, which is globalize the Intifada. That's not good enough. They don't like him because he's Muslim. That's obviously anti-Semitic in and of itself to people like Adam. And even when you're not talking about you're not gonna find any statement from Zohran Mamdani where he's like, hell yeah, violent resistance against Israel. But you can't even just saying, yeah, let's do economic pressure on Israel to get them to end this genocide. We should not be aiding and abetting them. Now that's also, according to Adam, aka, killing all Jews. Cool.
seizing the means of production. Shout out to Karl Marx. What could go wrong here?
Yeah, shout out Karl Marx for that one.
It's not like we have countless examples of the problems that socialism and communism bring to the table. And then here's my final point. You see the numbers, and I'm sure we'll get into it, of Gen Z and college-educated Gen Z, college-educated female Gen Z who are voting for this in New York. And I'm saying this hypothetically, sarcastically, but almost literally. There's a big portion of Gen Z that needs to go to American re-education camps. And I know what that basically means, re-education.
Oh, so you got an education and it led you to believe things that are contrary to the things that I like? You should be put in a re-education camp. I'm part of the party that's small government and for liberty, BTW. The left is the one that's crazy and wants you to bow down to the woke mob. Not me, though. I'm totally okay with ideological diversity and different viewpoints in this democratic free society.
Education camps. I'm not talking about, the really, really bad kind. But there's a whole segment of society that...
Oh, when he says re-education camps, he means the good kind of gulag.
Genuinely needs to be re-educated on what America is and what America is not. And America is not Zohran Mamdani. You're telling me that a democratic socialist communist jihad...
Then explain.
...is going to be mayor of the epicenter of capitalism where Wall Street exists?
Yes, correct. Potentially. Yes. That actually is how democracy works. It's true. Yes, correct.
This makes no sense. If you want to understand that you're living in bizarro world, this is it.
You know, Matt, Adam, and you made a great point, but the one thing I'm going to disagree with, you're saying that the establishment won't do this, they won't do that. You even answered your own question. You corrected yourself. That vote, that 25-year-old and older, I had a guy connect me that was like, Vinny, the older people, the rich people, we had this conversation, they're not, Adam, they don't even know what the hell's going on. Because those 25-year-olds that are watching AOC, they're on TikTok, they're on Instagram, that's that audience that he's getting, and he can win, Adam. I think he's going to win, okay? Because the older people, the really wealthy, Adam, that $123 billion, they're going to move. They're going to leave. That number's probably dropping right now. And you nailed it. He's a freaking communist. He aligns himself with the jihadists. There's a video of him where he will not denounce Sharia law. And that's a whole other conversation we'll get into.
What the fuck? Video of Zohran Mamdani not denouncing... What? Not denouncing... Again, they're asking him to denounce things he never endorsed in the first place. Zohran Mamdani... Sharia law? Like, trying to figure out what the fuck this could be in reference to. Sharia law is the end goal. NYC is just the opening move. Is this really this looks like a meme account, though. Commentary account. It's not, it would say parody if it was a parody. Okay, this is... Zohran Mamdani running for mayor of NYC. Like the UK, Islamists are seeking key leadership positions to bring in Sharia law into America and usurp the Constitution. Texas is in danger of falling to jihadists next. Wake up, Texans.
In 32 days, we have an opportunity to prove that Muslims don't just belong in New York City, we also belong in City Hall. And I ask for your help in telling every person in your life, every person in our community, and every New Yorker that you know, that this is our chance. Because in this city, alhamdulillah, we have 1 million Muslims. In 32 days, we have an opportunity.
Okay, so that was supposed to be you were supposed to be scared by watching that? Yeah, in this city, we have 1 million Muslims. When you go and vote, remember, it's our opportunity to show that Muslims don't just belong in New York City. We belong in City Hall, too. Sharia law is literally around the corner in America. Okay. Sharia law is when Muslims are democratically elected to positions in America in the cities that they live in. Got it.
But you know what my thing is? Guys, let him win, okay? I'm dead serious. Let the people who keep voting for this BS, just like California, let them feel it. Like Bernie Sanders says, let them feel the burn, okay?
Okay, let Vinny cook. Let Vinny cook.
You want this sympathizing jihadist, want to be communist in charge of New York? Let them do it, okay? Let them flood the street with crime. Let the businesses collapse. Let the rats take over Times Square, because that's what you're going to get. And to all the New Yorkers, keep doing it. You guys keep doing it. And every time they have somebody to oppose these freaking psychos, nobody does it. You know why? Because you're loyal to your party. It's freaking madness. And
Dude, the projection on fucking display here. He thinks that the Democratic Party is happy or thrilled that Zohran Mamdani has become the Democratic primary candidate for the mayoral race in New York City. That there's complete and total... Kristen Gillibrand literally implied that he was a fucking terrorist and had to walk it back.
Stupid, but good. Let them do it, Adam. Let them have it. But Adam, look at
like Elizabeth Warren endorsed him after he had already won the primary. And Elizabeth Warren is supposed to be, like, again, part of the left wing of the party.
Pull from the governor. Look, we had Cuomo. You have Kathy Hochul. You have freaking Mayor Adams. You have this freaking guy. No, they have nothing. They have zero. They have no leadership.
Vinny in rare form today. This forehead vein. This might actually be the day that we watch it burst live on stream.
Everybody that they pick,
it'll be unfortunate because I will probably get banned for a day or two because it's gonna, blood is gonna spurt everywhere. But you know.
Is trying to destroy the state.
Amazing.
I'm from Yonkers, New York, bro. They have destroyed New York.
Bro, I'm from Yonkers, bro.
It's a city that nobody gives a shit about anymore. It's flooded with illegals. Everybody's leaving. Let it happen, guys. Nothing's ever going to change unless you just let them go. Let them go. And I love that Trump said, come ask me for money. See if you're going to get any freaking money at a federal level. I'm tired of this shit.
He's running on
I feel you. Can I just respond to Vinny real quick, Tom? Just real quick. I feel
Yeah,
Vinny,
shut up, Tom.
He's paying on this. I feel Vinny's passion.
Let Adam make another death threat.
Because there's a part of me that's like, let that shit happen.
Yeah,
Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. Don't forget one thing. This is what's called a Democratic primary. When in primaries, just like that's the opposite of general election, the most hardcore
primary is the opposite of general election. I'm often saying this. This is how I go about explaining civic procedures in my country.
People come out. It's like who votes in midterms? The most hardcore people, right? Who votes for representatives? The most hardcore people. There's a big difference in a general election. So if you're following what Bill Ackman says here, he says, give me your best centrist candidate. If there's one person, whether it's Eric Adams, whether it's Cuomo, whether someone else shows up, and it's one-on-one, Mamdani versus whoever that person may be, that person will win. If it's fractured and there's 3, 4, 5 people running against Mamdani, you're absolutely right. He may be the next mayor of New York, and we might see the official end of New York City.
Pat, do you think he's going to win? I have a
Well, let me tell you what's going on.
He's gonna win.
We're in New York. Whether it's New York City, whether it's Hamptons.
Why is this so fucking quiet?
Different beaches here.
This is literally as loud as it goes.
A lot of people. You know what people are saying? Weirdest thing? Guys who sell real estate in New York. Yesterday, this guy named Jason, if you remember him.
I remember.
Jason, no, his name is John.
Good guy.
This guy named John, right? You pulled him, Tom. When you shook his hand, you pulled him
Tom
like a Trump.
goes, what are you doing in the world? The guy goes, I'm going to go fix my shoulder.
You did the Trump?
Tom went
You
like
did the
this.
Trump?
I'm like, whoa,
Tom trumped him.
relax.
Tom trumped him.
So anyways,
Don't you just love when all three of them talk over each other at the same time?
he said to me, he says, and another guy said,
All waiting for the other person to shut up and let them finish whatever genius statement they're making in that moment.
he says, isn't it weird that we are all rooting for Adams to win? He says, if you would have told me a year ago, 2 years ago, I'm going to be rooting for Adams to win, we're all now rooting for Adams to win because nobody wants a snub job. That's what people are saying in New York right now as we speak. And Adams, believe it or not, there's a part of Adams, the more I watch him, look, nobody, is perfect. People make a lot of different mistakes, different kinds of mistakes. And he was accused of that whole turkey thing, $10 million.
Dude, there is a Republican candidate that has captured the primary, or that has captured the nomination because he ran unopposed. And they don't even pretend to encourage the idea of endorsing that guy because they recognize that he's not going to fucking win. So it really is between you have to encourage Cuomo to run as an independent, which he's probably going to do, or you have to endorse Adams, which shouldn't be fucking hard because Adams is a Republican.
You know which one I'm talking about, investment.
He may have a fucking D next to his name, but he literally made a deal with Donald Trump to get all of his charges dropped related to that, like, he was taking money from Turkey or whatever the fuck, and it was basically like, yeah, we'll let ICE come into New York City and do whatever the fuck they want to do as long as you drop all these charges against me. Literally a Trump collaborator.
Okay, fine. But to me, you know what Adams is going through? Realizing this party sucks.
Yep.
He's like, dude, this party sucks. What the hell am I doing with these guys? I was a guy that was a card-carrying member, and then this is what you're doing now? And I don't know if Adams was Democrat first before New York or New York first before party. I think to him is like, look, being a New Yorker is way more important than being a Democrat. I'm protecting the city is what I'm doing. And even when he speaks, he sounds like he's a New Yorker, right? Adams when he speaks. But Tom, what are your thoughts on this?
He's running as an independent.
I know
though,
he
just
is.
So you
I know he
Okay.
is. And then Chris is running as a Republican. As we get
Which Chris?
closer, I want to say his name right because I got so many Monex people saying you have to learn how to say folks. Half the time I don't even know how to say Adam's name right.
Silwa. Curtis Silwa.
Oh, yeah, he's part of the
Sliwa.
Guardian Angels.
Sliwa.
The Guardian Angels was
Yes.
an alternative protection.
But he's a Trump. He was not a Trump fan. I don't know if he's changed or not, but you're not going to be anti-Trump and you're going to try to be the opposition of this.
Look, so
Oh my God. The way that, again, earlier he was like, the fucking projection from Vinny, where he was saying the Democratic establishment is like entirely in lockstep behind Zohran. They fucking love him. This is what they deserve. They're the ones that enable, the party is what's enabling this sort of like socialism or whatever the fuck. And then as soon as he learns that the Republican nominee for the mayor of the Republican nominee for New York City mayor is apparently critical of Trump, bro, you're not gonna fucking win. You're not gonna be serious opposition if you don't like Trump.
But a set of thoughts here, and I got to organize them here so that I'm faithful and I don't take up a lot of time. First of all, we have seen elections in recent memory that were supposed to be slam dunks, but went the other way. Canada, Pierre Poilievre, right? Oh, it's a slam dunk all through the month of September, and then whammo. You know, it's like, wow, what happened there?
Yeah.
So you've got elections aren't over until they're over. Number one. Number two. Adam is right that during the primary, the activated group is only the most energized and activated of the party. You look at the turnout. The turnout for primaries is usually 40-50% of what the turnout's going to be in the general election, regardless of whether it's a midterm year where there's less enthusiasm or it's a general year where you have presidential elections and everybody's in the polls. So you've got that. The other side of it is, I honestly think Eric Adams is having a personal, not metamorphosis, but an evolution. He stepped out of line on the aid packages and sanctuary cities.
Okay, but why did he do that? Why did he fucking do that? Because he's a fucking corrupt piece of shit. He's a crook.
New York. And in 6 seconds, people that had supported him.
I mean, as it was, a lot of his policies or whatever with respect to being like tough on crime that had been consistently falling in New York City anyway was showing that, like, yeah, Adams was not some fucking progressive or by any means the like left wing, indicative of what the left wing of the Democratic Party could look like. But so in some ways you could see like this was like what was coming, part and parcel for how Eric Adams had like always conducted himself. When you look into his history, Adams is like reactionary on a bunch of shit. So it should come as no surprise, but he's a fucking grifter first and foremost. So naturally he fits in with the Republican Party.
And loved him, and we are family, we are the DNC. They turned on him, and they turned on him hard. And he's looking at that going, wow, what just happened? I get out of line an inch, and it turns out there is no loyalty. So I think there's a bit of an evolution with Eric Adams. And you got to remember, he came from the police and he was...
I love that video where he shows how to find hidden paraphernalia in a kid's room. Stylish knapsack with many different compartments. You can find something as simple as a crack pipe. I quote something as simple as a crack pipe so often, but no one knows what the fuck I'm talking about.
Not entirely lined up with the defund the police. Oh, he towed the line on the racial discrimination and things like that. Of course he did, and he waved the flag a little bit, but then he backed up and goes, no.
He also waved Israel's flag.
Wait a minute. So I think there's things that
Like literally met with was saying that he's the candidate running to end the anti-Semitism. Met with Sneeko, and then the media did not really give a fuck that the current sitting mayor of New York City had cigars with, or like sat down with an open neo-Nazi live streamer as much as they cared about the fact that he was smoking on the porch of Gracie Mansion.
are happening with Eric Adams are very real. But the other thing I'll say about this guy, this candidate, you know, which I call Mad Manny, so is look at those banners.
Mad Manny.
Afford to live, afford to dream. And you're talking to people who are out there
How come they don't go for Kami Mamdani? I don't get it.
feel like, yeah, there's a lot of immigration here in New York City, but I also can't afford it here. I'm not talking about the immigrants that say they can't afford it. I'm talking about regular citizens that say, this is expensive, I can't afford it. And it's the same thing happened to California when all their insurance went up. And they're saying, this is getting expensive, I can't afford it. And they don't turn in mob-like fashion. Back it up, Rob, you can see those backdrops there. That's his backdrop, the orange and yellow. Right there, top right. Yep. Afford to live, afford to dream. It's the yellow and blue. You see it everywhere, and it looks like it's just been freshly painted. And it's a very brilliant campaign when you're trying to say the people that did it to you ain't us. It's them, and we need to go after the billionaires. It's a billionaire.
Looks like it's been freshly painted. Yeah. Zohran Mamdani is branding. That's definitely the vast majority of the reason why he won. It's such a stupid fucking analysis. What?
Fault. So it's a
like sure, like good graphic design, good on Zohran, but like the idea that that's what carried him to victory and not his policies, his age, his charisma, the fact that he was offering an alternative to not only Eric Adams, not only Andrew Cuomo, but also to the Republican status quo and MAGA.
Brilliant redirection when the people that have failed have been the party itself, the same way that's failed in
Or more on Zohran, but conservatives aren't creative. When it comes to the nicknames, Trump usually is. I expected better.
California, and we're going to talk a little
Williami cooked at him so bad and exposed his right-wing world on the Breakfast Club so bad he stopped looking in her direction. I've covered this before. Yeah, she absolutely fucking fried him over the fact that he did, like, during his tenure as mayor, which is still happening, he expanded the role of police, introduced, not just introduced, like, what was it? Fuck. Maybe we do have to look at the Olay clip, you guys, just for old time's sake.
later today about $10.
But she really just called him out for saying that you fearmonger surrounding, like, crime in New York City, especially around the subways, even though all data that we have shows that there's actually a decrease in this. So you not only fear-mongering surrounding it, but actually diverting resources to these problems that are on the decline in New York City is like a waste of money, and you're creating like you're giving a false impression that doesn't exist to scare people into voting for you.
Gas.
Yeah.
Hey, PBD, can I ask you a question? Because I actually want to get your CEO input on this, right? So, you know, they say if you don't study history,
Your CEO input.
so you're destined to repeat it. There's another quote out there that says, be weary from the person that tells you exactly what you want to hear, especially if they say what they smile on their face like this guy is doing. Deception often wears the face of charm. So you talked about being a proud capitalist. Walk me through what you think the conversations are going to be like in the next 5 months between CEOs of companies and their hundreds, if not thousands of employees who may be voting for Mamdani. Like if you're the CEO of Whicktv and everyone here is voting for Bernie Sanders.
Can you believe the lowly proles that work at multi-million and billion-dollar corporations actually have free will and are actually allowed to vote democratically for candidates that don't align with the interests of their fucking rich, wealthy bosses? Fucking disgusting.
What kind of conversation do you think is going to happen in the office? Because there's a lot of money at stake here.
That wouldn't be a conversation. If your boss is having seminars trying to instruct you on how to vote in upcoming municipal, state, and federal elections, that is just straight up propaganda. That is just them trying to influence your decision to benefit their bottom line.
At stake. And believe me, CEOs are going to be, you're saying, oh, you like this job? We might be moving to Florida, buddy. Put your CEO hat on. What do you think the conversations are going to be like in New York?
Well, it all depends on who you are and who's brainwashing you. Because if you look at this article here that says, stunning number of Gen Z Americans side with Iran against Israel. Okay. So then the question becomes, why? Stunning number of Gen Z Americans side with Iran over Israel. A Daily Mail Jail Partners poll of 1,025 registered voters conducted on Tuesday and Wednesday found that 22% of Gen Z voters, 18 to 29, sided with Iran over Israel in the recent conflict, compared to 41% supporting Israel and 37% unsure. Jail Partners pollster James Johnson stating, looking at the results, it's hard to avoid the conclusion that many young Americans have a problem with the Jewish state of Israel. It isn't that young people have a positive view of Iran per se. They don't, but they don't have such a negative view of Israel that a significant portion of them are ready to side with almost any entity that is against them. Okay. Overall, 55% American voters support Israel, 9% backed Iran, 36% were
It's Hassan's fault, naturally.
unsure. So watch this. 9% of American voters supported Iran, backed Iran, 22% of Gen Z. All right. What does this story tell you? This isn't an Israel story. This isn't an Iran story.
Okay, so he just reads polling data showing that Gen Z is not gung-ho for Israel, and in fact, in the latest war between Israel and Iran, was more sympathetic to Iran than they were to Israel, who attacked them. Let's see how he spins this.
This is who do you spend the most time with and who has got influence in your ear. Yeah, so we'll sit here, right? And like people watch this podcast. And
Who do you spend more time with? Okay, it's too early to say that what he means is like what? Fucking Gen Z is more likely to have some Iranian American whispering in their ear, and that's why they think that. If that were the fucking case, the majority of Iranian expats are huge fans of Israel. They fucking love America and they hate Iran. So that wouldn't be the case. So I'm guessing he's going to say like what? The terrorist supporting people that they watch.
And people will text as well. Hey, Tom, boom. Hey, Adam, boom. Hey, Vinny, boom. And then afterwards, someone's going to come in your ear, Adam, or Vinny's ear, or my ear, or Tom's ear. Let me tell you, you were right then. Let me tell you, let me tell you this. And let me tell you, this is where Pat's wrong. This is where Adam's wrong. This is where Vinny's wrong. This is where that. But imagine now you're 22 years old, okay? And you're in college. Who is doing that? 4 to 6 professors every day for 4 years. Jeez. What do you think?
Oh, okay. Cultural Bolshevism. Cultural Marxists have invaded academia, HR departments. I'm having deja vu, you guys. We literally just went over a conversation where the only way that they could explain young people holding leftist beliefs is because academia has been invaded by and infiltrated by woke left-wing Marxist communists or some shit, and they are influencing the youths to go out and vote for Zohran Mamdani. It's the only explanation for this. This is not an Israel story. This is a story about how Marxists have infiltrated academia.
These professors do. 13 to 1 are liberal to conservatives. You have a monopoly on brainwashing you and telling you what to do and what not to do. And you're sitting there buying to it. So if you're asking me a question how CEOs are going to feel about this and how employees are going to feel about this, it's all about what generation has what influence over them. I was having a meeting yesterday, Saturday, right? We're in a room with about 50 people. These are guys that run businesses. One of them was doing, their top line revenue was, $500 million per year. They got a couple thousand employees. You know who I'm talking about. Maria Walker, inside joke. So, we have some people who do a $150 million private.
The way that they just have to slobber all over him. He does this. He makes him Maria Walker and then inside joke, and they all just like crack up at that, forcing that fucking laugh. If anybody's ever seen The Sopranos, it's like that scene where Carmela points out to Tony, like, you're not fucking funny, dude. Everybody's scared of you because you're the fucking boss. So they kiss your ass and they laugh at your shitty jokes, and it doesn't matter how bad they are, they're always going to do that. And then he like tries it out with like a shitty joke next time he's at poker, and in slow motion he's watching and realizing that all these people surrounding him are complete and total sycophants. How does he not fucking realize that?
Equity, all these other things, and we're having conversations. Who should we trust when it comes down to media? And there was a couple guys that were their conservative media company that they're running, Tom. You know which ones I'm talking about, the guys that are in the room. Mm-hmm. And so I said, all right, so here's a question I got for all of you. What's that? I said, the way I watch people when they come after us or they say certain things, the reason why.
Perfect reference, little man. I need to rewatch it on Max. I just rewatched it on Max by like 2 months ago. I think that's my third watch of The Sopranos. I need to watch new shows.
Why I'm not offended, because I understand people's opinions are created based on a handful of things, Adam. One is everybody's biased. Whether you like it or not, you're biased. Majority of people Guess what they choose as their faith? Majority of people, guess what they choose as their faith?
Atheism?
No.
Christianity.
No.
Atheism? What the fuck? I mean, we are becoming an increasingly secular society, but does he mean like domestically, nationally? Does he mean in New York City? Does he mean globally? What? Is he gonna say like Christianity? And I'm pretty sure isn't the most like, what is the big? It's Islam, no?
No. Hear me out. Let me ask you one more time. Majority of kids, when they're born, by the time they're 25, 30 years old, what is most likely the faith they choose?
Whatever their parents.
Whatever their parents had.
Oh, for sure.
Whatever their parents had. Adam, your parents were Jewish. Your parents,
Jewish.
Christians.
Yep.
Tom's parents,
So you're not really choosing. I mean, you're raised that way. A more interesting question would be, I thought he was going to say what the majority of people are. What is the point of this?
Christians. You choose your parents' faith, right? Because there's a little bit of what? Bias. If your parents were in the military,
It's not just a little bit of bias. If your parents are a religion and they actively practice it, or it's in some way integral to their identity, that's not just a coincidence that you end up that way. That's not just a bias that happens to manifest. It's literally how you're taught and raised to behave and what you're instructed to do. And as a child, you're like the most malleable and impressionable. So of course you're more likely to adopt it. It's all but like a for sure outcome until you grow older and, secularize a bit. Because you're no longer just under the constraints of your parents' household.
in the military. Our pastor, Dudley Rutherford, his brother just passed away. He made a very nice video about his brother, whom we saw him give a sermon. I think all his brothers are pastors. His father's a pastor. His father was one of the funniest preachers ever. His uncles are pastors. Everyone's a pastor. If you're born in that family, you're most likely going to end up becoming a what? A pastor, except if your name is Dallas. Everybody else is probably going to end up being a pastor.
Now you're more likely to become what your parents are. I mean, that's probably true in some like statistical sense that if your parents work in like one field or another, the likelihood that you're going to enter that same field professionally are. But if you're the child of a pastor, he said you're probably going to end up a pastor. Not like you're more likely to, you're probably, as in 51% or more chance that you are going to go on to become a pastor if your parents are one. It's weird.
It's an inside joke. He'll get a kick out of it. Okay? So we all have a bias. Guy sends me a message. I can't believe you had Tommy Robinson on. As a Pakistani, I want to debate him. I said, go make a video. I understand you're not happy about it, but there is data. But as a Pakistani, I understand why you're loyal. All the rest of Pahlavi, I get it. You have bias. Number two is what? Number two after bias is who was offended. Watch people's position on who offended them. Number three is which propaganda.
They will say this with zero self-awareness. As Adam earlier in this said that supporting BDS is another way of saying that you support the killing of all Jewish people. Unironically, that is a quote from him.
Buying. Everybody's buying into propaganda. Very few people are truth tellers. Most people are selling the propaganda or bought into propaganda. What's number four?
Well, y'all seen that interview where PBD is asking those preppy YouTube landlord finance guys if they choose to be landlords, then extrapolates that to people choose to be gay? What? Okay, I thought I knew a lot of PBD lore, but I don't think I've seen that, no.
Who has the highest score of being able to reason? And last one, who is fair? And only time tells who's going to be able to get those 5 things right. There are certain things we have all biases on, certain things we don't have biases on. Unfortunately, most young kids, Adam, that are going through this, they have been bought into propaganda coming out of a university, and it takes years of eliminating all that brainwashing they got in universities, and that's a lot of effort. And
it takes years for us to indoctrinate college kids into our brand of reactionary MAGA politics, you guys.
Work. So we'll see what happened with the range of people that follow The Future Looks Bright. It's
And then he goes on to like show for his merch. If somebody has this PVD saying choosing to be landlords and extrapolating that to people choose to be gay, I will react to it. But in the meantime, okay. I also apparently Charlie Kirk also went off on Mamdani, which I already saw a little bit of earlier this week when I covered him and Megyn Kelly doing the same shit that like Zohran Mamdani is going to bring like Sharia law to New York City. Leftist Zohran Mamdani is also simultaneously like a religious theocrat. How do we beat the NYC socialist? Let's hear it, Charlie. Give it to me straight.
My friend Colin Plume from Noble Gold Investments just released his new
Okay.
rated asset sale, and you should agenda. Get it now, available on Amazon. I believe that the future of the MAGA agenda Trump's promises and Western civilization are going to go through 3 major cities. I think President Trump, if you want to talk about, if we want to get, some people say, oh, you know, the vibes are off, we got to get the gusto back. If you want to get the gusto back, he needs to have a all-out plan to declare an agenda on LA, Chicago, and New York. Those are the 3 cities. It's not going to happen without a full-out focus with precision on all 3. It is LA, Chicago, and New York. It's going to happen on the streets of these cities, and LA in particular.
Wait, what? Hold on. Is he talking about mass deportation again?
Vibes are off. We got to get the gusto back. If you want to get the gusto back, he needs to have a all-out plan to declare an agenda on LA, Chicago, and New York. Those are the 3 cities.
Declare an agenda?
It's not going to happen without a full-out focus with precision on all 3. It is LA, Chicago, and New York. It's going
to focus on what?
To happen on the streets of these cities, and LA in particular, which I know you are very passionate about. By the way, Stephen Miller's been talking about this forever. You've been talking about this forever, Alex, which is that, you know, we can win the heartland, but if you do not go after the central power structure, if you do not get back at the baseline, which is what's happening on the streets of the city of Los Angeles, then we're just tampering at the edges here.
I don't know why he's saying this when just on Megyn Kelly's show, he was acknowledging the vast majority of Zohran's base that carried him to victory were made up of primarily white people that were more likely to be not affluent, but more likely to have a higher median income than the average person in New York City. He knew it was also a lot of Asian people, it was also a lot of Puerto Rican people, but the majority of Zohran's support came from like educated white people. And now we're talking about, we're, I guess, alluding to there being like the recapitulation and underscoring of the current policy, which is these indiscriminate mass deportations that aren't even targeting violent criminals or just getting anybody that they can so they can meet their quotas of 3,000 fucking deportations a day or whatever, or at least like seizures of people. How does that correlate? You already admitted on Megyn Kelly that it's mostly white people, so you can't blame it on some other. You can't scapegoat immigrants for this one.
How old are you, Alex?
You can't even scapegoat like, oh, but they're not, okay, so maybe they're not immigrants, but they're like naturalized citizens or whatever, and they came, like, they're still in touch with their previous country. Like, no, you can't even say that. It's white people that were born here, raised here, WASPs. They have money, they have education, they knew what they were doing.
You're late 30s?
39, yeah.
39. So I'm 31.
Like, mass deportations is not going to help prevent the rise of the next Zohran Mamdani. If anything, you're probably more likely to see candidates like this succeed.
Mamdani is 33. Help our audience understand the appeal of Mamdani, outside of the Muslim thing, outside of the fact he's a communist. I totally get it, because I can view this from a digital millennial.
They want to occupy blue cities like they were doing in LA and overthrow/coup elected politicians. I mean, I guess, because maybe they talked about this earlier in this. I can't even imagine what the fuck else they're talking about. Either they're talking about doubling down on the mass deportations, and maybe the vehicle for doing that is exactly what Frank Cavan YouTube chat is saying.
Prism. I get the audience. Help explain that to some of our audience that is just so perplexed that this guy is now the Democrat candidate and likely next mayor of America's largest city.
Well, it's clearly because he eats with his hands. I mean, I think that's the main. He's seen the fork and he's just fighting through it. He's like, I'm going to eat with my hands because I'm going to pander for the online clout. No, Charlie, and also
pandering. Dude observing totally normal cultural practice that is common for Muslim Americans and billions of people globally, which is to eat with their clean hands. Yeah, that's just pandering.
all seriousness, what he's doing is he's catering towards the millennial energy. He's smiley, he looks sharp, he's got a good haircut, and he says things that come off as forward thinking, even though we know it's very regressive.
I don't have a good timestamp, but a while ago, Trevor fell in love with PPD, and now, after searching briefly, I suspect his son is break their PPD appreciation. What is this? Oh, is this the?
You deserve.
Oh, but I want to see what video were they reacting to in it.
The idea of seizing the means of production, that's all straight out of Marx. But he's positioned himself as someone who's looking down the field and is showing actual.
It's an Indian thing. Is it pandering for him to do that? Isn't it totally normal? I didn't think it was exclusively an Indian thing. I thought people like billions of people did this.
Leadership, and that is what the appeal is all about. He's packaging all of his messages for a digital age. When he was doing that absurd thing where he wants to have government run grocery stores, which by the way, he misread a budget item in the city budget, which is how he came up with that. He thought there was all this money allocated for corporate grocery stores, which he had misread, so he can't even do this even if he wanted to. But if you saw the video, he shows up, he's got the little handheld mic that you always see on TikTok, and he's talking into it, and he's catering to a message to people who are maybe...
Guys, always got to be very suspect of the politicians that hold up the tiny mic that you see on TikTok. This is the first stage. This is the first way to identify what politicians are trying to ingratiate themselves with the youth disingenuously, obviously. First marker.
To politics and maybe have not learned from their broken school system how bad...
Oh, no, he's Indian. It's a thing his family has probably done for decades. Yeah. I thought you were saying that, he's not, like, this was... It's like a thing that's unrelated to his own identity, and that he was just doing it to virtue signal. Like, this guy was like, I don't think so. I think he genuinely was just doing that because that's how he was raised to.
Is. And so when you go up against a guy like Andrew Cuomo, who is the worst politician in America, I prefer Mamdani to Cuomo. I do. After Cuomo killed all those people, essentially, for the lawyers, he essentially killed all those people in the nursing homes. He crammed all these sick people in.
On the originals with Stephen Graham. Okay, we might top the night off with this.
With these innocent elderly people so that they could die during COVID.
I was going to do Alan Dershowitz, but I don't like to stop the Piers Morgan panels halfway. So I'll probably say that for tomorrow, and we'll look at this. PVD asking Graham Stephen point blank if he's gay for some reason.
That policy is unacceptable. He's been accused of also being a sex pest, all that stuff. He's terrible to run that city. So once you add all that up together, and you can see how he can get through a primary.
I am kind of shocked to hear a MAGA person say that Andrew Cuomo was so corrupt that embracing Zohran, not Eric Adams, is the way to go.
We're going to do a whole...
Thank you for the bits, Eddie Bombay. I hope this guy drinks unfiltered water from the river. Ganges. Thank you very much.
Another show on this. We're going to have Benny Johnson come on the show because he actually went to Cuba with Turning Point USA like 5 years ago, and he actually showed what a grocery store looks like if the government runs it, and it's no joke. The politics of grocery stores are legit. You might remember back in the late 80s, I think it was Gorbachev that came to America, and
eating with your hands is common in some African countries. No, Ethiopians eat stews on injera bread similar to Indian dishes on naan, paratha, etc. I mean, I thought it was very common. Like, and plus there's America has her own finger foods as well. But I remember, I was studying one night in college, and randomly this YouTube video came up in my recommended, and it was just someone filming an Indian woman in a mall eating rice with her hands, and it was just called, Indian woman eats rice with hands. I didn't know why this was filmed on YouTube, and all of the comment section, I was expecting racism. All of the comment section were like, she's so amazing for resisting cultural imperialism. For doing this thing that, I don't even think it was that deep. She's just doing, she's just eating normally.
he saw the American grocery stores for himself.
But I did see comments saying that, the logic behind it is that, where your hands have been. You can wash your hands. As opposed to, the way the restaurants, clean dishes, utensils, etc. It's, used by thousands of people, and you don't know how clean how good of a job they're actually doing at sanitizing the utensils, silverware, etc. But so it's rationality with your hands.
He was blown away. He could not believe it. He was like, "You guys have so much abundance." He was speechless. The politics of grocery stores is not.
Do you guys eat sushi with a knife and a fork? I always do, personally. I also eat, whenever I eat a Snickers bar, I cut it up into little pieces using a knife and fork as well.
To be made fun of. Alex, last question. How do we beat Mamdani? We should not give up on New York. We should not say, oh, let it burn. That is BS. That's nonsense. That's
It's literally the take that we just heard from Vinny on BBD. The take I support, by the way.
The Roman Empire giving up on Rome. That's like the Greeks giving up on Athens. That's like the British Empire giving up on London. That is cope. How do we beat this communist?
I thought London already fell to a socialist, Muslim, communist, or whatever.
Well, if you want to beat him, then the first thing is...
Charlie said that everybody's scratching their ass, so that's why you shouldn't eat with your hands. That tweet was fake, unfortunately.
Firstly was got to drop out. Cuomo cannot run, and everyone's got to consolidate behind Adams. And Adams has got to, I think, work with Trump, come up with some sort of way to work with Trump when it comes to ICE stuff, and try to position himself as a moderate, more of like a Fetterman-esque type Democrat, even better than Fetterman, because Fetterman.
Oh shit, really? Yeah, it was community noted. I was going to post that today. I knew it was fake, but I was going to post it with my announcement. But I didn't want it to get community noted, so I didn't include it.
Ends up voting wrong every time. So, but that would be the path forward. And I do think Adams could win in that case. And I think that as more people point out that this guy's policies are not going to work, and also he's not authentic, is that he comes from
They keep thinking that if they say this enough, that they can will it into existence. If they can try to, if they can demonstrate that he's like, oh, this is all an act, it's all contrived, this is not really his like normal charismatic self, it's just a facade that you're falling for, they think that that's going to cut into his support. You're not going to be able to convince anybody that he's like a fucking skinwalker, dude. It's very clear that he's the real deal. These are the things that he believes. And I mean, to the extent that he is being disingenuous, he has moderated his positions to be able to win this race. It's the opposite of what they think. They think he's attempting to like posture as more left than he is to attract like young Zoomers. It's the opposite. He is as far left as he felt he could run as in the Democratic primary for New York's mayor and still win.
Ivy League educated parents who benefited.
The London mayor is a super centrist Labour Party candidate, BTW. I know. But to these people, it's going to be the next London. Why? Because Muslim mayor.
From this country's largesse. And then for him to act like we want to throw out everything that made America special and to go with Marxism and socialism that has never worked anywhere, especially not in this country. I think that more people who actually are confronted with that reality, I don't think he'll necessarily be able to make it all the way to a general. But
breaking
again,
news. Stay there. No, we got to go. But breaking news, President Trump has said that we're just going to arrest Mamdani if he blocks ICE. That is exactly the right answer, Mr. President.
Sure.
We're not going to let some uppity 33-year-old socialist get in the way of the mass deportation
Dude, the fact that he used uppity in this context.
agenda. Zohran Mamdani, okay? Take a seat. We are in the driver's seat here. The American people are. We're not going to allow a foreign third world agenda to take over America's largest city. We have
Again, Zohran Mamdani he was born in Uganda. He was raised in South Africa until the age of, I repeat, like 7 years old, came to the United States and became a naturalized citizen like 5 years ago. But he has lived here since he was 7 years old. He's like in his 30s, no?
Have the Amazing Student Action Summit coming up.
Amazing Student Action Summit. Thank you, Charlie. Very cool. Okay, let's see. Ugh. I like PBD is fun because they're just like fucking crackpots are insane. Love it. Charlie Kirk actually just like annoys me so much. I think the only person who can sometimes get under my skin more is Tim Pool. Let's see. Speaking of PBD. Are you gay? PBD asks Graham Stephen point blank. This is from a year ago. In this short clip, watch from the At the Iced Coffee Hour, Patrick Bet David asked Graham Stephen if he is gay in a heated debate. Okay, so I have seen clips from this, but I have never seen the entire thing. And somebody in chat told me that, TJ Dinnergate in chat told me that he extrapolates being gay into, like, that's why you become a landlord. Okay. I'm open to being value-tained on this argument, so.
So if you have to choose which of the two things to put in school, and you have to have one of them, which one will it be? You ready for this technical question?
Yeah.
Would you rather have your kids have to learn about God and pray every morning and to pledge allegiance to the flag, but they don't get LGBTQ learning, you know, all the different sexes and all that stuff? Or would you take God out of school and add they have to learn about what it is to be gay, lesbian, bisexual, queer, trans, and they have to know at an early age because it's part of us being free and not being discriminatory? Which of those two would
LGBTQRNA. Which of these two would you want? You just presented me with the option. Do you want schools to remain secular and teach curriculum that is based on evidence? Or do you want it to be an indoctrination machine that teaches children to love their country no matter what? And do you want it to include religion? Even though we're a country that has outlined in our constitution, we are a secular state that observes and nominally that the government is not going to impose any sort of religious worldview on you or forbid you from practicing your own.
Would you want your kids?
But of course, to PBD, the natural choice is that you're fucking crazy, man. You must be some like woke PC SJW cuck if you say, yeah, I don't really give a fuck about my kid is not going to school to become a good patriot. They're there to learn. They're there to learn more about the world, and that might not include just uncritical adulation of the United States government.
To learn about, and you have to give up the other one.
I feel like there has to be a balance because you don't want to be oppressive. Or let's say your kid is gay. You don't want them to feel like they can't be accepted and they can't be themselves. But at the same time, there's got to be some sort of.
You got to pick one of them. You got to pick one of them. Come on, Grant.
I don't know, man. I don't.
So that's a
pick one
problem. Well, that's a problem.
Yeah.
And the reason why that's a problem is the following thing. Are you gay?
Me? No.
What do I need to do to convert?
Yeah, I'm listening.
What do I need to do to convert?
Are you gay? Okay. Where did this come from? Like, the only reason that you could have said, he could have like hedged on that is because he must be gay, right?
Convert you into being gay.
I don't think you can.
You don't think I could convert you to being gay?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let me ask you this. Who converted you into getting a real estate license?
I did.
Who influenced you though? How did you learn about real estate?
Saw a TV commercial for $1 million listing.
Perfect.
And that kind of got in my mind.
And you were influenced to be a realtor. You weren't born with wanting to be a realtor.
Correct.
Okay, so he thinks that like being gay is like a choice that people are influenced into making. It's not. Okay. I see where this is going already. Oh my god, this is so fucking stupid. Why? What? Like, he should ask him, what do I need to show you to get you to suck a dick? How do I influence you into taking it up the ass? If this is how human sexuality is that malleable and that's how it's molded, then what video do I need to show you? What words do I need to string together in a sentence? What spells do I need to cast on you so that you're suddenly gay? PBD.
Oh.
Yeah.
Did you get it? Let me explain
Did
to you
you
what I
get
mean
it?
by this.
Sure, please.
So, stats came out that shows
Did you get it?
which generation is the gayest generation of all. That's part of the LGBTQ community. Do you think you care more about what I think at this age or when you were 14 years old?
Definitely 14.
No problem. Me too, right?
No problem.
So,
no problem.
do you think it's easier to convert you in a way of thinking at 14 or 33?
14.
Of course. Right? Okay. I became a
Okay, we're literally doing the like gay people can't reproduce, so they have to recruit and indoctrinate people into their ranks. So they get them they groom them while they're young.
Christian because somebody talked to me about it. I got into insurance because somebody influenced me to get into insurance, okay? I got into bodybuilding because I was influenced by Arnold Schwarzenegger. I went to Santa Monica Community College because I was influenced because that's where Arnold went. Influenced. Somebody.
It's like the dumbest thing I've ever heard him say. Why the fuck would you follow? Who the fuck cares where Arnold Schwarzenegger went to college? That was not something that he gave much scrutiny or thought. What?
Influenced you, right?
Yeah, Arnold Schwarzenegger, notable academic.
Generations.
I'm following in his foot to follow in Arnold's path. You have to go to Santa Monica Community College.
Generations. Traditionalist. You got the boomers, millennials, Gen X.
But I don't think he ever even got a degree because I've looked up like his Wikipedia page. And it doesn't say anywhere that I don't think he has a degree, right? Degree, nothing returns, college. This entrepreneur thinks you should drop out of college. Santa Monica College alumni, but it doesn't say diploma. What would he be like if I have a business? I don't think he actually graduated. Or if it's there, it's such a footnote that he doesn't even care. Doesn't have a degree. He founded an MLM insurance company. That I knew. He is a total grifter.
And you got Gen Z. You ready? Traditionalist. 0.8% of are gay. 0.8% of traditionalists are gay. Boomers. 2.6%. Then you go to 5%. Then you go to 10%. You know what percentage of Gen Z identifies as LGBTQ? 21%. 21%. So who do you think cares less about what you and I think, traditionalists or Gen Zs?
I see where we're going wrong here. Okay. So he's saying that he does not think that more accepting social attitudes towards queer people has led to an increase in queer visibility, more gay people willing to just be open about their sexuality. No, he thinks that the number of gay people should basically be the same numbers and like levels that it would be in like the 50s, and that we had comprehensive like data tracking that in the first place, and that you wouldn't have seen an increase by now. You don't. It's only because of recruitment and influencing via TikTok.
Traditionalists. You think if you and I are 70 years old and we're gay, do you really think you and I care about what other people think? What
Do you think if we're 70 and we're gay?
do you think? No. You're coming out. You ever seen a grandma or grandfather drop F-bombs and it's like, get your butt out of my... Because that, listen, I'm 10 years away from living and dying. Like, I don't give a shit what you think about me. But if 21% of Gen Z is gay, they're being influenced just like you were influenced to be a realtor, just like I was influenced to go into SMC. Influence. That's a problem. So the fact that you...
Influence, that's a problem. Okay. Who's influencing them? I don't get it.
A very smart guy.
Like other gay creators on TikTok? I mean, probably. He's doing the thing that it's like, your kid watched a TikTok, and now they think they're trans and they want to cut their tits off.
A super successful guy at your age.
It's not like your kid could have like already been having those thoughts and they were drawn to that content specifically because they already felt that way. No, they only had heterosexual, heteronormative, straight, cisgender, no queer here type thoughts. And then, gosh darn it, fucking TikTok and Instagram and Tumblr came along and taught all these youths about, like, groomed them into the ways of the LGBTQIA plus community. And now that's where you see it come from.
Cannot tell the two apart. That means you're not really putting a lot of thought in.
Which masochist recommended this shit? DJ Darky came into chat and told me about it. Told me about this lore I'd been missing.
To what's going to influence who? Because God, faith, that's going to influence.
So check out the scenery. They built a stage to podcast from Valuetainment. I've been here. I've literally been here, and it is a giant stage. It does look like this, but they're like talking about kids being indoctrinated into like being trans and gay and influence from like TV while they're like at a scenic beach.
Influence you to do what? Complete different thing.
Don't you think that some of that, though, is a bit of that overall people are on somewhere on a spectrum? And if you're, let's say, a 2 out of 10 or a 3 out of 10, that maybe
he looks like a little boy.
You're more open about that, whereas in other generations you weren't. And perhaps it's somewhere in the middle.
No, I think LGBTQ is a religion. And you choose which religion you want to be in front of your kids. Okay?
I think LGBTQ is a religion, and you choose what religion you choose. Again, giving way too much leeway to the idea that this is about like choices. Like he talked about this in the previous segment, that like you're more likely to make the choice to become Catholic if you're born into a Catholic family. It's like, no, that's not a choice. You were like literally raised Catholic. You were like, there was an attempted, I guess I mean this in the most neutral sense of the word, but indoctrination surrounding your religious values, because as a child you defer to your parents. Pretty much an authoritarian structure where you're entirely dependent on adults that you trust and are your guardians to take care of you and guide you. So you don't really meaningfully choose that religion. You are taken to church or to mass or to a mosque or to a synagogue. That's what you're told to believe in. That's what you're raised as. It's like not a choice that you're making of your own free will and volition at like age 3 when it starts.
You choose. If a person is gay, you're eventually going to be gay. You're gonna be gay. You're not gonna be if you're gonna do.
Wait, what? This goes against what he just said.
Okay, you choose. If a person is gay, you're eventually gonna be gay. You're gonna be gay.
So there's no influencing. Then you just said that it's influenced. Now you're saying that it's nature. What?
Hey, you're not gonna be if you're gonna do what you're going to do. Like for example, I thought about.
So no matter what, you're gonna be gay. So it's not about being influenced.
Who was a negotiator, FBI agent, who would sit down with people that killed, that were, murderers that killed their own family members. And I said, so what gets somebody to get to the point of wanting to do something like this? And he explained how there's a difference between what you're born with, what you're influenced with, and then to take the action, right? There are some people that are born who are dark human beings, period, that they enjoy it.
Like gay people. Like trans people. We're talking about how people become like serial killers in the same conversation about how people become gay. Become gay.
You know, if you look at the Iceman, I don't know if you've ever seen interviews of the Iceman. Have you ever watched interviews of Iceman?
Yeah.
That guy is cold, and he enjoyed what
Iceman?
he did. What percentage of the world is like that? What would you say?
Is Iceman like a notable serial killer?
0.1%? Okay.
Yes, very true. The temptation to kill is the same as the temptation to gay.
Say, no. You know, he was influenced to be that way. There had to be a darker person in his life to get him to be that dark. No, he's born that way. Okay. Are some people born gay? Maybe. Maybe. Okay. But if we take 1,000 gay people, what percentage of them are gay because they were born gay? What percentage of them are gay because they were influenced to be gay? Or life influenced them to be
Wait, we're going back and forth again between like the nature and nurture argument. This is stupid to take seriously, but like his mind, man, his mind.
in his life to get him to be that dark? No. 0.1%? Okay. So are we going to say, no, you know, he was influenced to be that way? There had to be a darker person in his life to get him to be that dark. No, he's born that way. Okay. Are some people born gay? Maybe. Maybe. Okay.
Maybe.
But if we take 1,000 gay people,
Even though I already said if you're born gay, you're going to be gay. But earlier I had said it's influenced.
percentage of them are gay because they were born gay? What percentage of them are gay because they were influenced to be gay? Or life influenced them to be gay? That's a real question we have to talk about. I understand. it's a very-
Or life influenced them to be gay? What life path did you not go on, PPD, that did not lead to the gay outcome?
Yeah,
What are we talking
I
about?
think it would be just attraction. Who are like I am attracted to certain people and a certain type. I'm not.
He's literally so uneducated. He doesn't know the term nature versus nurture. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's that like English is a second language and he's never heard that. I don't know if it's because he couldn't crack it at Santa Monica Community College. I have no fucking clue.
attracted to
who wants them to be gay? That's a real question we have to talk about. I understand it's a very uncomfortable
I
thing.
think it would be just
Also, that's like it is a combination of factors. It's like, yes, there are people that are born with like mental afflictions and they're predisposed to more antisocial tendencies or whatever. But then from there, like, I don't know if people have in my chat have ever heard the phrase like genetics loads the gun, but lifestyle pulls the trigger. For a lot of people that are born with these sorts of predispositions, sometimes it's because it went undiagnosed. Other times it's because of strains in their family life or whatever that exacerbated these things. Sometimes because it's untreated. Like it's not just all coming down to like you had a child that was born a psychopath, therefore they're or like a sociopath or something, therefore they're going to be like a fucking killer. There's a bunch of other stuff that happens for that to be the case.
attraction. Who are like I am attracted to certain people and a certain type. I'm not attracted to another type.
No problem.
So I feel like that would be the same
No
thing
problem.
with gender. It's like if you're attracted to men or women, that would be
Graham.
Yeah.
Do you think you need to learn how to give a blowjob to another boy at 11 years old?
No.
That book is in schools, recommended teaching by many teachers.
No, that book is not in schools, actually. I don't know why, like, again, the fascination with this topic, you could do so much, like, armchair psychoanalysis with the people that are just, like, endlessly thinking, talking about, like comprehensive sex education on a scenic beach in Fort Lauderdale where the Valuetainment Studio is. Like, I don't even know like what the psychosexual dynamic going on there is. I definitely do think it's weird. But they always try to conflate children being taught to be aware of these things as the same as like you're teaching them to do it. I'm even skeptical of the idea that if heterosexual comprehensive sex education does not include anything related to like they make it sound like it's the fucking like Kama Sutra or something like that. It's not like that at all. It's completely sterile and clinical, bland medical information that's presented to you. It's not salacious. It's not like pornographic. And just because it's, you know, we're talking about homosexuality, it's not going to be any more gratuitous.
In America.
Like, again, these people are not even cool with like heterosexual sex ed, but they can't just oppose comprehensive sex ed that includes discussions on homosexuality and gender as like, oh, well, like it should be taught at home. First, it has to be pathologized and lied about. And you have to say it's actually pornographic in nature and gratuitous, and they're trying to indoctrinate kids in. They're being groomed by their teachers who are probably straight anyway. And then it should also be opposed from there.
Do you think that's
or even just teaching children about their bodies and boundaries gets related back to deviant behavior in their mind. Yeah, even though all of the, like, I don't want to say all of it, but the more and more data that we're shown that we have, the earlier that children are taught about consent, boundaries, sex abuse, the more likely they are to not end up being a victim of those sorts of things, because they learn the difference between right, wrong, yes, no, personal boundaries, what's acceptable behavior between themselves and an adult at an earlier age. And so they're more likely to report it if something goes wrong. But of course, these people can never, like, their brain breaks if you tell them these things.
a problem?
Sure.
Do you think it's a better usage of my time
It's like, it is counterintuitive to like social norms currently.
to learn how money works?
Yes.
Or how to please another boy at 11 years old?
Right.
So then you have to decide your values and principles.
It's actually a genius move of jurisprudence to equate sexuality to religion, because the U.S. Constitution guarantees freedom of religion. So if they were to enforce his description of influence and sexuality is that's constitutionally protected, that is true. I'll have to use this argument.
Between the two boy at 11 years old.
Right.
So then you have to decide your values.
It's kind of like how you have conservative justices actually siding, like Gorsuch has like sided with the like pro LGBT side when it came to like I think it was Gorsuch. There was there are conservative Supreme Court judges that surprisingly said like, yeah, same-sex marriage and stuff should be legal, or equal marriage should remain legal, because from a constitutional perspective, if you are disallowing men from marrying other men, but it is permissible in that same society for women to marry men, then the only discrimination that's being introduced there is literally on the basis of sex, because you're saying that it's acceptable for a woman to marry a man, but the only difference is that a man is now trying to do the same thing, and you're saying that you're trying to disallow men from relating to one another in that way, even though the behavior is acceptable in certain contexts. So it's not like that's already, even from like a conservative standpoint, you can still justify these things based on the way that the Constitution is set up.
Principles between the two. I think these values being taught to kids, are kids typically more liberal or conservative?
Liberal.
Liberal. Are you kidding me? I'm all liberal. Like, let's try drugs. Let's try this. Let's break the law. Let's break this. Hey, let's sneak into the swimming pool and have the cops chase us. Hey, let's test this out. We're liberal, right? Mm-hmm. So
we're liberal. Let's sneak into what? Let's sneak into the swimming pool and have the cops chase us?
We need to teach more liberal policies to kids. They're gonna do shit. We're gonna do stuff. We need to.
Okay, but that's not liberalism. That's like, you're talking about like just delinquency, or like kids being kids. Like pranks? Pranks are now liberal? Like mischief is now liberal?
Yes. Okay. So now watch this. Do you think rich, greedy people who have a lot of money, do you think they need to be taught more conservative stuff?
Literally goes against his old people. Yeah, he did say, he was like, when you're 10 years away from like living or dying or whatever, so you don't even care.
Or more this stuff. Liberal stuff. What do you think? Do you see how this is working out? So to me, it's the other.
They have barely spoken throughout all of this. This is just like a PBD like talking at them.
Way around. I think we've mixed it up.
Is this like an earlier iteration of like the PBD podcast?
So be understood. This guy's 28 years old. He's gay. No problem. I got plenty of gay boys. I have plenty of lesbian leaders in my company. Plenty of them. And see how my
name one, dude. Who's a lesbian leader at Valuetainment? I've been there and I've met the staff. Did not detect any fucking lesbians.
Relationship is with them. You chose to do that as an adult. Salute. Couple of them were here yesterday. Just watch how they hug me when they see me. Mm-hmm. We love each other. We have an incredible relationship. Then later on, we need to learn and say, hey, man, can you be a little bit kind to these people? Dude, relax.
Jillian Michaels. Okay, but Jillian Michaels in 2023 was not around at this time.
They just see things in a different way than you do. All good. I think we need to give conservative values to kids when we're liberals.
Okay, so I thought you were going to say Adam.
And I think
I was going to say Adam's just metrosexual. He's not gay.
to inject a little bit of this when we're older, successful, to be a little bit more understanding. I think the education is out of whack. You know, maybe the LGBTQ stuff can be taught to people that are older to be a little bit more gentle to them. But that's what you're asking.
Even adults, we must be gentle with them when we're informing them that gay people exist.
I'm going to go back to it. God is one of them. What's being taught in school is one of them. Not enough money, finances is one of them. The way we turn our heroes into who.
I met Adam. You said Jason, and I was like, is there someone that I've been missing? That as soon as, and then I read that all, I was like, did he mean Tom?
The hero making machine is in America is a problem. Today we recognize complainers. Today we recognize who posts more naked pictures on social media, gets the most likes. Today we recognize.
I'm sort of ashamed with how attractive I find Adam. Right to jail.
That more than somebody like you who's responsible.
He's a little cupcake.
Makes his own money, works his tail off. You seem very kind. You seem humble.
Like, it's very clear to me that like Adam like takes care of his skin.
You seem likable, yet you're doing your research, yet you're willing to talk to people. So we've confused kids.
Is he short? He's like my height, and I'm like 5'8.5"
on who the hero today is.
5'9".
Oh my.
So we're like pretty much the same height. So if you count that as short, then he's short.
My God, people. So you seem humble, you seem likable, yet you're doing your research, yet you're willing to talk to people. So we've confused kids on who the hero today is. Oh my God, poor person. Look at this person. They came out of the closet at 14 years old. Let's do 28 articles on them. But that 14-year-old kid who made $28,000 independently, it's whatever. It's not a big deal. But let's highlight this person. What are you doing? Which one do we?
Okay, so kid comes out at 14. PBD thinks that this is getting like written up in the New York Times. Kid makes $28,000, but it's not being talked about. What is the grievance here?
We need more for society. More people coming out of closet, or more 14-year-olds that are making $28,000 on their own. We're turning the wrong people into heroes, and it's confusing the F out of kids. So to me, those are things that we've been doing that's kind of messed up America a bit.
So if you like this clip and you want to watch another one, click right.
Jump scare. Okay. Take notice of how few seconds are left for him to finally make an argument. I mean, even at the beginning, he was like, "Did you get it?" Like, it took him 9 minutes to explain that. That was supposed to be an analogy that was like streamlined and simplified, but he kept like peeling back layers, and they weren't even speaking. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Okay, what are we doing next, you guys? Very, very briefly. I don't want to end while I still have like ads, an ad. Oh wait, no. Okay, perfect. I thought an ad had already started. Well, if you're watching on Twitch, you should follow me if you're not following me already, so you can know when I go live. If you're watching on YouTube, you should do the same. You should subscribe to me because I'm live practically every single day covering politics, reacting to shit, just whatever the fuck I want, practically every single day. And you should like this stream as well. Or if you want to support me, you can subscribe to me on Twitch and get access to an ad-free experience as well as emotes. You can also gift subs and chat so other people can have the same experience as you. And yeah, I'm at Straighterade or Straighterade_ on everything. If you want to support me, you can follow the donation links that are in my YouTube description box or the donation link pinned in my Twitch chat. And it's almost 6 in the morning, which is why if I repeated any of that, it's not my fault because I'm really tired. What the fuck? I hate using Twitch. Why am I not watching on YouTube? I don't even know how you found me on Twitch. I assume that I feel like Twitch has like terrible discoverability. So anytime like new people find me, I'm like shocked. But where are we going? Who's awake? Let's see. Let's pixel up to pixel. Maybe to Gus. You were at the top of my For You channels. Well, that's good. If you watch like politics channels or whatever. I will stream at like normal times one day. One day, you guys. Let's see. Let's go to Redline, you guys. Redline thought. I
This is gonna hurt you a lot more.
He's not doing his thing. Hold on. I'm so indecisive today. Can't decide where to go. Okay. Is Gus live or is like I just don't want to send you guys to like a starting screen, that's all. Okay, Gus is reacting to shit. So we're going to Gus. All right, I will be back later today. I do not know when. At some point, you guys. I will see you guys maybe today, maybe tomorrow. Who knows? It just fucking depends when I go live. So, yeah. Bye.
Notice where Republicans are running unopposed to Dems, cracking